It all started on the birthday of the Emperor of the Empire, Theophilus. Maribel committed an impulsive act that no one expected her to do. She walked up to His Majesty, a man known as a tyrant, and stole a kiss from him in front of all the guests present. Touching his lips, the Emperor asks Maribel why she kissed him. With a glimpse of her sister standing in the distance, the girl explains to the Emperor that her sister loves His Majesty. The man, after looking at the trembling pink-haired girl, asks Maribel to open her mouth and kiss him properly. Kissing the tyrant was part of her revenge to the one she loved and valued most, her beautiful cousin Arinel. Maribel Edinburgh, the only daughter of the Duke of Edinburgh. When Maribel's parents passed away, she was only 7 years old. At the funeral, her cousin Arinel came up to her and asked her sister not to cry, as she still had her and her mum and dad, which meant she would definitely not be alone. Arinel promised Maribel that she and her parents would always be there for her until she was better, and offered to live together in her family home until her coming-of-age ceremony, when she would officially receive her inheritance. All of Maribel Edinburgh's misfortunes began from that time. One day, the girl calls the nanny. Hearing this, Arinel tells her cousin that the nanny has quit. The young duchess thought it strange that she left without saying a word. Arinel smirked and dared to suggest that the nanny had quit because she hated Maribel. The maids, the nanny, and later the butler all changed. Uncle Lorenz took over the family so quickly that even little Maribel felt it. During this time, Arinel came up to her and told her not to worry too much about having to live with someone else in her house as an adult, because they would not be living together much longer anyway, and when she came of age, they would leave the house. Arinel Edinburgh was a very sweet child, which made Maribel too trusting of her and the others. Maribel believed in her promise and stupidly waited for her adulthood. But after some time, Maribel is called to her uncle Lorenz and informed her that he, as the younger brother of the past head of the family, decided to take responsibility as he considers his niece too young for this, and it would be better if she leaves everything to him until she comes of age. Maribel realizes that if she agrees to this, her uncle Lorenz will have her father's status and his wealth. The girl asks her uncle what he means, because his proposal does not make sense since she is already an adult. Lorenz tells his niece that his daughter Arinel told him that she often complained to her about the burden she was about to take on. He suggests that Maribel find a separate house if she wants to live alone. The young duchess explains to her uncle that she never said such a thing. He replies to Maribel that it is all for her sake, and when she is ready, he will take care of her and give her the family seal. A little later, Arinel runs up to her and tearfully tells her sister that she didn't know about her father's plans, and really just wanted to live with her. Maribel asks her cousin why she told her uncle that she felt burdened by her responsibilities, to which Arinel replies that she doesn't remember saying such a thing, and thought it was difficult for her sister as she often wanted to leave. Maribel hugs her cousin with thoughts of what she might have done by virtue of being an innocent child. Thinking this way, Maribel decides to stay at Uncle Lorenz's house. She is no longer a direct descendant of Duke Edinburgh, and is now in a very precarious position. Sometime later, when Maribel is of age, her uncle Lorenz approaches her and asks her to accompany him to dinner with the Minister of Finance because she is sensible and mature. Maribel and her uncle arrive for dinner. As she passes the other guests, she hears them discussing her. Someone dares to assume that Maribel is a maid, but she is corrected that she is the eldest daughter of the Edinburghs. Thanks to her faith in her family and in Arinel, the young duchess was able to endure such treatment. Maribel decided that she must first deal with His Majesty before her uncle Lorenz's rebellion. One day, Maribel passes by her uncle's office door and hears a conversation about how he plans to move his army to overthrow His Majesty, and the first thing they need to do is kill the emperor just in case. When Maribel hears that her uncle Lorenz is going to revolt, she begins to tremble with terror. A stack of written paper falls out of her hands. When she comes to her senses, Maribel gathers up all the notes and runs away from the office as fast as she can, crashing into her cousin Arinel on the way. Arinel notices her sister's unhealthy complexion and asks her what happened to her. Clenching her hands into a fist, Maribel asks Arinel if she knows what's going on, but she doesn't get an answer, only a counter-question. Maribel thinks that her cousin can't know about the uprising, because if she does, she will be shocked. Aranel suggests her sister to drink hot tea and get off the stairs. When she hears footsteps behind her, she turns around and looks at her father with a smirk. Aranel, after pouring tea, tells her cousin that their family will rebel against the emperor, and that her father has already accepted the title of head of state, and she will become the new empress, which means that they no longer need Maribel. Maribel asks her sister what it all means, and then clutching her throat begins to cough. When she looks at the tea, she realizes it was poisoned. Aranel tells her that she should die right now, because she doesn't think they will succeed if word gets out that their family is plotting treason. But she didn't want to go that far. Aranel explains her betrayal by the fact that she had no choice but to let her sister know what she should not have known. Maribel's body stops moving. She falls down from her chair, thinking that she had trusted her sister so much, protected and loved her so much, and in return she received betrayal. Aranel laughs at the fact that her cousin truly believed that they would become a family, and to remove all suspicion, she loudly asks for a doctor to help her. With tears in her eyes, she falls to her knees and asks her sister not to die and to come to her senses. Maribel mentally calls herself a stupid puppet and thinks that this death suits her just fine. But she promises herself that if she ever gets another chance, she will kill Aranel and all her beloved family. Aranel wakes up her sister and asks her why she has been asleep for so long, and asks her to get up quickly because her mother is terribly angry. Without listening to her sister's words, Maribel clenches her hands into fists out of anger and thinks about why she survived. She is distracted from her musings by her cousin telling her that her mum is now figuring out who cut all the flower stems from the vase, and admits that she really just wanted to try out the new garden shears. So she needs her sister to go with her and keep quiet. Maribel gets out of bed and asks her sister to go and apologize for what she has done without implicating her. Aranel is perplexed and asks her sister why she has changed so suddenly. Maribel crosses her arms on her chest and explains her position by saying that Aranel should learn to take responsibility for what she has done. Aranel begins to cry. She asks Maribel why she's doing this to her, since she has always fawned over her sister, giving her clothes and introducing her to friends, and helping her every time she gets in trouble. Maribel smirks and tells Aranel that she only gave her clothes that she didn't want to wear because they were out of fashion, and she bought new ones. Since she doesn't remember it, Maribel offers to remind her, and takes a nearby vase in her hand, and throws it at the wall. Aranel starts yelling at her sister, calling her by name, and asking her what she is doing, and if she knows how much the vase is worth. Maribel replies to Aranel that it's already so much better than calling her ostentatiously sister every time, and why not just stop pretending and call her what she does behind her back? When Aranel gets angry, she swings her hand and hits Maribel on the cheek. At that moment, the door to the room opens, and Aranel's mum comes in and asks her to explain what is going on. A woman with dark hair and bright violet eyes tells Maribel that she heard that she cut all her flowers, and that's why she asked her daughter to bring her. So why make such a fuss? Holding her sore, reddened cheek, Maribel explains to her aunt that it wasn't her but Aranel who did it. She said she wanted to try out her new garden shears and said she didn't want to be scolded. Aranel starts making excuses, saying that her sister is lying and she didn't do it. Her mother demands that her daughter clean her room with her own hands as punishment, and in addition, she is now under house arrest. The door closes, and Aranel, with all her accumulated anger, calls Maribel a crazy bitch and doesn't know what she was thinking when she said that to her mother. Maribel replies that it's rude to address her older sister that way. Aranel grabs her sister's hand, but gets a punch on the cheek in return. Maribel calls it self-defense and is not going to suffer anymore. No more of the kind sister she knew. This time she promises to take everything from her. The next day the whole family gathers for dinner. Aranel tells her father that her sister has told her that she will not go to the emperor's birthday party and that they do not have enough carriages. Maribel enters the conversation and explains to her uncle that she did not say that and that she actually wants to go because she is feeling better. She thought she should go to the party to widen her circle of acquaintances and find a husband. Maribel remembers before dinner how Aranel suggested that she skip the party and rest at home, as she knows her sister likes crowds. Maribel decides to lie to her sister and agrees to stay home. After she finishes reminiscing, She tells her uncle that if they don't have enough carriages, why not just go twice because she might be a little late? Uncle Lorenz agrees to do it that way. Arinelle starts to resent it, but her father asks her not to make any noise during the meal, and she'd better not think about partying, but concentrate on her manners. Finished talking to his daughter, he asks Maribel to come into his office after dinner. Sitting in his study, Lorenz tells his niece that she is known in society as his adopted daughter, and if she goes out too infrequently, unwanted rumours will start to spread, so it would be good to show up at least once. That is why he has accepted her request. Maribel asks her uncle why he is telling her this. He explains to his niece that he wanted to tell her not to say too much when going to such a big celebration. Even His Majesty the Emperor will be there. Lorenz promises Maribel that he will find her a husband himself, so she will just have to sit quietly on the terrace. Maribel doesn't understand why she has to sit quietly on the sidelines. It's not hard for her to do what her uncle wants, but when she arrives at the party, she will find the Emperor and ask him to talk to her. If necessary, Maribel will sell Duke Edenber's name. She thought she would no longer fear insults and deceit. Arriving at the palace, Maribel was frightened by the sheer number of people. As she makes her way through the crowd, the young Duchess wonders if she will be able to meet the Emperor. Everyone is discussing where the Emperor has gone, since they haven't seen His Majesty since the toast. Maribel knows that without the tiger, the fox is the master of the forest. The man she wants won't even show his nose, and it's just a party for powerful people. Looking up, Maribel decides to go to the terrace, as there are too many people on the first floor. The first part of the revenge is already difficult, as she has to figure out how to meet the Emperor. Maribel opens the terrace door, and seeing two men tries to eavesdrop on them to see who it is. One of them asks a nearby man named Theobald if he thinks he has been given an impossible mission. Duke Theobald del Peregrine, the man who stood at the forefront when the current Emperor Eseled Theophilus murdered his brothers, including the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, to usurp the throne. Maribel came to think that if anyone could speak so harshly to Theobald, who was strengthening his position as the Emperor's right-hand man, it was probably the Emperor himself. The Emperor tells Theobald that he did not order him to kill or arrest the prince, and that it is so difficult to simply find out his whereabouts. Theobald tilts his head and tells His Majesty that he has nothing to answer his question. Overhearing their dialogue, Maribel tries to understand why it is about the whereabouts of the Crown Prince, since everyone said he was dead. And if you think about it, why the Duke of Edinburgh has decided to rebel. What if the Crown Prince is actually alive and secretly gathering forces to regain his seat? What if the Duke of Edinburgh is involved? With this in mind, Maribel tries to figure out what to do, whether she should try to tell them that she knows those who have joined the rebellion. The Emperor tells Theobald that there will be no mercy a second time, and that next time he will lose his head. The Emperor is a tyrant, so Maribel realizes that if she goes there, she will die. The Emperor and Theobald notice that someone has opened the door and overheard their conversation. Maribel runs away from the terrace, but Theobald manages to see her silver hair and purple dress. After escaping, she decides to stop and rest, leaning against a wall. Maribel is spotted by her sister, daughter of the Visconta Ephra and daughter of Count Serafina. Maribel remembers the party prepared by her uncle, Duke Edinburgh, where she met her sister's friends. Ephra arrives at the party and tells Arinelle that everything is so beautiful and she is honoured to be invited to the party. Arinelle modestly replies that they praise her too much, as her sister Maribel has helped her a lot. Serafina decides that one unpalatable dish on the table was prepared by Maribel's hands. Ephra tells her friends that only one person is the problem here, and that some people here don't know their place, and hopes that she won't bother other people. The girls start laughing, and that includes Arinelle. Maribel just can't forget the humiliation she felt that day, and thinks it would be a shame to let them go this time. Ephra, the Viscount's daughter, comes up to her and says that it has been a long time since she last saw Maribel at the mansion. Ephra covers her mouth with her hand and says that this is a public place, but that she has been so disrespectful and that it is normal to be addressed by name in privacy, and decides to ask Maribel if she should call her Lady Edinburgh or something else. Serafina grinningly reminds her friend that Lady Edinburgh is actually here. With some sarcasm, Aoife apologizes to Maribel for such a reckless mistake. Aranel asks Lady Ephra to lift her head, as it was not her fault, and she is not hurt, as it is true that her sister's title is questionable, and in many ways it is very embarrassing, so it is best to call her by her first name. Maribel asks them if they've ever been close enough to call each other by their first names in this spacious party room, and unless there was a title to call her by, it was best not to address her at all, especially if there was no partnership or friendship between them. But to her younger sister Aranel, Maribel would give special permission. Aranel gets angry and explains to her sister that her friends are just trying to be friendly, and she doesn't understand why she talks to them like that. Maribel replies that she doesn't think her friends treat her with dignity, and how can she socialise with people who are ignorant enough to call a person by their first name in public? Aranel responds by rebuking her sister for making a scene in the middle of the party, which is not in keeping with the etiquette she has been taught. Maribel chuckles at the fact that this is the first time she has seen how Aranel values etiquette, although her tutor says that manners are difficult to teach her, and if she values etiquette so much, she should know not to shout in public. Maribel thinks the warning is enough, and now she really wants to rest. Duke Lorenz comes up to them and asks what they are doing here, if they are disgracing the Edinburgh family. Maribel realises that nothing has worked. There is no point in arguing now, and decides to get away, disappearing into the crowd. But she does not have time to leave as the Emperor comes to her from behind, and grabbing the girl by the shoulders tells her that if she wanted to hide, she should have done better, and thinks that she has something to tell him. Maribel accepts that she is doomed, and the Emperor is definitely thinking of killing her. The Emperor is spotted by Duke Edinburgh. Maribel thinks that her uncle Lorenz must be surprised by the sudden appearance of the Emperor, the uncle in the back and the tyrant in the front. Maribel takes a second to approach the Emperor, putting her hand on his chest and asking if he's looking for the man who interrupted his secret conversation with Lord Peregrine. And then she tells him that she's going to kiss him right now, so he better not look back if he needs any clues as to the prince's whereabouts. The Emperor asks Maribel if she really wants to die so badly, but without answering, she kisses a man in the hope that it will work. The other guests are horrified. Maribel realises that this scandal will be a sure insurance policy. If she doesn't lose her head, Aranel and her uncle won't be able to confront her. The Emperor holds the girl close to him and asks her why she did it. Maribel looks at Aranel and replies that the reason is that her cousin loves him. At that moment, she thinks that this is a fancy excuse. But how else could she stand in front of the Emperor and use him as a shield? In this case, the man asks the stranger to open her mouth, and if he's going to do it again, he'd better do it right. And they kiss again, which makes Aranel even more furious as she watches. Maribel reflects on the fact that it's a double-edged sword. Even if she doesn't think it's that bad, she's still in trouble. The Emperor snaps his fingers, summoning a servant and asking him to prepare the palace for the Calende. They say this palace, beautiful all year round, is only given by the Emperor to the one he loves most. In fact, until now, the palace has been used only by the princess, the Emperor's favourite, and for Maribel, neither Empress nor princess, to prepare a palace for a Calende is something shocking. Maribel realised that now all bypasses were definitely blocked. When Aranel sees the Emperor taking her sister away, she runs up to her and grabs her arm, asking if she's really going to leave. The Emperor orders the pink-haired stranger to get her filthy hands off Maribel if she doesn't want to lose her head. This made Aranel feel betrayed. Arriving at the Palace Calonde and sitting in silence opposite the girl, the Emperor is drinking his tea. Maribel decides to break the silence and asks the Emperor why he does not ask any questions. To which he replies that it bothers him that she can't tell him without leading questions, and assuming that the stranger must have been curious about what he does not ask her, and decides to tell everything himself. And the reason is that he can't trust her. Maribel explains to the Emperor that she was on the terrace unintentionally and overheard. It was just a coincidence. The man tells her that her saying that she overheard their conversation by accident is the most perfect excuse for a spy, and that if she wants to prove her innocence, she will have to give him the information he needs. Maribel tells the Emperor that even if she does so, he will think she is a spy, and she will lose her head as soon as she gives him all the information he needs. But in her defence, She explains that killing her right now would be a hassle because many people saw the emperor bring her to the palace. Maribel adds that he must have brought her here to assess how useful she could be, because wouldn't it be a shame to just kill her? And even if the emperor doubts it, it's a good chance to catch those who are going to rebel. The emperor replies to the girl that she may not be too nervous now, but he has not decided whether to get rid of her yet, and how much she can take useful to him is another question. He definitely thought of killing her, but decides to postpone this question for the time being. Maribel asks the emperor if he believes she is not a spy, to which the man replies that he wants her around for now. Maribel realizes that he still doesn't believe her, but at least that's enough for now. She decides to ask the emperor the next question, if he has already decided how he will use her. The man asks her to tell him what she is good at. Maribel begins to list her skills. She learned flower arranging and embroidery, also culture, knows a little about defense, can play the piano and violin, and can do chores. After listening, the emperor replies that it would be nice to add kissing to the list, as she is quite good at it. He asks Maribel if she's done it often, to which she replies it was the first time and it must be innate. The emperor gets up from the couch and reaches Maribel and takes her chin in his palm and tells her that he has decided how he will use her. The man approaches Maribel's lips, and at that moment she grabs his tie with a large red brooch. The emperor is frozen by this unexpected action and notices that Maribel is acting as if she has 10 lives. The Duchess replies that if her life depended only on her grabbing the ribbon on his shirt, the lights in the palace would never come on. Because of these words, the man calls her reckless and brave, and grasping her thin neck with his hand, adds that she is also very arrogant. Maribel explains to him that if she wasn't, she wouldn't be here. The emperor, hoping to put the impertinent lady in her place, tells her that in her position it would be better to beg for her life. Without letting go of the white tie from her hand, Maribel says that death is not the worst thing for her. She has only one task that she cannot fail. The emperor asks the girl if that's why she jumped him. The young duchess replies that he can think what he wants. But by the way, His Majesty used her once, so she can use him at least once. At this point, she removes the tie from around his neck. The emperor asks Maribel to tell him what she wants. She shows him the tie with the red brooch and tells him that he has already given it to her, a gift from his heart. At the end of the evening, the emperor sends Maribel home in a carriage. Theobald approaches His Majesty and asks him if he did not intend to kill the girl. The emperor replies that he thought she might be useful and will have to write a letter of courtship. Maribel arrives at her house. Her cousin approaches her with a lantern in her hand. She asks Aranel why she is awake. It is late, and looking at her puffy eyes, she concludes that she must have been crying. Aranel grits her teeth in anger and demands that her sister stop pretending. Maribel notices that her sister looks annoyed and that she seems threatened by her. Aranel asks her sister if she knew they had received a letter of courtship from the imperial palace. Maribel replies that she did not know about the letter and thinks it was a good move since the letter arrived before her. Aranel rebukes her sister for lying and asks her about her relationship with the emperor. This is strange to her, as it is the first time Maribel has been to a party at the imperial palace, and His Majesty is not one to socialize with anyone. Aranel asks her sister how she could do such a thing to her, knowing that she wants His Majesty. Maribel replies that the emperor wants her, and yet to comfort Aranel, so broken, she brought her a gift because she thought she would be more than pleased with it. Maribel asks her sister not to look so angry, for what else could she do if His Majesty, whom she loves so much, does not want her, and her heart aches at the thought. She asks her sister to tell her how she should have acted, not to accept His Majesty's feelings or to be angry. Placing a small box in her sister's hands, Maribel asks her if she would be satisfied if she told him to choose her dear cousin, who is madly in love with him. Aranel calls her sister crazy and demands that she let go of her hand immediately. Maribel asks her sister not to worry, as His Majesty will tell him everything she tells him. She adds that when she saw Aranel crying at the party, she thought her soul was being torn apart. Aranel demands to stop this silly show and let her go. She asks her sister what has happened to her, because she has had such a good life so far, and now she is angry with her. At that moment, the box falls to the floor, and a tie with a red brooch pokes out of it. Maribel lifts the tie off Paul and explains to her sister that she's not just angry, she's out for revenge. And how much she has lost and endured, Arenal knows better than anyone else. Maribel points to the precious tie His Majesty wore at the party, and since Arenal is in love with His Majesty, she asked for it and brought it here. As she leaves, she throws the tie and suggests that her sister take it and wipe her tears, as she has nothing more to lose. The next morning, Maribel is visited by her nanny. Hearing a familiar voice, the young Duchess runs outside and rushes into the arms of the woman who raised her. Her nanny explains that she had no free time at all and thought she would never see her young mistress again until her death. Maribel replies that there is no reason for her to die, as she can now live with her in the imperial palace. The woman wipes away her tears and says that since my lady is now empress, she must take care of her. Maribel doesn't know for sure if she's going to become empress. Her living in the imperial palace is just a neat way for Ezzelith to imprison her, but that doesn't matter now, because she's able to get back together with Nanny Papo and escape from that horrible mansion. The young Duchess asks Nanny not to cry as they must go. Peppo replies to Milady that she will not cry anymore because now she must become stronger to protect her. Maribel comes to her uncle Lorenz's study and informs him that she is leaving the house with her nanny and politely asks him to call her. Lorenz replies to his niece that her nanny is no longer a member of their family and has long since left this house on her own. Maribel asks her uncle not to be so mean, for she knows that he has sent away all the servants. Looking at the house she has lived in up to this point, Maribel promises she will never come back here again. Papo notices that Milady doesn't have as many things as she thought. They get into a white carriage and leave the estate. Maribel and her nanny arrive at the Calende Palace. Peppo marvels at how beautiful it is inside, as it is the first time she has seen it in her life. Maribel still can't believe that she will live here with Ekeland, even after the revenge, and of all the imperial palaces, this is the most beautiful. Peppo turns to her mistress and asks her about her face, if she is not feeling well. The nanny puts her hand on her forehead to make sure she has no fever, and, if she is really unwell, suggests a short walk in the garden for some fresh air. Maribel snuggled into her nanny's bosom with exhaustion. Papo is amused that their lady is all grown up, but still has that nurturing side to her. Nanny throws her shawl over Maribel as it is cold today, and asks her to return to the house soon after the walk. Meanwhile, Theobald is talking to the Emperor in the garden. He tells him he has a question to ask, even though he knows it is not important. Theobald tells the Duke to shut up, since he knows it is not important. Theobald decides to ask His Majesty why he saved the girl. Isolde is outraged that everyone here thinks he has 10 lives and asks the Emperor to spare him. But he fails to press pity, and the Emperor stabs the man's body with his sword. Theobald asks his question again. Isolde notes that Theo is very interested in other people's lives and offers to kill him instead of the girl and points his sword at him. The Duke replies to the Emperor that his life already belongs to him, and if he orders it he will not move, but he wonders if the Emperor believes what the girl told him, or if there are other reasons why her life is so special. Isolde asks Theobald a question about whether he would be upset if he told him to die and let the girl live. The Duke reminds the Emperor that he already knows that his life is not that important. As he leaves, Isolde says that people's thoughts are easier to change than words. Maribel witnessed this conversation and the murder. She was watching from behind a wall, but the Emperor saw her. The Duchess runs away with thoughts that her chest hurts a lot, but the real revenge hasn't even started yet. Maribel's plan isn't so grand. Gather them all up and drop them from the heights to the bottom. The moment her enemies look up into the bright sky, believing they will regain their former glory and success, she will cut off their heads and do to them what they did to her in the past. Afterward, Maribel will feel only mild nausea and not at all upset. Isolde asks Theo to clean up after him and then heads over to Maribel. When he pushes the girl against the wall and notices the tears on her cheeks, he tells her that it is very strange, since she was so easy with death, and now she can hardly look at a dead body. Maribel explains that she wasn't crying at all, she was just caught in the rain, and there are many clouds in the sky. Isolde takes the girl more firmly into his arms. Maribel asks him if this embrace can be seen as a use of His Majesty, to which the Emperor replies that if they count it, he will be at a loss, and adds that he will not play this time. Eseled picks up his sword from the ground and asks the girl to tell him what happened this time, since last time she didn't tell him what she needed. Maribel notices that his words sound as if His Majesty would harm her. To which the Emperor replies that tolerance is a good thing when she shows it to him. Maribel responds by telling Eseled that people remember only what favours they have done for others and what damage they have done themselves, because no one does good without a reason. The Emperor does not like the fact that the girl is penetrating him with her gaze, as if she saw the whole world collapse. Afterward, Eseled turns around demanding that Maribel put the jokes aside and tell him what she wants, if she doesn't want him to hurt her. Maribel asks him to forgive her for losing the brooch he gave her. Eseled asks the girl if she should smile differently if she is going to apologize. Maribel asks if he will forgive her if she doesn't smile, to which she gets the answer that she should just smile, since that expression is everywhere. The Duchess decides to smile as he needs her to smile. The Emperor hopes that next time she smiles the same way because it suits her very well. Back at the house, Pipo tells Milady that the butler wants to meet with her, and now that she has become a court lady, she needs to know more. The nanny also asks her to tell her if the butler is bothering her, in which case she can help her and take care of her. Maribel decides to meet the local butler. They sit at a small round table with 2 cups of tea and a finger in the middle. The girl comes to the conclusion that this guy definitely likes fingers. He brings a fake finger as a present, like a cat brings a dead mouse to its mistress. Maribel tells the butler that if he likes it, she can understand it. This upset the butler a little, as he thought she would like the finger too. A few hours earlier, after the Emperor had left Theobald, he had been approached by Kyr Rabane, a purple-haired butler with a burgundy beret on his head, and the steward Asil Irgal, a man with round glasses and blonde hair. The Duke asks the court subordinates what they are doing here. Kyr tells him that they have come to see the new candidate for Empress. He wants to go and say hello to her and suggests Theo to go with him. Theobald refuses the offer. Surprised that the Duke refused so quickly, he turns to the steward, Asil, but he is not eager to meet the girl either. Kyr calls them pests, and that real friends don't do that, and yet he's going to go there alone. Theobald, holding a fake finger in his hand, offers to lend it to the butler. Kyr calls this gift strange, and considers his friend crazy, but after a slight manipulation, he agrees to take it. Back to the present, Kyr is talking to the girl sitting across from him, about how he's unlucky Theo isn't helping him, and there's nothing to see here but Gan's ass. Maribel doesn't understand why this man has come to her, and is talking about such strange things. She asks the butler if he really came to talk to her about ass. Cyrus replies to my lady that this is not the case at all, and after giving his name, says that it is his job to help and train Maribel to adapt to life in the imperial palace, and asks her to remember that he is also here to prevent abuse of power. But the reason he has come here is not to study or to introduce himself, but to ask about what happened between her and His Majesty. And no matter how much the butler thought about it, His Majesty had no reason to keep some girl alive, and so he formulated 3 hypotheses. 1. It's time for His Majesty's imminent death. Kyr thinks that this version is the most likely, because they say that people who are about to die dramatically change their behaviour. 2. Maribel made a very favourable offer to His Majesty. They spent very little time together at the party, so we can assume that she threatened the Emperor. Placing the teacup on the table, Maribel replies to the butler that it could have happened. Kyr voices a 3rd hypothesis, that His Majesty fell in love with her at first sight, but looking at the Emperor's chosen one, he doesn't even have to think about it. Maribel replies to the butler that she is glad that he has now learned that His Majesty's taste is peculiar. The butler tells the girl that he thinks she really hates him, but that he came here anyway, because he thought it would be quicker to ask the person concerned. Maribel asks the butler if he would believe her if she said she didn't know why the Emperor kept her alive. Cyrus answers her that if she doesn't know, it's definitely hypothesis number 1 or number 3, although the former is more likely, and asks the girl if she has anything to say about number 3. Maribel replies to the butler that she has never heard His Majesty speak of love and thinks she never will. Running his finger over the cup, the butler says that the courtship was only on a formal level, and that in fact opinions are still divided as to whether she will become Empress. Maribel asks Cyrus if he is then inclined to hypothesis number 1, to which the butler replies that it can't be number 1. He also notes that my lady can lie, but he wishes she would do so intelligently. Maribel, looking down at the floor, tells Keir that to get the answer he wants to hear, it would be better for him to confess everything at once. The butler tells her that nothing is more important than getting to know each other, so he prepared and brought her this finger-shaped gift to befriend her and thought she would like it. Looking at the shrunken butler, Maribel compares him to a battered kitten and a severed finger. She tells Keir that she understands why he has no friends. Angry, the butler cries out that he has a friend, but it seems he has no real friends and suggests that Maribel become his friend if she feels sorry for him, and then she can tell him about her relationship with His Majesty. To which the Duchess replies that it will only be in the next life. A tense atmosphere hangs in the air. The Emperor enters the room and crosses his arms over his chest, asking the butler why he is here. Before that, Theobald had told Cyrus to try to keep himself alive, because it was hard to survive for long in the palace. The butler replied that he had spent his whole life close to His Majesty, so he would not beat him so easily. Seeing the Emperor in front of him, Keir realised how wrong he had been, and it was a great mistake not to heed Theo's advice. Eseled grabs the butler by the throat and holds him down, asking him again why he is here. Keir replies to His Majesty that if he wants to hear the answer, he must first let go of his throat. Looking at Maribel, the butler does not understand that she is now suddenly quiet, even though she has been talking to him recently, and with tears in her eyes mentally asks him to help her, instead of just watching. Maribel calls out to the Emperor, at which point Cyrus thought she would stand up for him, but unfortunately she said that the butler had called her ugly. Eseled clutches his throat harder, but drops him to the floor after the Duchess says that the butler didn't lie and didn't do anything to her, so she asks him to let him go. Cyrus is pleased that he has survived, and that Maribel has had a taste of power. Pointing his sword at the butler with the words that now he can answer him, the Emperor asks him if he belongs here now, or if he told him to start training Maribel today. And as far as he could remember, the order was to start training next week. Maribel ponders whether or not Eseled will really kill the butler. Cyrus looks at her as if she can help him in some way. If he suddenly thinks that the Emperor loves her, he is mistaken, as he knows nothing about their deal. Maribel's finger is clear, but what about the finger? It's not known if it's an index finger or a ring finger, but it looks like a man's. Kira's fingers are much thinner by comparison. The butler had told my lady that it had been days since Theo had been out of the business. This leads Maribel to think that Cyrus wanted to warn her in this way, and if so, it really upsets her. She decides that it would be better to ask about it in person. Accolade plunges his sword into the butler's shoulder. Maribel distracts His Majesty by saying that they have something to discuss, but she is not comfortable saying it in front of the butler. The Emperor asks Maribel to come closer to him, and with his arm around her waist, he puts the sword in her hands and asks her to grip them tighter. Plus, she will have to get used to this happening every day. Maribel decides to ask Eseled when her head will fly from her shoulders if people are dying here every day according to him, and if she understood correctly that he gave her a sword to order her to stab herself later. She asks His Majesty to choose another way if he wants to scare her, since it's not even fun and not at all impressive, and to keep Lord Keir alive. Maribel explains her request by saying that she can't stand the smell of blood and is nauseous, so she doesn't want to see a dead body. Eseled throws his sword to the floor and silently leaves the room, slamming the door behind him. A worried servant girl runs up to Mr. Cyrus and asks if he is all right. Mr. Keir replies that he is not all right, as he almost died. The maid tells the butler that she thought he was already dead and loudly asks for a doctor. Keir asks Lord Peregrine to call him instead of the physician. The maid replies to the lord that he needs medical attention because he has a serious wound. The butler reproaches the maid for talking too much and sees nothing wrong with calling Theobald. The maid agrees to call Lord Peregrine and runs away in a panic. Keir realises that he and Theo were wrong after all. Left alone, Eseled asks Maribel why she's not afraid to do whatever she wants. The Duchess tells him that she thought it was pointless to kill Lord Cyrus. Putting his hand to his face, the Emperor explains to her that people are of no value to him and that they are only a loss. He asks her not to do anything in his palace that he does not approve of. Maribel is outraged that Eseled does not kill for profit, but simply because there is no value in the lives of others, and says that killing does not give him anything. Stepping closer to the Emperor and stepping over his sword, she tells him that if he keeps her alive, he will suffer a loss even greater than Lord Cyrus's life. And so Maribel thinks that one day Eseled will wish he had killed her sooner, for she is using his majesty as an instrument of death. The Emperor thinks it's very ambitious to use him so brazenly. Kissing Eseled, Maribel reminds him that he needs her too, so he can't kill her. And pulling away from the Emperor's cheek, she tells him that she has to go, and they will see each other next time anyway, since she hasn't had time to introduce herself properly. Eseled notices that she's changed the subject, and decides to play along just this once, and tells Maribel that he hasn't even thanked her for accepting his proposal. The Duchess asks Eseled if he thinks the greeting is a little late. Once again merging with the Emperor in a kiss, Maribel thinks about siding with His Majesty for her revenge. And finding Eseled too attractive, she would be sorry to throw him away after she has all the information she needs. So she decides to take whatever he can give her if she needs it for revenge, and may even love him. Meanwhile, the maid has already called for Lord Peregrine. When Theobald arrives, he notices that Kira looks very bad. The butler tells his friend that he is in great pain. Theobald sees that only his shoulder is hurt, and asks him what has happened, but first he needs to go and heal. Theo tells Keir to get up, to which he replies that he can't do it and asks to be carried. This puzzles Theobald a bit, and yet he lifts the butler up and puts him on his shoulder. Keir asks his friend if he is really going to carry him like that, because it makes him uncomfortable. Theo replies that he's embarrassed too, so he'd better keep quiet, or he'll throw him into the water. The servants standing behind are very surprised, and start discussing it among themselves. After Cyrus's shoulder is bandaged, he talks to Theo. Sitting on the stairs, he tells his friend that he seems to understand why His Majesty has brought this girl to the palace. Theobald asks the butler if that's why he called him in the first place. Keir confirms this, and adds that he has heard that Theo has again failed to find the Crown Prince, but perhaps this girl knows where to find him. At least he thinks so. It had only been 2 months since the Theophilus Empire had been quiet. Before that, the air in the capital was soaked with blood. Iseld Theophilus had become emperor by slitting the throats of his 5 brothers, so he was known as a tyrant, the object of people's fear. In fact, however, his older brother Baldwin Theophilus, who was to become emperor, survived and went missing. Keir is sure that he is somewhere building up a military force and preparing for a rebellion, and tells Theo that the girl is still alive after overhearing their conversation with His Majesty, which is probably the only possible reason. Theobald puts forward the theory that perhaps Maribel could be Baldwin's spy. Keir tells his friend that they will never know, but he is sure she has an ace up her sleeve. Theobald realizes that this girl is more dangerous than they thought. Cyrus agrees, and for this reason asks his friend to go to her next time. Theobald asks the butler why he should do so, to which Cyrus replies that he is his friend, and that is the reason. But in any case, Maribel is much stronger than he thought at first, and too bold, as if there is no tomorrow for her. Tilting his head back, Keir continues to talk about how he doesn't want to bond with this girl anymore, and the thought occurs to him to ask to change her school schedule. He thought so, but the next day the Emperor appoints Cyrus Prime Minister, but then the Empress needs someone to run the palace, and naturally the Empress should be in charge, so Eseled orders Cyrus to start training Maribel today. After hearing the order, the former butler thinks that he should have died that time. Cyrus begins the training of the future Imiraratnira. He lists all the duties and tells her that some of them can be delegated to a valet or entrusted to him. Maribel finds this easier than she thought and asks Cyrus if these are all of them. He tells her it's all internal affairs and asks if she thinks it's too much. Maribel gets up from her chair and says that she thought it would be more, and notes that even though Cyrus has been promoted, he is still in a bad mood. The minister tells her that this is a good point and asks if she is happy that he is in a bad mood because of her. Putting the books back in their place, Keir suggests Lady Edenborough take a walk, and he will show her how the palace works. Maribel asks to be called by her first name, as Lady Edenborough calls her cousin. Keir is a little surprised by this request and tells Miss Maribel that she is really hard to understand and this is one of the reasons for his bad mood. The girl asks Keir if he really cares that much. He confirms it and says that if he just looks at her, his shoulder starts to hurt. If so, Maribel replies that they should see each other more often. Cyrus asks Milady if she often hears that she has a bad temper. Walking across the bridge that separates the palaces, Keir tells us that the imperial palace is divided into a main and a small palace. The small one is for living, the main one for working, but the emperor and empress live in the main palace. And then he asks Maribel if she knows that Calonde is the small palace. Maribel remarks that Cyrus is worried about her living in the main palace, to which the former butler replies that he's not worried, he just doesn't like it. There's no reason why he'd be happy about her becoming empress. Maribel reminds Cyrus that if it were not for her, he would have lost his head long ago, and reproaches the minister for not being grateful. Opening the door, Cyrus replies to the girl that if it were not for her, such a dangerous situation would not even have arisen. And at that moment he thinks that he should check how perceptive she is. Maribel says that she never thought the butler didn't even know how to say thank you. Keir suggests to end the pointless dialogue and continue the training. Opening the door to a room filled with weapons, he tells us that this is where the military training takes place, more specifically, the training of knights. The management of military affairs takes place here, with a training area inside. Maribel notices that everything is perfectly organised and asks the Lord if the knights' weapons really look very expensive, because this is an imperial palace. Keir turns around and warns the girl that she is not allowed to come here whenever she wants. At this moment, Maribel looks at one of the swords and notices that the condition of this sword is very good for a weapon used in training. She takes it out and, pointing it at Lord Cyrus, demands to tell the whole truth. The minister does not understand what she is up to again and asks her to put the sword down, as it is not a training sword, but a real one. Maribel notices that there is not a trace of dust on the equipment and that it looks too expensive to be used for training. She decides to ask again if this is really the knight's training ground. Keir answers her that it is a training ground and decides that she can't hurt him anyway, so she asks him to take it easy and put the sword down. Maribel leans the sword against her palm and leaves a deep bleeding scar, saying that the imperial knights are really good at using such high-end equipment. Cyrus is horrified and takes the sword away, saying that she has gone mad. The girl drops the rest of her gear, making noise with the thoughts that the minister is right, in that she can't hurt him, and tell him that if you make so much noise, anyone can come here. At that moment, the emperor enters the room, asking why it is so noisy. Keir realizes he made a huge mistake bringing this girl here. Maribel unobtrusively shows her bloody palm, while the sword itself is in Keir's hand. Eseled tells Lord Rebane that if he doesn't properly explain what happened here, his head will fly off his shoulders. 10 minutes before, in the Emperor's office in the main palace of Ixentium, Theobald brings information related to the Edinburghs and tells Eselad that after the change of the head of the family, most of the information was lost. The Emperor comes to believe that it was all done on purpose and recalls Maribel's words that she is using him as a tool for revenge. Eseled asks Theobald to find out everything about Duke Edinburgh and not to leave out any details. He also asks Lord Peregrine if they still have any vacancies. Theobald replies that most positions are filled, except for stewards, and reminds the Emperor that Cyrus has all the duties of a steward. Theobald reflects on the fact that he recognises that Cyrus is the best at what he does, and His Majesty knows that if it weren't for him, things would not have gone so smoothly at the palace, and yet he somehow wounded Cyrus, even though he kept him alive. Theobald then suggests that perhaps His Majesty is testing them. Eseled asks Lord Peregrine for a message, but he is interrupted by a noise coming from somewhere in the palace. He is outraged that someone has allowed himself to make noise in the imperial palace in front of his office, and what fool thinks he has 2 lives? Upon reaching the room where the military training takes place, the Emperor asks Theobald to open the door. After Eseled questions what is going on here, Cyrus throws down his sword and begins to make excuses, telling His Majesty that it is not what he thought it was. Maribel approaches Eseled, and when asked about her hand, Lord Keir says Lord Keir was showing her the place, and she hurt herself by mistake. It wasn't his fault. She asks what she should do, since she has made such a mess. The Emperor turns to Kira and looks at him with a look of rage, and then grabs him by the tie. The Prime Minister thought he was going to die like that, but Maribel saves him again by distracting him by grabbing his tie. The Emperor suggests she go with him to the doctor or call him here. Maribel answers him that she would rather go alone, and since she is fine, she asks His Majesty not to make such a menacing face. At that moment, she glances at the frightened Lord Keir and realizes that now she will not have to fight him anymore. The Emperor then asks Theobald to escort Maribel to the doctor. Theo asks if he is the one to whom His Majesty is referring. Theobald confirms, as he has already been refused, so he is the only one left. Maribel is pleased that everything has turned out this way, so she has something to ask. Theobald and Maribel head to the doctor's house along a road surrounded by many trees. The lady asks Lord Peregrine if all the court physicians are really deep in the forest. Theobald answers her that the court physicians are always busy, so they go to a man who will see her instead of the physician. Maribel asks Theobald if he has any questions for her, and if he does, he can ask her anything he wants. Lord Peregrine asks what Cyrus has done. Maribel replies that the Prime Minister was just being stubborn. Theobald apologizes for his friend's rudeness and explains that he seems like an open person, but is completely blind to what is going on around him. Maribel notices that Lord Peregrine is very close to Lord Keir, but for some reason she speaks so coldly of him. Theo replies that it can't be helped if that is the truth. Maribel reminds the Duke that Lord Keir hurt his shoulder and explains that it was her fault, so she wonders why he won't say anything about it. Theobald explains that he doesn't blame her at all and is sure she had a reason to do it, and that Cyrus is still alive. Maribel asks the Duke if he would have blamed her if Cyrus had died. Theobald tells her that he does not blame her because what happened was the result of his actions. Maribel senses a strange atmosphere, as it doesn't seem as if Lord Peregrine really doesn't blame her, rather tries not to. She says that she is sorry that Lord Keir had to go through this, and yet believes that it is not her fault that the object he brought her shocked her. After Theobald asks if Keir gave her the finger, Maribel is convinced that it was he who gave it to her, and asks what such things are used for. Lord Peregrine explains that the finger is usually used for threats. Maribel asks the Duke why he should have threatened her. At that moment, a large branch falls from the tree. Frightened, the girl falls right into Theobald's arms. Maribel thanks Lord Peregrine for catching her. Theo calls the girl too dangerous. Maribel asks him why he thinks so, whether it is because she knows the secret that he and His Majesty wanted to keep secret, or because of the scandalous rumours about her and His Majesty, because she's about to become Empress. Theobald notes that Maribel is very clever and attractive, and because she knows his weaknesses, and because of her wit, His Majesty has decided to keep her around. So from now on, the Lord will keep an eye on her. Maribel tells the departing Lord Peregrine that His Majesty can rest easy now that he has such a fine knight, and thinks that such pure loyalty is astonishing, but he may be a hindrance to her plan. Meanwhile, Cyrus sits in the Emperor's study. Eseled tells the butler that he had to restrain himself from killing him and thanks him for his work. Keir reflects on the fact that it is not in the Emperor's character to control his emotions, and not so long ago he was ready to kill him on the spot. So why did he change his mind? He assumed that it was because without him things would not go well, so he could be proud of himself. Eseled asks Cyrus to explain in detail what happened between him and Maribel. The butler explains that he thought he was going to talk about the palace, but the girl was interested in weapons, so he wanted to make a joke and said it was a training room. But she didn't believe him, and it hurt his pride. The Emperor is interested in the fact that Maribel immediately realised that Cyrus was deceiving her and made a fuss. The butler, gritting his teeth in anger, tells His Majesty that this woman is incredibly dangerous. Eseled puts his teacup on the table and demands to speak properly. Cyrus goes on to say that, apart from the steward Asil, he has never seen anyone so good at psychological attack, and it is extremely dangerous for them. The butler suggests that His Majesty should then end their relationship. The Emperor agrees with him and ponders that Cyrus is right. If you think about it, Maribel is constantly throwing him off balance. The butler advises the Emperor to stay out of danger. Eseled agrees with him again, but for some reason he does not want to do so, even knowing the danger he cannot let her go. Cyrus suggests that His Majesty write a formal letter to end the relationship as soon as possible. But Eseled does not let the butler finish and says that in that case he must make Maribel his as soon as possible. Cyrus is very shocked by this decision. Meanwhile, Lord Peregrine and Maribel reach the steward's office. Assel sees Theo and reminds him that he has told him more than once to stop coming here wounded. Theobald replies that this time it was the Emperor's girlfriend, not him, who was injured. Looking around the room, Maribel wonders if wounds are really treated in the library's annex building. She glances at the man with the round glasses and wonders who he is. The man stands up from behind and introduces himself as Assel Irgile. Maribel responds by saying his name, and assessing Assel assumes he's very powerful. The manager asks the girl to sit down so he can examine her wound. Maribel shows Assel her palm. After carefully examining the wound, the man tells her that fortunately it is not deep and asks the girl if it hurts. Maribel replies that it seems fine. In that case, Assel suggests getting rid of the extra people in the room first. The manager asks Theo to bring him a tart, assuming that the cooks must have already prepared it. Theobald agrees and leaves the library, saying that it is a long walk to the kitchen. Assel then tells Maribel that they have plenty of time as the tart is still in the oven, and suggests that they start by dealing with her wound. The lady reproaches Assel for addressing her by her name, as she did not authorize him to do so. The steward asks her if it is necessary to be so proud, for there is no danger in calling her by her name when they are alone. Maribel notices that the man is not very polite. Assel explains that he is a bastard child and asks her to forgive him generously for that, and rinsing the rag asks the girl how she managed to hurt herself with the sword. Maribel tells Assel that he must not have good eyesight since she cut herself with the paper. The manager thinks it's time for him to buy new glasses. Reminding Maribel that she has lost a lot of blood, he asks her if she is really in no pain at all. The Duchess replies that at first it did hurt, but then it went away. She does not understand why the steward behaves so unceremoniously and why time passes so slowly. Assel puts the wet rag on the girl's arm. It makes her feel very painful. The manager concludes that Maribel is troubled by something because she is hurt very badly, but has not noticed any pain until now. He adds that pain is proof that a person is alive. Maribel asks Assel not to speak as if she were dead. The man asks her if a man hanging over a cliff will feel pain, and then asks her not to tense up because they are the only ones in the room. Maribel does not like the fact that Assel keeps finding her weaknesses, and then caresses and comforts her. The manager advises the girl to do some introspection from time to time, as he finds it useful, and then informs her that the treatment is over, and in 2 days, everything will be healed. Maribel cannot believe that there is such a person in the palace. She asks Assel how it's possible for everything to heal completely in 2 days. The manager replies that this is a professional secret and offers to wait a while to eat a piece of tart tatin. Maribel refuses the offer and says goodbye to the manager. Cyrus, meanwhile, is still in the Emperor's study. He asks His Majesty what he is going to do with Maribel. Looking out the window, Eseled reflects on the fact that he said he wanted to make this girl his, but doesn't know how best to do it. The Prime Minister reminds the Emperor that she is already in his hands. The Prime Minister reminds the Emperor that he already has her in his hands, and that it's not enough to keep her close without restricting her freedom. Cyrus asks His Majesty what he is going to do in that case. Eseled replies that he will go and find out at the palace of the Calende. The minister is surprised that the Emperor won't even tell him to call her himself. The Emperor leaves the room, ignoring Cyrus. Maribel has a dream where she is lying on the floor, poisoned with poison, and her sister calls her stupid and says that she survived because she constantly deceived her. Hate is always with Maribel because she dies again and again in the dream. But if you close your eyes once again, it is morning. The Emperor enters Maribel's room and touches her cheek, waking her from sleep. When she opens her eyes and sees His Majesty in front of her, she asks him what time it is. Eseled replies that it is just getting light and she can go back to sleep. Maribel asks His Majesty how she can sleep when he is here, in which case she is going to tell the servants to turn on the light. Looking at her palm with the bloody bandage, she realizes that her wound has opened. Aiceled puts his palm on Maribel's cheek and tells her not to turn on the light, and reminds her that she told him she needs him. The Duchess asks the Emperor if he really woke her at dawn, because he wanted to know what she meant. Aiceled replies that he thought his mind would clear when he saw her face. Maribel says she doesn't quite understand what the Emperor is telling her, but she really needs him and would do anything for him to let her do her own thing. Aiceled asks about what if he lies to her and uses her. Maribel asks if he really needs her enough that he's willing to resort to subterfuge. The Emperor replies that he can just get rid of her after he uses her. Maribel sits on the Emperor's lap and asks him if he really thinks she is useless enough to use and discard, and mentions that a man told her that she knows His Majesty's weak spot, holds a high position in society, is intelligent and beautiful. So what kind of a fool would have to be to get rid of her? Aiceled pulls Maribel closer to him and, grinning at her, calling him a fool, thinks that this girl knows her own worth and has achieved her current position, so he just can't help but give in and believe. The Emperor lays Maribel on her back and bends over her and says that he will let her do as he wishes, and in return, everything she does and says will belong to him. And even if Maribel decides to betray him, that betrayal will be his too, and she must be in his hands. Maribel asks Aiceled if he wants to tell her that he is taking everything she has. The Emperor confirms this and asks her if she likes it. The Duchess replies to His Majesty that he does not mean that much to her. In the morning, Maribel comes out of her room, dressed in a bright pink suit, and her nanny comes in to see her. Pippo asks the mistress how she is feeling. The girl tells her that she is not very well, and thinks about the fact that she hasn't been able to sleep at all because of Aiceled. The nurse notices Maribel's depressed state and tells her that she knew it because she heard that His Majesty was in her room all night until dawn. Maribel pretends not to understand what is being said. Maribel smiles and asks her why she should swear on her nanny's life. Maribel smiles and asks her why she should swear on her life. Pappo observes that my lady is not at all good at lying, and believes that it is natural between a man and a woman, so she has no reason to hide it. Maribel blushes at such words and asks the nanny to stop, as she is not hiding anything, but she has misunderstood everything. Peppo styles Mistress's hair and says she has grown so much and is still like a child. She offers to fix her tea, which helps her sleep well. Maribel thanks the nanny for her concern. At this moment, the Prime Minister enters the room saying that he has never met students who keep their teacher waiting. The lady welcomes Cyrus and explains that she was not informed of his visit, in which case she does not understand what the maids are doing in the palace. She also notes that Lord Cyrus has come too early. The minister replies to the lady that she is late, as she has not left yet, and asks what she has been doing all this time. Maribel is a little surprised that Lord Keir calls her lady. Keir asks what this reaction is about, if she doesn't like it too. Looking at the frightened Keir, the lady notices that he has tempered his fervour after her palm was hurt, since he no longer addresses her by her name. Keir apologises for yesterday and explains that it was just a welcoming joke. Maribel graciously accepts his apology. Once outside, Keir says that today he will tell her about the remaining parts of the Exentium, and then they will study the history of the Empire in the library. He asks Maribel how much she knows about the history of the Empire and hopes that she knows nothing at all. Maribel is already tired of listening to Lord Cyrus, as suddenly their study is interrupted by Duke Lorenz and asks his niece how she is doing. The girl asks her uncle why he called her and asks him to go where he was going. Lorenz doesn't like the way his niece talks to him, but is glad they met anyway, as he wanted to ask her something. Maribel senses that today will be something interesting, as the atmosphere in the air is hot. She asks her uncle not to worry about her, and asks him if he wants to know if there's a way to bring Arinel to the palace. And if there is, he asks her to face the truth, and tells the Duke that she's a little busy right now, so she'll leave him to it. Duke Lorenz asks her niece how she met His Majesty. Maribel thinks about how to answer her uncle about how she met Aiceled, whether to tell him the truth that it is because he betrayed her and is planning a rebellion against the Emperor, thus taking revenge. She realizes she can't say that, and yet she wonders when her uncle is planning the rebellion, since if she knew the exact time it would help His Majesty. Maribel replies to her uncle that she first met the Emperor at that reception. Lorenz asks his niece not to lie, because it was his first reception, which means that the time they had was not enough for you to get close. The girl does not understand why she should ask if she is not going to believe, and asks Lord Cyrus how many people His Majesty kills a day. He answers that the Emperor kills always differently, sometimes 10 and sometimes 1. Maribel sarcastically says that in that case it won't be a problem if she personally kills one person. She walks over to the knight and draws her sword from its sheath and points it at her uncle. Lorenz is horrified. The knight behind him wants to stop the lady, but Keir asks them to leave. Maribel asks her uncle why he came here. The Duke replies that he only came to say hello. The girl does not believe it, as she is a candidate for Empress, and asks him if he really thought she would be happy to see him. Lorenz confirms this because he is her uncle after all. Maribel tells him that this is the reason why he is still alive, and asks him again what he wants from her. Duke Lorenz asks to speak to His Majesty for the sake of the family. As Maribel expected, her uncle sees her only as a tool to achieve his goals, and thinks about why the sword is so heavy, and that it is necessary to be a little more patient. At that moment, the Emperor comes to them. Approaching Maribel, he puts his arm around her shoulders and tells her that it would be good if she herself would bloom the palace with blood. Helping to hold the girl's sword, he swings it at the Duke. He falls to the ground, startled. Eseled explains to her that he wanted to cut off one of the Duke's hands because he can live with one. Maribel explains to His Majesty that Lorenz is her adoptive father, the brother of her biological father. The girl reminds Eseled that last time he plunged a sword into Lord Cyrus's body, so she wonders why the hand is suddenly in his hand this time. The Emperor replies that he has hired Duke Lorenz to manage the servants, so if he is killed, it will be difficult to find a replacement. Maribel is not happy with this and tells His Majesty that she would prefer to do it herself. Eseled asks her if that means she wants to kill the man. Maribel replies that it would be better if he decided to do it himself. Suddenly, at this moment, Cyrus begins to laugh. The Emperor asks the Prime Minister what he saw as funny and asks him to come to his senses. Keir apologizes and calls the lady incredible. Eseled replies that it is time to get used to it, as she will soon become Empress, so they will see each other often. Not believing this, Maribel questions His Majesty about what he has just said. The Emperor asks the girl why she is so surprised, because if she is a candidate for Empress, she will eventually become one, and asks if she wants him to bring another woman. The lady denies it. Maribel reflects on the fact that she is only a candidate and is sure that there must be ladies willing to take the place of the Empress. Picturing Eseled with another woman makes her stomach uncomfortable for some reason, but somehow he sets her apart from the others. Upon reflection, Maribel replies to the Emperor that there is no need for another woman. Keir decides to make a joke and asks His Majesty if he is thinking of bringing a man instead of a woman. The Emperor asks Cyrus to shut up, and with a glance at Duke Lorenz, says that this man may soon become part of the imperial family. Lorenz asks the Emperor if he really intends to make his niece Empress. At that moment, Eseled swings his sword, leaving a deep wound on the Duke's leg, saying that he did not allow him to speak, and asking Lord Cyrus to take him away. The Emperor then asks Maribel why she is so hostile to her uncle. She doesn't answer anything, so he decides not to ask any more, and tells her that Duke Lorenz will be hiring servants. They will encounter each other many times, so don't draw your sword every time. Eseled asks Maribel to learn swordsmanship or defense because she can't fight if she can't hold a sword. The Duchess asks the Emperor if he really wants her to stab her uncle with a sword. Eseled stops and tells her that there are no such things in his palace that she cannot do, and therefore she can do whatever she wants. Maribel asks His Majesty if he wants to say that he is giving her the throne of Empress. Eseled replies that if she does not want it, then he can call another woman to take it. Maribel realizes that she was wrong to ask for it, and would have been halfway there if she had behaved more calmly. He says she meant it. The Emperor explains that he only wanted to give her what she wants, namely the place of Empress, and apologizes if she doesn't like it. Maribel advises His Majesty not to give her too much. Eseled is frustrated that he can't give her what she wants. Maribel tells him that she can't live long with someone. The Emperor asks the girl what she really wants. She approaches him with thoughts that she actually hopes their relationship is special, and that she's not the only one who thinks so, whether it's friendship or loyalty. Maribel's approaching the Emperor made him embarrassed and blush. She asks His Majesty if she is really special to him. Eseled asks her why she can't realize her own worth. He can't understand it. And coming close to her lips, Maribel tells her that someone might have thought she was the one who caught him at the party. But unfortunately, he is not so easy to catch. So the opposite is true. Sitting in the library, Maribel is deep in her own thoughts about the Emperor's last words and still can't believe that His Majesty said so, as he was a tyrant. And if she doesn't accept his help now, she will need a good reason to punish her uncle so that no one can challenge her. Lord Keir is sitting next to her. He asks the girl if she is listening to him. Distracted from her thoughts, Maribel asks what he said. Keir answers that he told her about the first Emperor Theophilus, and taking a candy in a box lying on the table notes that today the lady cannot concentrate on the lesson, so will leave after eating everything. Maribel reminds the Prime Minister that it's her candy. Keir asks her to give in to the teacher, and in return he tells her something interesting, and asks her if she remembers the ring with the big blue stone that His Majesty wears every day. After Maribel replies that she remembers it, Cyrus goes on to say that it is the ring of the first deceased emperor. Legend has it that the gemstone in it has magic. The best part is that the gem was mined in the Edinburgh mine, a place her family owned. Maribel thanks Keir for the useful information and lets him eat the candy. Meanwhile, the manager's subordinate Leah comes to him with a basket of grass and loudly announces her arrival. Assel asks her to be quiet. Leah tells him that she brought the herb Sanacho asked for, but it was very hard to find. After thanking him, she tells the Lord that she has seen His Majesty's woman and notes that she is very beautiful indeed, and that she looks like His Majesty because she frowns the same way. At that moment, Maribel comes into the manager's office, saying that she has cut her hand again, and seeing Leah asks her who she is. Without introducing herself, the girl tells her how beautiful she is, and that she will leave now to get out of the way. Maribel notices that she's very energetic. Assel begins to treat the lady's arm. Behind him, Maribel notices the Sanacho herb. The steward is surprised that the girl knows about this herb. Maribel wonders what the poisonous herb is doing here and asks Assel who he is going to feed it to. The man tells her that His Majesty has enemies everywhere in the palace and that the Emperor nevertheless trusts her. Maribel thinks that in the palace they deal with people so that not a single soul will know about it. Besides, Assel is the manager, so he has a lot of influence. But if you think about it, the new steward is her uncle Lorenz. Until now, Assel was His Majesty's closest supporter. So why would her uncle suddenly be appointed to that position? Could it be to win her favour? So the Emperor is backing her uncle. Assel notices that the lady seems to be in a bad mood, and kissing her hand, suggests that it is because of the pain. Maribel blushes at the gesture and replies that it is not at all. When she goes outside, Maribel decides to take a short walk as the sun is about to disappear. Turning her head, she sees her cousin in front of her. Arinel greets her sister and asks if she is surprised to see her. Maribel answers her not really, since her uncle was here too. Arinel tells her sister that if it were not for His Majesty, she would probably have no one to rely on, noting that she seems to like the palace, as her face has freshened up in the meantime. Maribel doesn't like the fact that 2 uninvited guests have come here all day and it's so tiring. And she's already having a hard time because His Majesty came to see her last night and she didn't sleep all night, so she asks her sister to leave. Arinel resents her sister calling them uninvited guests. Maribel rebukes her for coming here and calls her sister, even though she recently called her crazy. Arinel tells her sister that in any case this is a political marriage and advises her to be careful not to become a laughingstock like the Empress. Maribel sarcastically thanks her cousin for worrying about her and will try not to embarrass herself. Arinel crosses her arms across her chest and reminds her that she was originally supposed to be by His Majesty's side. Maribel replies that there is nothing to be done because Duke Lorenz and His Majesty wanted it that way, and asks Arinel to relax, because when her sister is tense, she too becomes anxious. Maribel's head starts to hurt badly. She sees an episode where she walks down the aisle in a white dress, holding a bouquet of flowers. Trying not to lose consciousness, she explains to Arinel that this marriage is only for the sake of the family, because they are aristocrats, and for aristocrats, political marriage is a common thing. Arenal asks her sister if it is true that she feels nothing for His Majesty, even if it is a political marriage, and reminds her that she is in love with the Emperor. Maribel replies that she knows that she loves His Majesty, and she likes good-hearted men, and tyrants frighten her. Maribel falls to the ground, clutching her head, trying to understand what these sudden memories are. Arenal asks her sister if she can hear her, but Maribel responds by chasing her away. Arenal explains that she just wants to help her because she looks very unwell, not because she likes her sister. Maribel chases her cousin away again. Arenal warns her that if she continues like this, she will be very sorry one day. Maribel replies in a harsh tone that she does not care about her sister's worries, as they are not close enough to worry about each other, and at this moment she thinks that she should not lose heart in front of her. Arenal asks her cousin that it is not natural to take care of someone who is sick in front of her eyes. Maribel, approaching her sister, replies that she does not need an ounce of kindness from someone who intends to fool her. Standing very close to the edge of the bridge, Arenal tries to get as far away from her cousin as possible and flies straight into the water, but Maribel manages to catch her. She then reminds Arenal that she once told her to know her place and pushes her to the ground, saying that she wishes she had already realized her position. She leaves her sister and leaves her alone. Maribel can't understand why this memory pops up in her mind and comes to the conclusion that she's not really strong, because even knowing about her sister's weaknesses, she can't use them. Even just seeing Arenal exhausts her. However, this memory does not let her rest. Maribel assumes that because she has gone back in time, she has a gap in her memory. She is found by Eseled. After he approaches her, Maribel leans her head against his chest in exhaustion. The Emperor asks the girl what happened to her. At night, Eseled comes to Maribel's room again. Lying on the same bed with His Majesty, she tells him that she seems to trust him more than she thought. Placing his palm on her cheek, Eseled tells her that earning her trust is more pleasant than he thought. With a sad look, Maribel tells the Emperor that perhaps it is not he who needs to worry about betrayal, but she. The Duchess tells His Majesty that in the distant past, a man she loved very much betrayed her. She loved him very much, so she did everything he asked and was willing to do anything to protect that smile. But in the end, she was cruelly betrayed. Since long ago, Maribel believed that they would always be together. Eseled presses the girl closer to him and asks her if she hates the man. She answers His Majesty that she does hate the traitor, but she has forgotten that they were close. The Emperor decides to ask Maribel if she still loves this man, to which she replies that she does not know. Eseled tells her that he doesn't know if this man is worthy of all the feelings she has, and kissing Maribel on the forehead, he adds that he is sure of something. A smart man would not betray her. In the morning, the Emperor gathers a council of Theobald, Cyrus, and Asel into his study. He asks them if any of them have ever been unrequitedly in love. Lord Cyrus tells His Majesty that he wondered why he had summoned them, but that he could not have guessed. Theobald asks his friend to be quiet. Eseled explains to them that his acquaintance was betrayed by the man he was unrequitedly in love with, and would like their opinion. Cyrus asks His Majesty if this is about Lady Maribel. The Emperor replies that it is about another person, but this did not prevent the chaos that began in the cabinet. Asel asks if the lady had an unrequited love, and Cyrus says that Maribel doesn't look like someone who was unrequitedly in love. Eseled confirms that Maribel was betrayed by the man she was unrequitedly in love with. Cyrus asks His Majesty what he is going to do about it. The delusion that Maribel was in love with a man grows stronger. The Emperor says he must kill whoever betrayed Maribel. Theobald asks His Majesty if that is really the only reason he called them. Accoled confirms this and says he just wondered if they knew something. Asel tells the Emperor that even if the lady was unrequitedly in love, she has no reason to tell them. Cyrus asks His Majesty if he is really going to make Lady Maribel Empress. Eseled reminds them that he never took it back. Keir tells him that he's just worried since it's only been half a month since she's been living in the palace. Theobald enters the dialogue and says he thinks it's a little dangerous too. Asil, for her part, smiles sweetly and says she doesn't mind. Theobald asks Lord Argyle if he's serious and why he thinks Maribel is not dangerous. Asil explains that the girl is in a desperate situation and desperate people don't notice anyone around them, so she doesn't have time to think about betrayal. Acelid is glad he's not the only one who thinks so. In the evening, Acel, Lord Keir and Marybelle are sitting in the greenhouse drinking tea. Keir asks the lady why she is so anxious since they are in such a beautiful garden. Marybelle asks what Lord Acel is doing here. The steward explains that from now on he will be teaching her classes instead of Keir. Marybelle asks what Lord Keir is doing here. Acel tells her that perhaps he is just having trouble adjusting to the change in classes, so he has come to help and politely asks her to be understanding, because Keir likes her much more than he might think. Angry, Keir asks the manager what the hell he's talking about. Marybelle says she didn't know Lord Acel likes to joke and ponders the fact that she has so many thoughts in her head that she is confused. Arenal, memory loss empress, that if she marries Eseled and dies by her sister's hand, it is her destiny. Clenching her hands into fists, Marybelle wonders if she can avoid this fate if she refuses the seat of empress. Acel reminds Keir that he has taken over as prime minister, and things have doubled, so he asks him if he needs to go to work. Keir asks his friend not to start talking about it, as he was only able to get away from work by using Lady Marybelle as an excuse. And if he continues at this pace, he will work himself to death. Putting the cup of tea on the table, Acel tells Keir that the main thing is that His Majesty should not find out about it. Otherwise, if he catches him, he will wring his neck. The minister irritably asks the steward not to say such things even in jest, as he almost died recently. Acel advises Cyrus to do his job properly, and reminding him that Lady Marybelle is about to become empress, he asks him what he will do if something goes wrong at the reception. Keir tells the steward that he is right, and that since he is here, he should ask her about the reception. The Prime Minister calls Marybelle and tells her that they are preparing a festive reception to announce that she will become empress, and so he has decided to organise everything according to her preferences. Marybelle replies to Cyrus that she has no intention of becoming empress. The Prime Minister and the Governor are shocked by this unexpected statement. The lady asks Lord Keir to calm down and explains to him that she misspoke. Keir asks the lady what she meant by saying that she is not going to become empress. Marybelle realises that she misspoke very badly because she has a headache. At that moment, Eseled comes into the garden and, having overheard part of the conversation, asks his subordinates that he didn't hear what they were saying about the empress. Theobald, standing behind His Majesty's back, tries to understand what nonsense Acel and Keir are discussing here. Since the emperor did not hear the entire dialogue, he is outraged that his subordinates are allegedly daring to challenge the identity of the emperor's wife and reminds them that his decision is final. Marybelle realises that His Majesty seems to think that she is being forced to give up her position as empress and hopes that he will not swing his sword again. Cyrus looks at Marybelle, mentally asking her what they should do since they are all going to die. As if reading his thoughts, Marybelle looks at him and tells him that she didn't know this would happen. Keir hopes the lady will take some action. Eseled draws his sword from Theobald's sheath and tells his subordinates that they cannot behave like this with the future empress and that they are overstepping their bounds. Acel tries to correct the situation and tells His Majesty that he has misunderstood. The emperor grits his teeth in anger and blames himself for coddling them too much. Keir mentally replies to the emperor that if he continues to coddle them like this, he will soon be putting them to sleep in their graves. And wiping away his tears, he remembers that he hasn't even prepared a list of his accomplishments to write about them on his tombstone. Marybelle gets up from the table thinking that they can't all die now. Dropping her teacup on the ground, the girl tells the emperor that it doesn't make any difference because soon this event will turn into a tea party with the dead, and reminds His Majesty that she told him she doesn't want to see people die anymore. Eseled notes that it is in her nature to threaten him and asks the girl to explain what they have just been talking about. Marybelle replies to His Majesty that she has heard that there will be a feast soon and would like to know if it can be cancelled. Cyrus is outraged at what nonsense the lady is making up. Eseled asks her why she wants to cancel the reception. Marybelle explains to His Majesty that it would be burdensome for her, as it is her first reception since they met. The Emperor says that the preparations have already begun and it will be difficult to cancel everything, but if she wants to, he is willing to do it. Marybelle thanks Eseled for his understanding and thinks that he seems to have calmed down, but she needs to bring up the question of the Empress's position. Aiceled kisses the girl's hand, and noting that her hands are cold, tells her that she will catch cold at this rate. Maribel decides to say so later, and notes that it is the first time she has seen the four of them together. Afterwards, Asil returns to his office. He meets Leia inside, who tells him that the 2 poisons are ready. The girl notices that the gentleman is very red, and assumes that it is because he has been testing the poison on himself again. Asil tells her that this is not the case, and lets Leia go. The manager is left alone. He is immersed in reflection on the fact that he told Maribel not to despair. So since when has he himself become so, and finds it very indecent? Aiceled and Maribel continue to sit in the garden. The Emperor tells the lady that because of him, their tea party has been disrupted. Maribel replies that she is glad it is quieter, and remembering that Lord Asil has left them urgently because of some important business, she asks His Majesty if he is well. The Emperor suggests not to talk about Asil, and would rather hear about Maribel, as he realizes he knows almost nothing about her. The girl asks him if it is because she has not told him anything about the betrayal, and asks His Majesty not to worry about the reception, as such events are frequent and she should get used to it. At that moment, a frightened servant girl runs up to him and stammeringly tells His Majesty that everything has been turned upside down in the courtyard of the Exentium, and that they are looking for him. Aiceled gets up from the table and apologizes to the lady for having to leave. Maribel concludes that whoever has come to the palace is clearly not afraid of death. When he enters his office, Aiceled sees papers scattered on the floor and broken lamps. He notices his aunt and asks her what brings her here. Inaisa Rodain replies that it is very difficult to see her nephew. The Emperor suggests that his aunt missed the guillotine so much that she came to the Exentium and made a mess of things. Covering her face with a fan, Inaisa asks her nephew why so much cruelty. Just those idiot subordinates did not tell where he is. The second person in the Empire, the one feared by everyone, and the only one besides the Emperor, the representative of the ruling family, Aiceled's mother, Regina Theophilus. Inaisa is outraged that the servants didn't tell her anything. Aiceled reminds her that they are not on good terms enough to visit each other, and asks her why she came here. He also threatened her aunt that she would be very lucky to leave here on her own 2 feet. The woman tells the Emperor she was wondering where the hope for his bright future had gone, and suggests that she died with his mother. Aiceled smirks, suggesting that you must have missed her to talk about the dead, and offers to arrange a meeting. Inaisa notices that even though her nephew has grown up, he is still acting like a child, and asks him to stop, since she didn't come all this way to quarrel with him. Aiceled says to him that she heard that he had brought a candidate for Empress to the palace, and there were scandalous rumours, so she decided to come here to see what kind of beauty charmed her nephew. Aiceled removes his aunt's hand and says that she does not need to see the candidate, and that since she has come in vain, she will borrow a carriage. Inaisa asks her nephew what the reason for the refusal is, and assumes that he is afraid that she will gift her. Besides, she is just curious, because they are the last ones left in the imperial family, and she must see the bride of her only nephew, and promises that she will not harm her. The case with his mother will not be repeated. As she approaches her aunt's ear, Aiceled tells her that her only nephew wants to slit her throat, so why is she so cheerful? Inaisa reminds her nephew that she is a member of the imperial family, so even he can kill her. Aiceled asks her aunt if she will really think that way until the moment she dies. Inaisa replies that a wise emperor does not allow himself to regret the past. Aiceled remembers the day his mother died. Weeping over her body, he asks her to come to her senses and be patient until the doctor he promises to call. A boy runs down the corridor and loudly asks for help as his mum is dying. But no one comes to help. There is no one in the palace at all. Only then does Aiceled realize that his mother's death was planned by Aunt Aeneas. The emperor asks her aunt to leave the palace immediately, and if she does not obey, he will no longer be so lenient. With a smirk, Inaisa still leaves the palace at His Majesty's request. Late at night, Maribel strolls through the garden and picks red tulips, wondering if His Majesty will like them. At that moment, Aiceled approaches her from behind and rests his head on her shoulder. When he sees the bouquet in her hand, he asks her who it is for. Maribel replies that it is a bribe for His Majesty. Esseled says that he thought she would stay by his side without any bribe. The Emperor turns the girl around to face him and tells her that first he wants to hear who is behind the rebellion, as he wants to trust her completely. Maribel realizes that the time has come, and though it is cruel, she has already gone too far, and she will not be able to stand it if she is just some woman to him. Maribel asks His Majesty if he remembers her adoptive father, whom they met last time, and tells him that his family plans to overthrow him. She doesn't know the details, but she has heard that they plan to do it within a year. Esseled asks the lady if her revenge has anything to do with it. Maribel confirms his speculation and says that she sleeps and sees her uncle and sister take their last breaths. The Emperor knows that Crown Prince Baldwin Theophilus is alive, in which case it's no wonder a rebellion is being prepared at such an opportune time. In addition, Maribel's uncle's nephew, Aeneas's husband, the Marquis of Edinburgh. Esseled decides to investigate and thanks the girl for the information. Maribel replies that she should have told him, because that was the deal. She decides that the time has come, and hoping for luck asks His Majesty if she can make her request if he has already heard everything he wants to hear. The Emperor agrees to hear her out. Maribel clarifies that her request is for the position of Empress. She feels she is unworthy of such an honor. The Empress is the mother of the state. She cannot handle such a responsibility. Eskeled clenches his hands in anger and says that there are no better candidates than her. But they would sit on the throne without delay, so why should he go so far? Maribel explains her position by saying that she is not a good person to be Empress. Esseled reminds her that he has been called a tyrant from the beginning, so whether she is a bad or good person is irrelevant. He asks her to tell him her real reason for refusing to become Empress. The Duchess replies that there are no other reasons. The Emperor concludes that he has given insufficient grounds for confidence, and, on Maribel's objection that this is not at all true, replies that if she so desires, she will hold a reception for the Empress candidates. The flowers that Maribel was holding in her hand fall to the ground. She thinks about how she should have said it, and decides that she should prepare 2 coffins for the traitors, for her enemy and for herself. The girl was sure she'd said the right thing, so what happened? After the Emperor has left the garden, Lord Asle comes after him. When he sees the flowers on the ground, he says that the bouquet is spoiled, but it's no big deal, as he can make a new one. He wonders what he should do with such a restless lady. Noticing that Maribel is clutching her hands tightly, Asle warns that no matter how strong the medicine is, if she does, the wound will reopen, and since she recently had the bandage removed, she needs to be careful. He feels like the lady can't do it without him because every time they meet she looks desperate. Maribel, wiping away her tears, calls the manager a trickster. Asle agrees and says it is his forte. He also notices that it is quickly getting dark, but although the moon is shining, he cannot see the Duchess's face. Asle asks the lady to give him her hand so he can examine the wound before the moon disappears behind the clouds. Maribel realizes it is dangerous to get so close to a man she doesn't know, but for some reason she wants to believe his words. Asle warns her that he will not treat her if the wound reopens. Checking Maribel's wound, the manager thinks about the fact that he promised to stay away from her only until the wound heals. Afterward, Asle kisses the girl gently on the forehead. The next morning, Theobald summons Lord Peregrine to his office and asks him to find out all about the Rodanes and whether Baldwin is connected to them. Theobald promises to find out, but warns him that it will take about 2 weeks, so he won't be able to attend. The Emperor says that he has already summoned a replacement and that Jalin will arrive at the palace today. Meanwhile, Keir resents Lady Maribel's insistence on a gold-coloured tapestry, given that all the decorations are red. The girl explains again that she doesn't like red and wants gold. Lord Keir asks her how much it would cost to change it, and the gold tapestry is made of molten gold. Maribel asks how much it will cost. Keir tells her that to decorate the palace hall, the estate will have to be sold. The Duchess suggests that in that case she take money from her family, as they don't count money, and will give her the necessary amount if she says it will be spent in the palace. Having finished speaking, Maribel turns and defiantly walks past the newly arrived Lord Theobald. Keir is furious. He doesn't understand what is happening to Lady Maribel, as she says some nonsense changing the purpose of the reception. Theobald asks his friend what he means by saying the purpose of the reception has changed. Keir explains that their lady has given up the position of empress, so Artem will be held to introduce all the candidates to take her place, so the invitations had to be redone. Theobald promises to persuade Maribel and tells his friend to do as planned in red. Keir asks Theo if he's sure he can talk her into it, and he says he trusts him. Maribel sits in the garden pondering why she takes her anger out on innocent people like a little child. Lord Theobald comes to her saying that he has heard that yesterday she told His Majesty something about the rebellion. Maribel confirms this and remembers that the Emperor took her place as Empress in return. Theobald notices that Maribel is in a bad mood and asks if His Majesty threatened her to get information, and suggesting that perhaps the Emperor did not torture her, but that she must have been psychologically traumatized. Maribel assumes that because of her behavior, the slow-witted man thought she was under stress and that she had been tortured and threatened. The lady tells Theobald that he has misunderstood and reminds him that, as she said earlier, she should be witty, cunning and cold-blooded, but unfortunately she has failed in this task. Theobald assures Lady that everything will succeed if she strives for her goal and asks her why she is so hard on herself. He promises her that everything will be all right if she relaxes a little, as she has already worked hard enough. The Duke comes to think that Maribel is afraid of something else, and the golden tapestry is not so beautiful, it only blinds his eyes. Assel calls the Prime Minister to his place. Keir asks his friend what the problem is and why he is avoiding people, and the invitations need to be rewritten, and they will go crazy with the reception. Assel answers Keir that he will rewrite the invitations and prepare for the reception himself, and he can go to Lady Maribel's classes as before. Keir asks his friend why he is avoiding their lady, and contentedly asks if they have had a fight. Assel replies to Keir that it is only him who has a bad relationship with her. The Prime Minister denies this, saying that he has a good relationship with Lady Maribel. Assel puts his hand to his friend's face and pushes him away from him, interrupting him to remind him that he is the one who most upsets the lady, so why bother with him all of a sudden? Cyrus explains that he has no dislike for the lady, but is against her becoming empress, because he is sure she will talk trash behind their backs. Assel asks Cyrus about this reception, if it's possible that the lady won't become empress. Lord Keir calls the steward a loon, and was about to give a suggestion as to why he was asking this, but Assel asks him to shut up and trembles, because he feels that his friend has revealed his feelings for the lady. But the Prime Minister does finish the question, whether he really hates their Lady Maribel that much. A man in a black tuxedo enters the room and informs Lord Keir and Lord Assel that an order has come from His Majesty. Meanwhile, a woman in armour and long red hair, the commander of the 1st Division, Jaelin Mudd, bursts into the Emperor's office with a clatter and reports to His Majesty that she has returned. Jaelin Mudd, a knight who has emerged victorious from all battles, an outstanding warrior and a pleasant conversationalist. But such a flawless man has one flaw, and it's an obsession with war. Jaelin tells His Majesty that it's been a long time since they've seen each other, but he's as attractive as ever. Eseled asks the knight to stop talking nonsense and sit down. Jaelin puts her helmet on the table and asks the Emperor why he summoned her to the palace in the middle of a sea battle. Taking a seat next to Keir, she asks if the butler knows the reason. Lord Keir sullenly replies to the knight that he is no longer the butler. Eseled orders Jaelin to return to the capital. She asks His Majesty if he wants a temporary truce, or if the reason is that he is dismissing her. Jaelin is shocked by this news, and in a depressed state, she tells His Majesty that she understands, and that the dismissed disgrace of all mankind will go home, take a shower, and go to bed. Theobald asks the knight to listen to the end, and informs her that from today she is the commander of the guard. As she signs the document, Eseled adds that her main task now is to ensure security in the western palace of the Callans. The Emperor releases them with the words that Theobald will tell her the rest. At this time, Maribel is picking gypsophila and hydrangeas in the garden with the hope that His Majesty will like it. The girl thinks about the fact that this is her first time going to him by herself, but to ask him to see her from time to time, for sometimes it would be necessary to be about straightforward. When Jaelin enters the garden, she is outraged that her body is already soaked in salt, and that His Majesty has brought her to tears. suggesting that the Emperor is going to make pickles out of her. Theobald slaps the knight on the back and tells her that it's unlikely and that it's good that she wasn't fired anyway. Jaelin is thrown forward by this blow and asks Theo indignantly if he can control his power at all. The Duke asks Jaelin if the sea has worn out her bones and slaps her on the back, saying that she is getting sand off her back. The girl grabs Theobald by the arm and asks him why she has been summoned here, if it is because of that woman with the difficult character. Theobald is surprised at how quickly the rumour spreads and corrects the knight that it is not just that woman, but Lady Maribel Edenborough. Touching her forehead, Jaelin asks the Duke if the lady is beautiful. Noticing that Maribel is heading towards them, he replies to the girl that she can see for herself. Maribel greets Lord Peregrine holding a bouquet gathered in the garden and asks him who is next to him. The girl bows to Jaelin Mudd, the new commander of the guards. Theobald explains that he is going in search of Crown Prince Baldwin, so from now on she will be accompanied by someone else. Maribel asks the Duke who it will be and notices that he is very excited. With an embarrassed smile on his face, Theobald replies that she will be guarded by a somewhat easygoing but honest and friendly man. So he asks not to worry, as he thinks they will get along. Maribel notes that he seems to like the man very much. Theobald casually replies that he does like him, and realizing that he has spoken, blushes and covers his mouth with his hand. Laughing, the lady tells Lord Peregrine that he seemed very happy to tell him about this man, and realizes that it seems to be unrequited love. Maribel tells Lady Mudd that it is a pleasure to meet her, and that Lord Peregrine has told her a lot about her, but did not know that Jaelin is a woman. The knight asks the lady where she heard about it. Grabbing Theo by the collar, she asks him if he told Lady Maribel that she is a woman. Lord Peregrine denies it and asks Jaelin to let him go. Lady Mudd demands it again, looking her straight in the eye. Maribel realizes that it was a secret, and excusing Lord Peregrine tells the knight that it seemed obvious to her that she was a woman once she returned to the capital, and apologizes if she had offended her. Jaelin tells her that she's not offended at all, just thought it was Theo who blabbed, and, with permission to introduce herself normally, tells Lady Mudd that Jaelin is at her service. Maribel tells Lady Mudd that she is happy to meet her too, and hopes they get along. She asks Theo and Jaelin if they know where His Majesty is at the moment. Theobald tells Maribel that the Emperor is at a meeting with the ministers and advises her not to go there, as the fact is that there are rumours about them, so it is not a pleasant situation. Maribel remembers that she became the Emperor's woman only because of the scandal, and asks Lord Peregrine to show her the way. On the way to His Majesty's house, Theobald and Jaelin argue over who will open the door. The knight explains that she has bad bones, so she can't open the door, but Lord Peregrine resists and throws it over to Lady Mudd. Jaelin tells Theo that she has a lot of energy, so he can use it to open the door. Tired of listening to the silly argument, Maribel says that if the two of them don't open the door, she will do it herself. Jaelin, startled, replies to the lady that they will do it themselves right now and asks Theo to open the door. Without any objection, Theobald does as he is shown. The door creaks open. Maribel enters the office, noting that even in the conference room there is a chandelier hanging. Aicelid asks Theobald and Jaelin what happened. Theobald wants to answer His Majesty, but Maribel interrupts him and thanks Lord Peregrine and Lady Mudd for seeing them off and asks them to step aside, as she can't see anything behind them. Aicelid is a little tense at this unexpected visit. Maribel approaches His Majesty with a bouquet of flowers and says with a smile that she has brought him a bribe. The Emperor rises abruptly from his cross and, grabbing Maribel's hand, leads her to his chambers. Meanwhile, in his office, Assel stamps the document. Cyrus tells him that the Emperor and Maribel must be appeased if they are to live in peace. The steward replies that he agrees with him. Leia enters the room, holding a box in her hands. She says that she has brought what Mr. Assel asked for. The girl notices the Prime Minister and greets him. Leia finds an open box with a weapon inside. Seeing the contents, Keir says that these weapons are forbidden in the Empire and asks his friend where he dug them up. Assel tells him that he took them from Count Alpha's house when he was executed 3 months ago. The steward assumes they are prototypes made for sale. Keir takes one crossbow in hand and wonders what they might be used for. Assel suggests that perhaps Count Alpha was preparing for war. Keir asks him indignantly if he knows what he's talking about. Arsel replies to the Prime Minister that he naturally understands, and it is his job to get rid of His Majesty's enemies. The governor praises Leia for her excellent work and says he will send the weapon to His Majesty. Heading to his chambers, Eseled warns Maribel that his aunt will be at the reception and asks her not to listen to anything she says. The lady replies to His Majesty that she should not worry about her, as she only listens to him. The Emperor tells Belle that he knows this, as she cannot lie. Maribel looks down at the floor and assures His Majesty that it is not a lie. Coming closer to Lady Maribel, Eseled asks her why she refused to be Empress since she trusts him so much. He doesn't want to push, but he still needs to know the reason for her refusal. Maribel replies that she is just afraid of him. Everything about him scares her. Eseled is so distant from her, and it makes it seem that one day he will just drive her away. The man known as a tyrant puts the lady in awe. She fears his concern will break her. Eseled asks Maribel to give him the flowers and says that there is no difference. The flowers from her and his gifts are equally valuable to her, and it is all for her sake. Kissing the Emperor on the lips, Maribel replies that it will be profitable to dedicate her life to him, for she thinks she is also a valuable gift. On the day of the reception, His Majesty Emperor Theophilus and the first daughter of the Edinburghs arrive at the event. One of the women arrives and starts to discuss whether the girl next to him is really the candidate, as they think she is not that beautiful. One of them asks the lady next to her if she knows why the reception was organised, if this girl will not be the Empress. She is told that if she had refused, she would not have come to the reception, and she is even walking under the arm of His Majesty. As she passes by these ladies, Maribel compares them to chirping sparrows. Eseled asks permission to ask Lady Edinburgh to dance. Maribel gladly agrees. As she dances, she notices that there are more than 300 people here, but there were 250 invitations. The Emperor explains that he rarely attends receptions, and some of them had to use all their connections to get here. He adds that the Rodins rarely come as well. Maribel asks His Majesty if she is the reason for their arrival. Eseled replies that he doesn't know the answer to that question, so he will figure it out later. As she continues to dance with Eseled, Maribel reflects on the fact that no matter what they talk about, flowers seem to grow around them. Their conversations are more interesting than any novel, and she hopes that these flowers will bloom for a long time and that it will never rain. Left alone, Maribel accidentally bumps into Inessa Rodaine and spills wine on her dress. Someone behind her is outraged that she would dare do such a thing to His Majesty's aunt. Grinning, Inessa says that now she has a man in her life who dares to spill wine on her dress. Maribel apologises for the misunderstanding and promises to tell the maid to prepare a new dress. Inessa replies to the lady that she doesn't need to ask anyone to do that, as she has a change of clothes with her, so she offers to go with her. Maribel agrees to keep the woman company. She realises that she can't go wrong, as this viper bites. During the conversation while Inessa was changing into a new dress, she learns that the girl who ruined her dress is the same Maribel Edinburgh and tells the lady that she wanted to meet her. She was very curious about the woman who was caught in a scandal with her only nephew. Maribel replies that this is true of itself, for she is also of the Edinburgh family. She realises that the lady is laughing at her because of the scandal. Putting her glass on the table, Inessa says that she wonders what Maribel likes about the Emperor, and although she is his aunt, she decides to say frankly that His Majesty has no outstanding qualities, so she asks her if she can be his support in life. Inessa also mentions that she thinks his cronies are worthless, and that he refuses to talk to her because he is so arrogant. Maribel replies to Lady Rodaine that she doesn't really know what she's getting at. Inessa asks the girl if she really didn't know that there was a rumour that Aseled had killed his brothers and taken over everything. Meanwhile, Lord Asel escapes from the reception from the girls surrounding him and from the silver-haired one he is obsessed with, namely Maribel. At the reception, one of the invited girls approaches the steward and asks Lord Argyle if he likes Lady Edinburgh's dress and whether he thinks it would suit her. Asel doesn't listen to her at all. He apologises to the lady as he has an urgent matter to attend to, so he has to leave for a while. Asel decides that he needs to get rid of this unnecessary attachment. Turning around, the steward sees Lady Maribel with His Majesty's aunt. He reflects on the fact that it was expected that Aeneas would try to get close to her, but things have taken a serious turn since they left the ballroom, especially since Lady Maribel is now being discussed throughout the Empire. Even though she knows that Aeneas won't hurt her, Assel wants to grab her arm and stop her, but she doesn't dare and just does what she has to do. Lord Assel reports to His Majesty that the lady and the Marquis's wife, Rodaine, have gone to the common room and asks why Aeneas is taking her there. Eseled assumes that his aunt wants to find out his weakness or to get Maribel on his side, or both. He hopes his aunt doesn't say anything stupid. The Emperor calls Lady Mudd to him. When he sees her with a glass of wine, he reminds her that he has forbidden her to drink alcohol. Jalin replies to His Majesty that she is allowed to drink a little. Akeled rises from his throne and asks her to stay here while he is away. Maribel asks Madame Rodaine if she knew about the rumour that the current emperor killed the previous emperor. Inaisa replies that of course she knows about it, because how could she not? The emperor died on the battlefield. Jalin Mudd was also in that war. Death in war is commonplace, however this is different. In that devastating war, the emperor died, and Battalion Commander Jalin became Eseld's loyal right hand. In short, Eseled could order his followers to kill the emperor. Of course Aeneas doesn't want to believe these rumours and asks Lady Edinburgh what she thinks about it. Maribel says that she doesn't even know what to say. She wonders why these rumours have spread. It's scary, but what can she do? Because her strength is not enough. Inaisa suggests to finally get down to business and says that she wants to introduce a candidate for the position of Empress coming from the south, and she will be fine if Maribel helps her. This girl is the daughter of the Count of Erua. Inaisa thinks she is a very nice girl and thinks it will be great if she and Eseled get along. Maribel is surprised that this woman is being so blunt about it and asks her if she can leave the palace if she helps her. Madame Rodaine replies that she will not be able to do so unless Eseled decides to send her away. Maribel clarifies what she wants to do then. Aeneas explains that in 2 weeks there will be a hunting convention in the forest of Mirion, organised by her son, Marquis Rodaine, and she is going to introduce the daughter of the Earl of Erua. But something Aeneas didn't tell her earlier. She doesn't know if it's true that His Majesty killed the previous emperor, but bloodshed in the struggle for the throne is common. Lady Edinburgh wonders what would happen if the already heavy scales were weighed down further. Aeneas explains her motives by saying that she is simply worried about being used. Maribel advises the Marquise not to overreact, and jumping up from her chair, asks her if she thinks that she is not being used and that it is the other way around. And reminding Lady Rodaine that she has many other things to worry about, she thanks her for her concern. It seems to Madame Aeneas that Maribel Edinburgh speaks to her as if she had decided to refuse her. Maribel asks the Marquise if she intends to take advantage of her. Aeneas is outraged that Lady Edinburgh has allowed herself to be so insolent with her. The door opens abruptly and Javier Rodaine enters the guest room. Seeing that they have a guest, the silver-haired man bows and introduces himself as Inaisa Rodaine's son. He seemed very familiar to Maribel. She had been friends with the silver-haired girl as a child. Javi tells the lady that she has been delayed a lot and it is time for her to come back. Inaisa tells her son that she is fine and will be back later. Javier clarifies that he was not asking his mother, but Lady Edinburgh. Maribel leaves the guest room saying that it has been a long time and she has to go. The man offers to escort her as he has to go to the ballroom. Maribel realizes that he wants to talk to her face to face. Javier is not what she imagined, but it would be nice to know what's on his mind. Outside, the girl asks the Marquis why he needed to be alone with her. Javier replies that he is sad that she draws the line between them so bluntly. Maribel explains that it would be foolish of her not to keep strangers at a distance. Javier puts his hand on his chest and says that he was eager to see Lady Edinburgh. She is so charming in his opinion that he even made up non-existent affairs for himself. During the conversation, he notices that the girl's face is very red. As she leaves, Maribel replies that she always blushes when she receives unexpected compliments. Javier follows her and says that modesty is a trait of shallow people. He can't even express his interest properly. Although they are of the same social status, they have never crossed paths and are therefore very happy to have met. Maribel replies that she was glad to talk too. Javier says that he hopes she will remember him. She stares at his face and wonders if it is possible that her childhood friend V is really Javi. Thinking of His Majesty, Maribel says she must go now. Marquis Rodaine lets her go, saying that he would be happy to see her again. After Lady Edinburgh has gone in search of Eseled, a cloaked Baldwin Theophilus, the former crown prince, approaches Javier and asks him what he is doing here. The Marquis replies that he was simply attracted by the smell of the flowers. Baldwin says he smells it too, and the phantom pain in his ring finger, which he does not have, is extremely unpleasant. Javier asks Baldwin if he shouldn't get over it already. The prince replies that of course he should, as he will have to see this every day, and at one point remembers that he heard that the crossbows have been delivered and wants to check them out. Javier asks Baldwin to follow him. Meanwhile, the emperor is walking through the garden, followed by a short-cropped girl in a bright pink dress. She tells His Majesty that the moon is very bright tonight, making it not even scary to go out at night. Eseled doesn't realize how long this girl will haunt him. He can still understand the pretense with the Empress candidate, but the whole thing annoys him. The stranger notices that His Majesty is not keeping up the dialogue and asks him if he is worried about someone. Eseled replies to her that he is, because it is late. The girl asks the Emperor if he is angry that she has blocked his way. Without waiting for an answer, she explains that she knows where he is going, and therefore cannot stand idly by. Eseled asks what she means. The girl introduces herself as Larinette Erua and begs His Majesty to beware of Maribel Edinburgh. A few days before the reception, Arinelle has tea with Lady Erua in her home. Larinette asks her friend what has happened and why she is sighing so deeply. Arinelle explains that she is very worried that His Majesty will marry Maribel, as her sister is treacherous. Lorraine asks her friend if she is serious and if her sister is really deceiving His Majesty. Arinelle confirms this, and is sure that the Emperor will be angry when he learns the truth, but fears that His Majesty will then massacre her entire family. Arinelle then suggests to her friend that she tell the Emperor that he should protect her sister. When Larinette meets His Majesty, she warns him that Maribel is going to use his position. Eseled does not reply and ponders over what he has said, turning away from the girl. Larinette does not like the fact that he does not listen to her at this moment, and since today is the reception in honour of the Empress candidates, so she thinks that she should be with His Majesty. Eseled turns to Lady Erua and says with anger in his eyes that this is the first time he has heard such outrageous advice and thinks she has overstepped her bounds. Now he must go, but next time he promises that she will pay for her mistake. Larinette begins to tremble with a stiffening fear. She realized she had made a huge mistake, no matter what kind of man Maribel was. He loved her. Maribel walks through the garden and calls out to His Majesty. She definitely heard his voice. Eseled sees his beloved and walks over to her and hugs her tightly. The lady asks His Majesty what happened. The Emperor replies that as expected he was very tired. Those girls kept flashing before his eyes, and she left with her aunt, even though she knew she was going to the tiger's den. Maribel, a little distant from the Emperor, tells him that she has learned something after all. A hunting convention is being organised in the forest of Mirion. Eseled says that he should have realised that she was only standing there because her aunt had decided to let her go, but she was still in great danger. Maribel tells him that she will be more careful from now on. Although she was reprimanded for going into the tiger's den, she deserves praise for coming back with the loot. Eseled asks the lady not to make him worry so much. He can't find a place for himself when they are apart. Touching his finger to Maribel's lips, he asks her what she will do if one day she kills everyone who is close to her and banned deep in the palace. The girl replies to His Majesty that he is the closest person to her, so it seems he will have to deal with himself. The next day, Lord Keir asks Lady Edinburgh if she has learned anything during her time with Aeneas Rodaine. Maribel tells him that she has learned that the Marquis of Rodaine is organising a hunting convention in Mirion Forest in 2 weeks. Asil explains to the lady that hunting conventions are mandatory before spring arrives, and this perfectly ordinary event is extremely convenient for conversation. Maribel says she thinks so too, so she plans to go there. Keir replies that that's out of the question. If she wants to go, she has to be accompanied by at least 2 people, but they're short-handed at the moment. Placing her teacup on the table, Maribel says that Peregrine and Lord Mudd can go with her. The Prime Minister replies that Jaelin won't go, and besides they have to go to a meeting with His Majesty. Assel denies that they need to go there right now since they have plenty of time. Keir takes the steward away, explaining that as subordinates they should already be sitting there when His Majesty is affected. Assel asks his friend to stop and chill out because he's not himself right now. Keir asks the steward if he's serious and doesn't understand why he left so quickly. He reminds him that Jaelin almost died once while accompanying His Majesty. Hunting is dangerous. It's not hard to kill once and make it look like an accident. There's no guarantee the lady won't find herself in the same situation. Assel tells his friend that he fears it himself, but he didn't think he'd worry about it. Keir explains that he is not such a heartless man and is already better than him. Duke Lorenz interrupts their argument, and bowing says that he didn't expect to see them here. Casual meetings are rare in the palace, but he is glad to see Lord Rebane and Lord Argyle. Raising the Duke's hand, Keir replies that he too is pleased to see them and has heard that he is the new personnel manager and asks if he is doing a good job. Lorenz replies that he doesn't like being with them, but he is trying for His Majesty Theophilus. Cyrus notices that the Duke is in a good mood and threateningly warns that His Majesty values hard work over loyalty, so it will be hard for him to please the Emperor. In the background, Assel starts laughing but tries hard to hold back. As they leave, Cyrus sarcastically says that he will wait for their next meeting. Duke Lorenz gets nervous and thinks that the Prime Minister obviously hates him. Keir asks his friend why he's laughing like a horse. Assel explains his reaction by saying that he thought it was funny the way he was talking to Duke Edinburgh and asks him why he disliked him so much. He has not seen Keir dislike someone so much in a long time. The Prime Minister decides to keep silent, and remembering the day when Maribel drew her sword on Duke Lorenz, he thinks that he doesn't know what happened between them before, but the lady is clearly hostile to her uncle. Cyrus asks Assel not to laugh as it annoys him. One day, Larinel's family is visited by a tax inspection. The girl's father is furious. He thinks that the king has gone mad from old age. It's obvious to him that the Erua are up to something with Theophilus. His wife is angry that the government is going to send their eldest son Rakilt to the front line. If he dies there, what will happen to them? The man wondered why the Emperor had become so ruthless. Larinel, sitting on the floor and clutching her hands, thinks about how this is her fault. She decides to visit her friend. Arenal asks Larry why she is so late in coming to see her. Larinel asks Lady Edinburgh what she should do, as she told her she had advised His Majesty to be careful with Miss Maribel, but he said he would punish her. Arenel coldly replies that he who has sinned must be punished. Biting her nails from stress, Laurinette realizes that her friend has abandoned her, but going to beg His Majesty for mercy is too scary. She thinks of doing the same to Miss Maribel. The next morning, Maribel heads to Esseled, accompanied by Jaelin Mudd. On the way, they meet Lord Keir with a large stack of documents. He asks Jaelin to take some of the documents and go with him. Lady Mudd replies that she is not a footman and calls Keir a weakling. Maribel intervenes in their argument and says that His Majesty's office is not far away, so it's all right if she helps Lord Rebane. In that case, Jaelin says goodbye to the lady. Maribel peeks into the Emperor's study. Esseled is signing some documents. He notices that she never comes in first without a reason and asks her what is wrong. Maribel comes closer to His Majesty's table and tells him she wants to ask him something. Esseled kisses her hand and asks her to voice her question. The lady says she was suspicious of what Lord Keir and Lord Assel were saying and asks why Lord Mudd can't go hunting. Axeled explains that Jaelin almost died on the hunt at his father's hands. Maribel sits on the Emperor's lap and says that now she understands why Lord Keir is so dissipated. The Emperor offers the lady to tell more about the situation, but she refuses as she thinks that such stories are better to hear from the participants of the events and asks His Majesty if he is going to let her go. Esseled lets the girl go, saying that he has work to do too. Maribel says she will come back to spend more time with him. Jaelin tells the lady that the Mudd family are adherents to the idea, rare even in the Empire, that men are superior to women. Jaelin's father condemned everything she did as a girl. As if he wanted to get rid of the burden that blistered his eyes, he sent his daughter to the Order of Knights. It was there that Jaelin first met His Majesty. Esseld was looking for supporters to back him, and she caught his eye. Just then, Peregrine and Keir swore allegiance to His Majesty, and of course Jaelin joined them. Back home, however, Peregrine and Mud found this unacceptable. They planned His Majesty's assassination at a hunting convention, and Mud's clan of course targeted Jaelin. They were annoyed by the fact that she and the prince were getting along. Luckily, the plan failed, and she was estranged from them after that. Ever since Theo became head of the Peregrine family, she's been in his debt. Maribel thanks Lady Mud for telling her about it, even though it was hard for her. Jaelin replies with a chuckle that it's no big deal. The other guys have at least one story from the past too. That's why they are loyal to His Majesty, and in fact Lord Keir told her to laugh it off if she asked about anything. She did not listen to him and did not hide anything, as she wanted Lady Edinburgh to hear the story from her, as she sympathises with her. Maribel replies that she sympathises with her too, and reflects that saying that everyone has a story sounds like a deathbed speech. Though for someone who has no one to rely on, maybe only the grave will be a comfort. When Lady Mud arrives in His Majesty's office, she asks His Majesty to send her to a hunting convention. Keir is surprised by this request. He tells Jaelin that she must be mad, and reminds her that she trembles even just being in the hunting grounds. The girl replies to her friend that it has been many years and that hunting is much safer than war. Cyrus speaks to His Majesty and warns that although he says so now, there may be difficulties in reality. Axelid asks Jaelin why she now suddenly wants to take part in the hunt, since she hated it before. Lady Mud explains that she doesn't understand how a defenceless lady can be sent to such a dangerous place. Of course their guards are strong, of course that won't solve the problem. But rather than tossing around all night worrying, she thought it would be better to personally guard Lady Maribel. Isolde approves of her decision and asks her to make sure Belle will be safe on the hunt. The Emperor finds a letter on his desk and asks the Prime Minister what it is. Cyrus explains to His Majesty that Rachel Erua, eldest son of the House of Erua, went to the front lines yesterday, and a written protest has come from his family about it. In brief, it says the following: the Erua clan has been loyal to the Empire for so long, so he can't do this to them. That's how they ruined relations with the family of a potential Empress candidate. Well, one enemy more, one less. No difference. Eseled reflects on the fact that Theophilus has had a peaceful time only because the blood of many aristocrats has been spilled. In addition, he has more support among the people than previous emperors. Even if the Erua are hostile, they can't do anything alone. On the day of departure for the hunting convention, Keir asks the attendants to remember that they can't kill everyone and advises them to avoid conflict as much as possible and not to change their daily routine. Esela is sick of listening to the Prime Minister, so he doesn't let him finish and covers his mouth with his hand. The Emperor asks to send Cyrus away from here as he is too noisy. Lord Rebane asks His Majesty where else he can find such a loyal assistant as him. While the Emperor, Theobald and Cyrus argue among themselves, Maribel approaches Lord Assel and asks him why he is staying with Lord Cyrus and has decided to go with them. Assel replies to the lady that staying in the palace is too unsettling for him, and they can only hope that nothing will happen at the hunting convention. Eselid approaches Maribel from behind and, putting his arm around her shoulders, suggests they go. The lady asks His Majesty if they will ride in the same carriage. The Emperor asks if she wanted to travel separately. Maribel replies that on the contrary, she would have cried. As Maribel sits in the carriage, she can't understand why she can't stop thinking about what happened in the garden on the day of the reception. Eseled notices that Lady Edinburgh is admiring him so openly. Blushing with embarrassment, Maribel excuses herself from looking at him. In that case, the Emperor asks to see him now. Maribel replies to His Majesty that she will not look at it for the reason that she will sleep. Since last night, Pipo asked him to help her pick out a scented oil, so she hardly slept at all. Eseled asks the lady if she has decided to leave him and go to sleep, and kisses her on the cheek. Maribel calls His Majesty a scoundrel. The Emperor confirms this and reminds her that he is actually called a tyrant. The girl replies that perhaps the most unbearable thing about him is his appearance. Eseled thanks the lady for the compliment and says he doesn't know how she got Jaelin to do it, but she's a model, because Lady Mud doesn't listen to orders at all, and the forest of Miraeon is very dangerous, so she asks her to always be there for her. Maribel is surprised, since Lord Mud doesn't look like someone who doesn't follow orders. Esseled explains that she just doesn't know Jaelin yet, because if she is sent to the battlefield, she has to rethink her military strategy. She just destroys everything around her without even looking at who's on whose side. It was the same situation this time with the chase. Maribel asks what kind of chase she's talking about. Esseled replies that the chase was for the bloody crown prince, Baldwin Theophilus. That day, Theobald finds Jaelin in the woods in the pouring rain, with blood on her face and sword. Lord Peregrine asks her to pull herself together, and asks what kind of desertion she has arranged. Esseled asks Theobald to step aside and gives Jaelin one chance to justify herself and explain what happened here. Lady Mudd replies to His Majesty that she was after the Crown Prince. Placing his sword on her shoulder, the Emperor gives her one chance to prove her innocence and asks where Baldwin's head is and wants him to bring discipline to the army, valuing her life. Jaelin shows His Majesty the finger with the ring of the first Emperor. Esseled is surprised that they brought him a finger instead of a head, but praises Lady Mudd for bringing him the ring and allows her to return to the capital. Esseled and Maribel arrive at Lord Rodaine's estate. The Emperor meets Javier at the entrance and remarks that he has picked up a beautiful decoration. Rodaine replies to His Majesty that this is mere flattery, and he is embarrassed that the Emperor has come to such an unkempt place. As he leaves, Esseled warns that he does not like to be worshipped, and if he understands this, he will figure out how to keep himself alive. Javier stops His Majesty by saying that the Empress candidates who were at the last reception are here. Maribel wonders if Lord Rodaine means that they should not enter together. Taking the hint, the Emperor enters first. Javier tells His Majesty that he hopes they have a good time. After the Emperor and his subordinates have left them alone, Maribel asks Lord Rodaine if he really wanted to be alone with her this time. Javier explains to the lady that she has misunderstood, but he is glad that they have the opportunity to spend some time together and holds out his hand to invite the miss to take her inside. Maribel walks in and notices her cousin Aranel and His Majesty's aunt, Inaisa Rodaine, nearby. The lady decides not to worry about it, as it is a waste of emotions. Maribel comes to the table and takes a glass of green-coloured liquor from the table. Javier takes the glass from her hand, saying that it is too strong for a lady, and reproaches her for not knowing anything about alcohol. Maribel recalls that her friend Vi said a similar phrase to her as a child. She told young Maribel that what was in the mug was too bitter for her, and also reproached her for not knowing anything about tea. Maribel asks Lord Rodaine if he is the friend from her childhood. Javier is pleased that she finally recognises him, and asks if she wonders why he left his mother and came to her. Maribel asks Lord Rodaine why he has been hiding his identity all this time. Javier explains that no one should know about their liaison, and says he was very surprised to hear about her and her becoming Tyrant's bride. He reproached himself for never having made contact. Javier finally tells Lady Edinburgh that she can do as she pleases, but asks her not to trust the people in the palace too much. Maribel asks what he means, but Rodaine only replies that he feels that if he spends even a second with her, his mother might notice them, so he says goodbye to the lady. Maribel tries to stop him to explain a little, but she fails, and Javier hides in the crowd. Her head starts to hurt badly, so she decides to lean on the edge of the table to keep from falling. At that moment, Larinette is watching her from around the corner. Maribel sees a flashback from a past life again. An angry Lord Rodaine comes to her and tells the lady that Aranel is hurling insults at her behind her back. The lady replies to the Lord that she knows this because her sister is angry with her because she wants to marry His Majesty, but she ended up being a candidate for Empress instead. Javier says that Aranel herself knows that it was not her plan to become Empress, and yet she dares to spread dirty rumours. He asks Lady Edinburgh if she knows how dangerous this position is, since Larinette Erua, who was a candidate, is dead. Maribel replies with a smile that she knows that, but she is still alive, and Aranel will be fine once she calms down too. Until then, she just needs to keep a low profile. Javi sighs, asking the lady what she plans to do while Aranel is angry. Maribel replies that she doesn't know that, but there's a hunting convention coming up, so lurks in the palace and asks Javier if he'll visit her to save her from boredom. Lord Rodaine says he heard about her giving up everything to live here, but didn't know it was that bad. He asks the lady to rest and promises to visit her later. Then Maribel was very upset at how rude Javier was about Aranel, and 3 months later she killed her. The girl comes to shock after the memories are over and ponders that in the past she was an empress. Because of that, she and Aranel quarrelled, but she is still curious to know why this time Javier warned her to beware not of her sister, but of the people in the palace. She tries to remember if Aranel killed Larinette. At this point, Lady Arua comes up to Maribel and asks her if she's all right, as she doesn't look well, and offers to go out for some fresh air. Maribel thanks Larinette for her concern and offers to keep her company. Walking around the grounds, Lady Arua asks Maribel if she has any chronic illnesses. She replies to Larinette that she has none, just a sudden dizzy spell. Noticing how nervous Lady Arua is, Maribel seems to have something to say to her. She decides to encourage her to do so. Maribel thanks Larinette for her help, but now she has to go back. Lady Arua asks her to wait as she has something to tell her. Maribel agrees to listen. At this time, Lord Assel is strolling through the garden. Maribel hears someone's footsteps and comes out of the bushes to see who it is. This startles Assel, who sees Lady Edinburgh in front of him. He blushes and asks her why she has come out of there. Maribel explains that this place is unfamiliar to her, and that is why she was lost. Shaking off her dress, she tells the steward that she is glad she met him. Assel notices that the lady is in a good mood. Maribel asks if it's really that noticeable and explains that her mood is really great. The problem is that it shouldn't be. After Maribel gave up the position of Empress, His Majesty met with the candidates. She thought it didn't bother her, but it seems she was mistaken. Earlier, Larinette had told Marielle that Aranel had asked her to tell His Majesty that Lady Edinburgh was a dangerous woman and that she should be watched out for. Larinette apologizes to the lady with the excuse that she thought that Lady Aranel ate the truth. For the sake of the Empire, she went to this desperate act. With her arms crossed over her chest, Maribel asks Lady Arua to leave these pointless conversations and talk business. Larinette explains that she passed these words to His Majesty, and he responded by saying that she would be punished. Her family is then investigated for tax evasion, and her older brother is poisoned on the battlefield. Larinette realizes that at this rate her family will be destroyed, and so she asks Lady Maribel to save the Arua family. Maribel continues her walk with Lord Assel, and tells him that it seems to her that His Majesty is not going to leave her, because he does not like other ladies, so she is happy. Assel asks the lady if she feels guilty about this. Maribel replies that she does not always have to be a good lady, and hopes that he will not judge her for it. Assel asks the lady how she will act if he commits an act that everyone will condemn him for. Maribel replies that of course she would be disappointed, but would do her best to understand him. Assel clenches his hands into a fist, thinking that he should stop this and get rid of this feeling of attachment, as the lady always throws him off balance. Late at night, Eseled finds a note on his desk from Belle, asking him to find her. The Emperor goes out into the hallway and asks the lady about where she is hiding. She gave him a message to come, so she thinks there is no reason to hide in such a confusing place. Eseled does find the girl after seeing the hem of her blue dress around the corner. Maribel goes up the stairs. The Emperor is a little exhausted and decides that this time he will not follow. The lady approaches His Majesty from behind and hugs him, asking why he has not caught up with her. Eseled explains that he had a feeling she was trying to trap him and asks the lady not to be angry. Maribel agrees, and while Eseled kisses her neck, explains that she probably just wanted to be naughty. A little earlier, Maribel had been approached by Aranel. She tells her that she knows that she was just with Larinette and already knows that she is the one who spread the rumours about her. Maribel reminds her sister that this isn't the first time she's done this sort of thing, so she doesn't find it surprising. And when she spoke to Lady Arua, she agreed that she was a terrible person. But today she is sticking by her because she assumes she is playing a double game. Aranel asks her sister to face the truth because there is no one in high society who sympathises with her. Maribel asks her with a chuckle that she is really saying all this because of nerves, and whether she is worried that people are more interested in her than in her. She also notes that her sister has not changed a bit, and still looks enviously at what others have. Maribel explains that she doesn't care what people think of her, but she assumes that Aranel is involved in such unpleasant matters. Aranel asks her sister why she is so kind and caring if she doesn't care about other people. She doesn't say anything about His Majesty and other people, but says it doesn't matter, so Maribel can't trust others anyway. She gives her sister advice that if she receives love, she should give it in return, but suggests that apparently she has been hurt and will not be able to give back as much as she receives, and if she were in her place, she would treat people much better. Finished recalling this unpleasant encounter with Aranel, Maribel thinks that the sister is right. Because of her betrayal, she feels more confident in others. That's why she clings to Eseled so much. The Emperor asks the lady what she is thinking about. The day of the hunt is coming. Maribel escorts His Majesty out. Escaled tells her that the forest of Mirion is very dangerous, so ask her not to go near it as no one has a map of the forest, and if she gets lost, they won't be able to find her. Lady Edenborough notices that Escaled worries so much that he doesn't even know how many times he's said it, and tells him that she's heard that the nature around the central lake changes every 15 days. Theobald tells His Majesty that it is time for them to leave, and Escaled confirms this, adding that for this reason, it is impossible to map the forest. Letting go of the Emperor's hand, Maribel asks him to be careful as he is going to such a dangerous place. After a while, Maribel decides to sit down behind one of the tents out of exhaustion. Lady Arua finds her and asks her if she has fallen asleep. Maribel wipes her eyes and tells her that she is not. It is just that the weather is so nice that she decided to cover her eyes for a while and asks the lady why she is here. Larinette replies that she too thought it was a nice day for a walk together. Maribel asks her if she knows where Lord Mudd has gone. Larinette replies that they are together with Lord Argyle picking berries. In that case, Maribel suggests that Lady Arua go for a walk together. While walking, Aranel asks Lady Edinburgh if this is the first time she has been to the Riederil lands, and after her reply that it is indeed her first time here, she says that she has never been here before either, as hunting conventions are not usually held in the Mirion forest. Maribel assumes there must be some reason for this. Lady Arua asks Lady Edinburgh if she knows that after the scandal with her and His Majesty, the Edinburgh household held daily receptions exclusively for the most noble aristocrats, and that the Edinburgh family holds secret meetings. Maribel finds it suspicious that secret meetings are taking place in her family's home at a time like this. The connection between the rebellion and the Edinburghs grows stronger. Maribel decides to ask Lady Urca if she knows who has been invited. At that moment, Aranel comes out of the trees and crosses her arms over her chest, asking the girls what the two of them are doing here. The night before the hunt, Aranel walks into Lord Rodin's office and asks him if he is writing a letter to her father by any chance. Javier replies that His Majesty is here, so nothing can be done, and asks her if she is doing a good job. Aranel reports that she met Maribel in the banquet hall and said what he asked her to say, namely that she could never trust other people, but heard nothing back. Javier calls it cruel behaviour. Aranel explains that her sister is even worse, so it's okay, plus Maribel knows she loves His Majesty, but does it anyway. Lord Rodaine pulls a ruby ring from his jewellery box and throws it to the girl as a thank you for her help in the future. Aranel says she is doing a good job and asks him not to make any mistakes in return. The next day, Aranel calls Larinette and her sisters Walker Fox meeting and asks them what they are planning this time. Maribel asks her sister a counter-question about what she is here for. Aranel explains that she is here at Javi's request, checking to see if their guests are doing well. Seeing her former friend, Aranel tells Larry that she knew she was shameless, but not to this extent. Maribel finds it surprising that her sister attacks Larinette when she is around. Aranel asks Larry if she likes living like a rat, but she hates the thought of it. Maribel explains to her sister that she's being silly and that Lady Arua is free to choose what she wants to do. Aranel asks her sister why she is not behaving the way she used to because she has always had such a character. She used to like her, so why has she suddenly become so cold? Maribel replies to her sister that her ego is amazing, because she should have continued to tolerate her because she had kept silent all this time. All people are selfish, and if you look closely, Aranel in particular, because now she is scolded even for good behaviour. Ariel laughingly asks her sister to stop, because even if she lives like that, she won't get stabbed in the back. Maribel wants to ask her sister something about what she means, but she is not allowed to say anything, as Larinette shoves her sharply into the water. Aranel smugly watches her sister drown and thinks that she will never be able to trust other people again, and she has done her best for this. In those days, when the sisters were still living together, Arinel asked her sister why she liked her. Maribel explained that she was always there for her when it was hard. In answering this question, she doubted, and now she seemed to know the reason. Her heart, accustomed to her parents' love after their death, was suddenly empty. Maribel needed something to fill that void, and Arinel was the salvation. It used to be love, but now her heart is filled with hate. Even after killing her, Arinel tries to do it again. It's almost dark in the forest. Theobald tells His Majesty that he thought he would see at least some horse tracks, but he found none. Even tying a broom to them won't get rid of the tracks. Isolde notes that the tracks have disappeared too cleanly to say that they were erased on purpose, and it will be hard for them to find them just by searching the forest, and thinks at this point that he should have taken Kira, but doesn't want him to use his ability. He asks Theobald how much glowing grass they have left. Lord Peregrine replies that they have already emptied one bag, and if they are more economical, they can explore one small area. Isolde says that they know how to get to the lake, so they should continue their search. Theobald glances at the water and tells His Majesty that he has noticed something in the water. The ribbon looks very familiar. Isolde remembers seeing one around Maribel's neck. Following the ribbon, the girl's body floats up. The Emperor is horrified at what he sees and runs into the water, thinking that it should not have been like that, because there is no way she could have ended up in the lake. After dragging Maribel's body to the shore, Isolde waits for her to wake up. Luckily for him, after a short time, she does open her eyes. Maribel wants to say something to His Majesty, but she can't. Isolde tells her that enough talking for today, as she needs to rest properly, and suggests that the lady must be in shock. She and Theo were very frightened. He hopes that Lady will explain everything to him later. Theobald hands the girl a flask of water. Maribel thanks Lord Peregrine and asks His Majesty where they are now. Isolde replies that they are now in the centre of the Myrian forest, and it is his question as to how she ended up here. Maribel replies that she fell at the entrance to the forest and suggests that the lake at the entrance to the forest must be connected somehow. Isolde tells her that this is possible, as the forest of Myrion has always been a mysterious place, but in any case, the most important thing now is that she is unharmed. Maribel thanks them for their concern. Riding his horse, Isolde asks Theobald if there has always been one tree here, as he is sure it was further away. Realizing that the forest surroundings have begun to change rapidly, Theobald tells His Majesty to get on his horse. Isolde puts Maribel on the horse, saying that they must get out of the forest before sunset at all costs, for if the landscape changes, they will not be able to do so. The animals are scared too. They remember the way they came, so they have to gallop back. It's almost dark outside. Passing by the trees, Theobald warns His Majesty to be careful in certain places. Eskeld advises Maribel not to look down, or she will fall. Lord Peregrine reports to the Emperor that there is no more road and asks which way to go next. Isolde orders a left turn, but on this road they encounter a trap, and an arrow flies past the Emperor's head and luckily gets stuck in a tree. Isolde has time to react and asks Maribel to come to his head. At that moment, another arrow flies over their heads. Theobald tells His Majesty that these arrows are from crossbows. Isolde guesses that the crossbow fired when Theobald cut the branch and the shots were automatic. He asks Lord Peregrine if they can gallop around avoiding traps. Theobald explains that it will be difficult since Lady Maribel is with them. The girl admits that she is a burden to them. Theo excuses himself to her, saying that he did not say it out of bad intentions, and apologizes for it. Maribel replies to him that it is all right, because his main task is to protect His Majesty. Seeing Lord Peregrine's assembled bag, the lady decides to ask what is inside. Theobald opens the bag and shows her the glowing grass. Isolde explains that they use it to see the road at night. It was given to them by the Marquis of Rodaine. When Maribel hears the familiar name, she thinks about how many secrets there are. It seems as if everything is Javier's plan. Theobald tells His Majesty that the sun is setting and they must hurry. Maribel asks Lord Peregrine if there is a place to hide nearby. Isolde asks her what she is up to. The lady asks to be left here. Theobald again reminds His Majesty that it is almost dark, and it will be harder to avoid traps at night, and he approves of Lady Edenbane's idea to stay, as even alone, it is hard to avoid arrows, but with her it will be doubly dangerous. Maribel explains that she did not mean to leave her here for good, and she wants to check something and pretend to be dead for a day. Larinette and Arnel decide that she is dead, but what will Javier do? The girl asks His Majesty to pretend not to know about her fall into the lake and leave the hunting territory. Esseled asks the lady if she really thinks this is a good idea, since anything can happen at night. Maribel strokes His Majesty's hand and reassures him that she is fine, and asks him to face the truth, as she too understands. Esseled agrees to leave the girl in the forest and promises to bring her a blanket at night. Theobald says he will take her to the nearest cave. After Theo and the Emperor drop Maribel off at the cave, she again asks them to pretend not to know her whereabouts until the end, and not to say anything to Lord Mudd and Lord Argyle. She also asks them to keep a close eye on the actions of the Marquis of Rodaine, as the man is incredibly cunning. Esseled replies to the lady that he does not know what she is thinking, but will do as she says. Maribel remembers what Javier said about not trusting the people in the palace, so she can find out if what he said was true or false. All she has to do is wait for her chance. Meanwhile, at Rodaine Manor, Jaylene begins to worry about His Majesty, as everyone who was on the hunt has returned. Only His Majesty and Theo are still missing, and the lady has disappeared without leaving a trace. Before the sun goes down, she decides to go to the forest to look for His Majesty. Assel says he will go with her, but at that moment he sees Theobald and the Emperor approaching, but he wonders why they are alone. Jaylin rushes to His Majesty. Esseled gets off his horse and says he wants to see Maribel and asks where she is. Lord Mudd bows and replies that the lady is not here. While she slept, he went to gather healing herbs near the forest, but when he returned, she was gone. Esseled doesn't like these silly excuses. At that moment, Lord Rodaine comes out to them, saying that he wanted to send men after them, but that he was worried for nothing. Esseled notes that the Marquis is still as skilled in sweet talk as ever. Javier asks His Majesty if he has seen anyone else in the forest. The Emperor answers that it is difficult for him to answer this question, but he does not advise sending men there to look for someone, as he will be forced to stop them. Lord Rodaine asks if he can find out the reason. Esseled is surprised that he doesn't know the reason, and explains that the forest has changed again, and he thought that they couldn't get out. Besides, the crossbows were automatically attached to the trees. Javier replies that this is impossible, as the forest territory should not have changed. The Emperor reiterates to the Marquis that the forest on his territory has changed, and a crossbow was fired at him, and asks him what he is going to do. In that case, he has every reason to cut off his head. Javier defends himself that what is happening in the forest is a supernatural phenomenon beyond his control, but finds out who has secured the crossbows before the hunting party is over. Esseled warns Lord Rodaine that if he fails to meet the deadline, the Rodaine estate will be confiscated by the Empire. Javier insists on checking if he's left in the forest. The Emperor reminds him that he has already said that the territory has changed. Lord Rodaine replies to His Majesty that they can't be sure if someone is left behind. Esseled pins Jaylin and Asilu to follow him as he wants to hear what happened to Maribel. After speaking with the Emperor, Lord Assel comes to Lord Rodaine's office and reminds him that they seem to have agreed that he would ensure the safety of His Majesty and Lady Maribel. Javier explains that there seems to have been a misunderstanding, as he could not have predicted that the forest would change. Assel then asks for an explanation about the crossbows. Lord Rodaine replies that if he had set them up, His Majesty and Lady Maribel would have been devastated. He believes that his plan is flawless, starting with his foolish cousin pushing Maribel into the lake and going so far as to lure His Majesty and Lord Peregrine to the lake shore with the help of the glowing grass. So Aranel Edenburgh must be the culprit. His Majesty should have gone to see and rescue Maribel, but she did not return. Assel clenches his hands into fists in anger and asks the Marquis what they should do about the lady's disappearance. Javier replies that in any case, he must find at least her dead body, and then asks Lord Argyle to leave his office. Assel approaches Lord Rodaine and warns him of the severe punishment he will suffer if Lady Maribel does not return, not Rodaine. The Marquis replies that he will be grateful, but that he will not be happy with his own life. As Assel leaves the room, he realizes that the decision to cooperate with him was clearly wrong. He calls Javier a trickster, because even if it helps him deal with the Edinburghs, he did the wrong thing. Aranel meets him in the corridor. The girl assumes that Lord Ergyle has just met with Javier as she is on her way to see him. Assel confirms this and notes that Lady Edinburgh seems drunk. Aranel tells the steward that she was overjoyed when she heard that he had agreed to cooperate with them. Her father tells her that the line is difficult to place a spy near His Majesty. Smiling sinisterly, Assel mentally replies that the truth is that she and her cousin planned the whole thing to get rid of the Edinburghs. Aranel unobtrusively brags about her new ring and says that she helped her sister rest in peace today and asks and cousin to praise her. Assel sees the ring and says he hasn't seen it on her. Lady Edinburgh explains that the ring was given to her by her cousin. Lord Erdgale sees the detailed work in it and asks the lady if she knows that it used to be popular among noble ladies to commit suicide by swallowing such a ring with a large stone and sharp stones. But what do they care about these old-fashioned tendencies? The main thing is that the ring is beautiful. He asks the lady not to worry, because she doesn't think that her cousin gave her the ring to kill herself. Assel walks away from Aranel, and Theobald is waiting for him. He comes around the corner and puts a knife to his friend's neck, demanding a good explanation of what he has just heard. Meanwhile, Maribel sits alone in a dark cave and thinks that the fact that Aranel used Larinette can be considered as a great progress for her, and can even be praised, and tries to understand whether Aranel knows Larinette's weakness, or she decided to help her. Eseled arrives at Maribel's house. The girl runs joyfully into his arms. The Emperor strokes the lady on her back and asks her if she was scared. Maribel replies that it was not that, she was just cold. Eseled asks if that's why she decided to use it as a heater and touches her forehead to check the temperature. The Emperor explains that just because she doesn't feel symptoms doesn't mean she isn't sick. He removes his jacket from the lady. Maribel's heart begins to pound rapidly, and she tells His Majesty that now is not a good time. Eseled wraps a plaid around the girl and asks when would be a good time. He picks her up and sits her on his lap and gives her hot tea to keep her warm. Maribel notices that His Majesty seems to be used to taking care of others. Eseled tells her that his mother has been ill, and Maribel is saddened by this news. The Emperor asks her not to be sad, as his mother has been dead for a long time. She tells him that no matter how much time passes, such things are always remembered. Eseled thinks that even though she is right, it is no reason to shed tears. Besides, his mother did not die of illness. She was poisoned. The poison caused internal bleeding. But such deaths are not uncommon in the palace. Maribel asks His Majesty if the same thing awaits her. The Emperor informs the lady that, as she told him, he has been keeping a close eye on the Marquis of Rodaine. He is now searching the forest for her, which is why it is so noisy. Eseled believes that Javier has something to do with this incident. He has put her in danger, so he will find out every detail. Maribel asks His Majesty if he has found out anything about Aranel. Eseled replies that he has not seen her, and can only say that she speaks often with Lady Erua. The lady mumbles something about Larineth, Javier, and the Rodaines. The Emperor notices that she is thinking too much, and asks her if she is tired because she has done so much. Theobald continues to question Assel, and asks him if there is any reason why he would not kill him right now. He wants to hear the reason for his betrayal. Lord Ergyle explains that there was a misunderstanding, and he is actually a double agent here. Theo asks if it was an order from His Majesty. Assel tells him that it was his own decision, since His Majesty allows him to act on his own, as long as it is not against himself. Lord Peregrine tells his friend that in that case he has no reason to trust him, and that last night the Marquis of Rodaine tried to kill His Majesty and the lady. Assel reports that he questioned the Marquis, and he told him that if he had set the crossbows, they would have turned into sieves. Theobald asks Lord Ergyle what he offered the Marquis in return. Assel says he offered some poison, but as a last resort, he can testify as a witness, and asks him not to tell anyone about it. Javier needs a tasteless poison that no one else can make but him. Theobald does not agree to keep it a secret, and says he will report to His Majesty anyway. Assel allows Theo to do as he sees fit, and yet he does not know how he will apologise for the incident with the lady. Forgetting that Lady Maribel had asked not to be told that she was alive, Theo tells his friend that Lady is fine. She asked to be left in the woods for the day, and it seems to be the best solution to the situation, and His Majesty has gone to look after her, so there is nothing to worry about. At this point, Theo realizes he's blabbed. Asil, recognizing that the lady is fine, falls to her knees in tears. Theo asks his friend why he has such a reaction to the news. Maribel has a dream from a past life. She sits on His Majesty's lap and tells him that the tea has gone cold. Eseled replies to the lady that as long as she cares for him, tea is not important, and notes that she seems confused since becoming Empress. Maribel tells him that not even a month has passed and asks His Majesty what happened again today. Eseled tells them that Jalin was upset about losing the naval battle and asked to be sent to the front line, and that this caused Cyrus to make a fuss. Maribel tells the Emperor that naturally he will be worried, as what will he do if his knight is seriously wounded? The lady asks His Majesty's permission to go home to her family for at least a day, as her cousin misses her very much. Eseled replies that there is nothing in this country that the Empress cannot do. He allows her to go, but to remember to show herself at least in her dreams, to her lonely husband. Maribel opens her eyes abruptly. She remembers that in her past life she had extracted information and passed it on to her uncle Lorenz. She regrets what she did then. That's why she became Empress. More than anyone, she was the one who encouraged the rebellion. It's absurd that a ruler called a tyrant would be so stupid. Javier used to be on the Empress's side, and now he's a spy. Her memories are slowly coming back to her. The lady gets up to go wash her face with cold water, but Eseled grabs her hand and tucks her in next to him in his arms. Maribel tells him that she was foolish in her past life, made many mistakes and got trapped. Still, she is glad she has a second chance and won't let it go. She stands up again, and kissing His Majesty promises him that when it is over, this time she wants to love him. Eseled wakes up abruptly to Maribel saying she wants to love him. She seems so sweet to him that it drives him crazy. He is glad that Maribel will not betray him this time. That same night, Eseled has a dream with a memory from a past life. The Emperor is captured by Baldwin Theophilus. He tells Eselides that he really wanted to kill him. His knight ripped out his finger, so he thinks his brother owes him something in return. Looking at the ring of the first emperor, Baldwin reminds his brother that the throne did not originally belong to him, who also, when you want to take something from others, the end is very predictable. Eseled sits bound on his knees and notices that Baldwin has not changed at all, and that he is just as talkative as before. Baldwin grabs his brother by the face and tells him that he is still as rough as he was when he was a boy, and that he thinks he is praiseworthy for his constancy. He also rebukes Eseled for not completely forgetting to respect his older brother and kicks his body with his feet. Eseled reproaches his brother for beating him like a madman. Baldwin explains the reason for his defeat to his foolish brother, and the reason is that he trusted the wrong people and ended up falling into a trap. He reminds him that in one generation, only one person can wear the imperial ring, two cannot sit on the throne. As he looks at the bloody ring, he notices how brightly it shines. The death of his brother would strengthen his position. That's how Eseled died. He was utterly helpless in the face of death, and then he went back in time. After his death, he was driven mad by the betrayal of those he trusted, and set up a bloody purge in the palace. After living like a man possessed for months, he suddenly came to his senses and realized that he remembered the past year. He put an end to his crazy behavior and fully immersed himself in the search for Baldwin, and Maribel came to him again. It seems memories are coming back. In the past, Maribel was a spy in the Edenborough family. She went home to see her cousin and never came back. And then there are the memories of how much he loved her. A short time before, Theobald brings Asil into the room and notices after a while that he is feeling a little better. Lord Urgal replies that he wasn't sick at all. Theo rebukes him for sounding unconvincing after he had burst into tears. Asil thinks his joy is natural, since the lady is well. Lord Peregrine explains that in his opinion, one cries when one learns of a missing person, but he cried because she is alive. Asil reminds his friend of the state he was in when Jalin ran away. Theo replies that it was a long time ago, and remembers that His Majesty has sent an urgent message. Asil takes the letter from his hand and sees that the recipient is Lord Keir. The letter says that because of the hunting convention, no one is in the capital, and that they need to make sure that nothing happens in their absence. The letter also lists the families that have been in contact with the Edenburys and Rodanes. They may be up to something. Asle tells Lord Peregrine that this is not enough, and they need proof. Theo reminds him that they can prove that the crossbowmen set up the Rodanes, and they are already one step ahead of him by looking for evidence. Lord Urgal realises that the guillotine will soon be occupied, and after all, the new personnel manager hasn't even had time to get down to business. Theo concludes that Asle will now be reinstated. Lord Urgal replies that the Emperor originally did not want to put anyone but him in charge of the staff. Asle seals the letter and sends it by pigeon to the palace. The Emperor and Lord Mudd enter the room. Eseled is pleased that Theo and Asle are together and asks them if they have done everything. Lord Peregrine reports to His Majesty that they have just sent a dove with a message. The Emperor tells all that he has ordered Jaelin to search the forest until she is exhausted. Maribel is sitting on the shore of the lake with her feet in it. She suggested that the lake at the entrance to the forest and the lake in the centre of the forest are connected. In that case, they should be U-shaped. She decides to go deeper into the lake to test this theory. At that moment she is found by Jaelin. The knight mistakes her for a ghost. Maribel slips in the water and begins to drown. Lord Mudd dives for the lady. All the way there, Jaelin roared from the stress of worrying about Lady Edinburgh's life. The girl wrings out her hair and once again tells the knight that she is fine. Jaelin hugs the lady tightly with the words that she is very glad she survived, as she thought she was dead, so she mistook her for a ghost. Maribel is happy to know that there are people who would grieve if she died. Iselle asks Jaelin to stop and come back, as she will have to come here again tomorrow. The next morning, Lady Edinburgh returns to the manor on a white horse with Jaelin. The people are pleased that the lady is safe and sound after all. Lord Mudd summons His Majesty to see that she has returned with Lady Edinburgh. Lord Rodane approaches Maribel and says that he is overjoyed that she has returned, as he has been worried sick. Maribel replies to Javier that of course he will be glad, for she has graciously accepted his invitation and as a result has almost drowned in the lake. She is surprised that the organiser of the event is now standing there safe and sound. Eseled walks over to them, saying he can't disagree, and hugging Maribel tells her that he thought she would never return to him and he couldn't find a place to be. The lady asks His Majesty not to be sad as she is here by his side. Eseled, playing along, asks what happened to her in the forest, since she disappeared for a whole day. Maribel, looking at her sister standing in the distance, tells His Majesty that something very strange has happened. She was pushed into the lake. Meanwhile, at the palace, Lord Keir reads a delivered letter from His Majesty, asking him to find out which family the crossbows belong to, a deadline before he returns to the palace. With the unexpected message, the crossbows and Lady Maribel's disappearance, Keir realises there is nothing he can do. Even though the gift of clairvoyance and clairvoyance will shorten his life, he is forced to use it, so this month he must double his salary. Using the gift has shortened his life by 3 years. But in any case, it seems the guillotine will be occupied. The Emperor summons all the people who have arrived at Redderil Manor to the throne room. Maribel tells the Emperor that she fell asleep last night wearing a shawl. Lord Mudd, who was guarding her, had gone out to gather herbs, and she was left unattended. She rested peacefully in solitude. Arenal was horrified that her sister had survived and that she would kill her. Maribel goes on to say that at some point everything went quiet, and suddenly 3 strong men jumped out and dragged her somewhere. She was scared, so she followed them, and there was a man waiting for her. Ariel doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Inais Rodet, tired of hearing this, asks who it was and asks Lady Edinburgh to speak soon, as her son cannot do business because of these proceedings. Eseled tells her aunt that Maribel is shocked, and it is hard for her to speak in front of so many people, and it is not necessary to look for the culprit. It is possible to kill everyone present. So if suddenly someone is busy, ask them to tell him and don't be shy. He will make sure to relieve them of their business. Maribel is thinking about how she can stall for time, since they have already killed in the essence of Madame Inais, but they haven't found out anything about Javier yet. The hall is in chaos after a servant brings an urgent message from the capital to Viscount Cannell and the others. Maribel is trying to figure out what's going on, but from the look on His Majesty's face, everything is going according to plan. Isolde claps his hands together to attract attention, and noting that everyone is busy saying that if they tell him what is going on, he can deal with it in the best way possible. Viscount Cannel tells His Majesty that he cannot give all the details as it is a private family matter and hopes for understanding. Eseled notes that this does not sound very sincere and that it would be a shame if he were to lose his position. Cannel insists that it is really important. The man doesn't have time to speak, and Jaylene's sword is pointed at him threateningly. The Viscount asks Lord Maud to lower his sword. Eseled says that even though Viscount Cannel can't tell them anything, they'll have to postpone it, because it looks like everyone will have to leave because of a very important matter. Maribel asks His Majesty what happened, but instead of the Emperor Theobald answers her and explains that they sold her. The thing is that they used the fact of her disappearance to spread false rumours. Besides, there was a book of crossbow turnover and they forged the information thanks to Cyrus. Eseled adds that they forged a letter as if it had been written by a member of the Congress that she had died on the hunting grounds from a crossbow shot, and in a rage rushes to question everyone present. Maribel asks His Majesty if this is really possible, to which he replies that Cyrus is a master at it. She then asks about the turnover book. The Emperor replies that Assel is trying to find out if the crossbows were purchased domestically. They need to find out the identities of everyone involved in the incident. When she appeared to be alive, they realized they were walking into a trap. This is how His Majesty planned from the beginning to kill most of the people and cause a bloodbath. The next day, Maribel is walking along the lake. Lady Arua approaches her and apologizes for the incident. She understands if the lady will not forgive her and may even condemn her for her insolence. Maribel asks Larinette if she really only wants to apologize and still believes that she has prepared her excuses perfectly, and asks her why she didn't come to the hall earlier, since she hadn't heard the news that she had returned. Lady Arua replies that she heard the news, but she was scared. Maribel asks her why she tried to kill her if she was scared. Larinette explains to the lady that it's not like she just wanted to save her. If she hadn't, Arenelle could have seriously harmed her. Lady Edenborough asks if that's what her sister told her. Larinette denies it, saying it was the Marquis Rodaine who said it. He told her that if she told Lady Edenborough honestly, she would understand. Larinette again reassures the lady that she really did try her best to save her. Maribel asks her if Arenelle threatened her. Larinette replies to the lady that her sister told her that if she helped Maribel, she would be barred from the high society. However, Arenelle did not realize that instead of killing her, it could be a way to save her. But Larinette did not tell her friend that. Pushing her into the lake to save her seems to Maribel a very contradictory truth. She thanks Larinette for her help, but it would have been nice if she had done her a small favour, and asks her to betray the letter. A short time later, Maribel is approached by her angry sister. Maribel notices that Arenelle was in no hurry, and if she were busy, she would not have had time to answer her letter. Arenelle replies to her sister that she doesn't know what she wanted to say with her letter, but she wasn't busy. Maribel asks her sister why she is not interested in how she survived, and why she has not been accused of the attempt on her life, although of course her father is responsible for it. Arenelle decides to ask Maribel how she survived, as she watched her drowning until the last moment. Maribel answers that no one could have thought of the fact that underwater it is connected to the lake in the centre of the forest, and apparently the person who told her to push her into the lake did not inform her of this small detail, so no matter how much her sister hates her, she cannot kill her by relying only on her emotions. Arenelle asks her sister if she would kill her in that case. Maribel abruptly grabs her by the hair, saying that she didn't want to die either, and pushes her sister into the lake. As she watches her drown, she wonders if she looked the same when she fell into the lake. Lord Rodaine arrives at the noise. Maribel turns to ask him if he is going to help his cousin. Javier replies that he doesn't want an incident on his property. Maribel reminds the Lord that it didn't stop him from drowning her last time, and whether he realizes that she can't call him V as she did when she was a child. Javier replies that he knows it, because a lot of things have happened between them. Maribel says that she will not ask him anything about the incident because she thinks it is pointless, and they are no longer related. Javier lets her ask him about it, because it was on his initiative that Arenelle wanted to kill her by pushing her into the lake, and he arranged it so that they would return from the forest together with His Majesty. Maribel replies that it doesn't matter anymore because she is alive, but if she wants to apologize, she will forgive. She asks Javier what he will do now. Lord Rodaine apologizes but explains that he did his best to save her. 10 years ago at the Ellenbeth residence, little Javi sitting alone complaining to himself that his mother has gone away again, leaving him in the care of another family. Since his father died, she has been having fun with lovers every day, and it's already too much. Behind him, he hears someone laughing. He turns around and sees Arenal happy that her sister ate her wreath. A strange girl with silver hair catches his attention. He calls her beautiful and thinks about how she can give love to others so sincerely, and whether he can get a piece of that love too. From that moment on, Javier decided to gain Maribel's trust in order to get closer to her. Instead of wearing pants, he put on a dress and pretended to be a girl. However, when he was about to achieve his goal, his mother returned and V's life ended there. Lord Rodaine sits by the bedside of the sleeping Arenal and tells her that he can't understand why he makes every effort but can't get the desired result. Often the best thing to do is to avoid the worst. Javier puts his hand on the girl's neck and thinks that he is sorry, but it seems that he's ready to do anything for Maribel, so he has to decide whether he should kill Arenal. At that moment, Inés Rodaine bursts into the room and asks her son about his cousin's condition. Javier replies to his mother that the lady is asleep at the moment. The woman sits down beside Arenal's bed and tells her son that Eseled is investigating the crossbow case, and thank goodness the Eden Bears were able to cover their tracks in time. Javier notes that they reacted quickly. Inés asks the Lord if he thinks that Lorenz is a duke in name only, and that he has been appointed head of staff at the palace, which means that now is the right time to act. Javier is pleased that things have worked out so well. Inés says that things are not so good, as Eseled does not sleep a wink. She asks Javier if he has told Maribel that he will deal with her. The Lord asks Inés if she doesn't believe him. The woman explains her distrust by saying that she knows that her son has a hard time with such things, and that this girl has it so easy. Javier asks his mother how many families are now out of suspicion. She replies that it seems about 6, and they need to contact Baldwin urgently. In that case, Lord Rodaine is going to send a letter to Cron with the prince's location. Last night in the Rodaine's reception room, the Emperor was negotiating with his subordinates. Asil lists to His Majesty the names of all the families involved in the crossbow business. Eslold thanks Lord Ergyle for his excellent work, but he thinks it all could have been found out with Kier's abilities. Jalin interjects and says that it sounds lame, because if they had really kept the crossbows in a prominent place in the armoury, they could have hidden them anywhere, and it would have made more sense. Maribel asks His Majesty if the Marquis of Rodaine has found the men who planted the crossbows. Eseled replies that he has not yet, but the culprit is surely among the families listed. The lady asks what about the testimonies, for they cry injustice, though they have been in contact more than once and not twice. Crossbows carelessly left behind, Javier promising to find the culprit, too suspicious that the puzzle is being put together so easily. Eseled asks Maribel what she's been thinking about. She replies to His Majesty that she thinks Peppo will scold her when they return to the palace. The Emperor asks her what she has done wrong, because she is not afraid of being punished by him. Maribel explains that he's a different matter, and that Peppo is like a mother to her, and reminds His Majesty that he also cares more when Lord Kier is displeased than when she is. Eseled replies that he only cares about Maribel, because when she cries he is scared, and when she smiles, when she is angry, when she is silent, when she talks, he is scared too. When once again she does something crazy, he is scared because she worries him a lot, and he is afraid that she might just disappear. He worries that she will be sad because she thinks about herself last. He wants to share Maribel's feelings and emotions with her. Heartbreaking screams are heard outside. The order is given to blow the head off. Maribel is surprised that the guillotine is now in operation. Eseled explains that the Earl of Milan and his family are being executed. The Count has increased the tax on his lands and provided them with a forged ledger. The Emperor believes this is a mockery of the imperial family, and they cannot take his punishment lightly. There are many people, so it can't be done in one day. The execution is slow and measured. Looking at the coffins on Maribel's window, it seems there are indeed many of them. Recently, more and more families have been ignoring the absolute power of the emperor, and this is the influence of Baldwin Theophilus. Maribel gets out of the carriage. His Majesty has already gone to his study, so she decides to rest for the time being. Her nanny rushes over to the lady. As she approaches the lady, she takes her face in her hands and notices that it is swollen. Peppo asks her if anyone is hurting her, as her heart aches for the lady. Maribel tells Nanny that she is fine, and it is because she missed her. Peppo invites the lady to come inside. The woman knew she was coming back tonight, so she got everything ready, warmed her bathroom, and bought her a new scented oil, and also prepared her a beautiful nightgown petals on the bed. Maribel asks Peppo what she is talking about now. The nanny reminds the lady of what usually happens between young people at night, especially since she is finally back, and so is His Majesty. Maribel replies to Nanny that it is not that kind of relationship at all. The girl is called by her uncle Lorenz and asked to follow him because he wants to talk to her. Maribel sees the horror in the nanny's eyes and remembers that her nanny was kicked out of the estate because of Uncle Lorenz. She replies to the Duke that they have nothing to talk to him about. One day, Lorenz visits Baldwin Theophilus. The Crown Prince tells the Duke that Aeneas has caused chaos at the hunting convention and that all the families involved have been arrested. He notes that his younger brother has a brain, and even Duke Lorenz will have trouble escaping this time. Baldwin asks him to be patient, because with the help of his aunt, they will be able to increase their strength. Lorenz replies to the prince that he is right and promises to do his best. Clenching his hands into fists, he thinks that of course Baldwin is calm. Aeneas is in good health. She has many men, but if he makes a mistake, he will be disposed of without a second thought, and Arenelle is still at Riddell Manor, and Aeneas may take her hostage. When the emperor arrives at the palace, the first thing he does is summon Duke Lorenz. As he leaves His Majesty's office, the Duke tries to figure out how he got wind of it. Aiceled asks Lorenz if he used his official position to settle the problem with Ridderil. For this reason, the emperor informs him that he has been demoted from his position as steward from now on. Lorenz is pondering who might have reported it. His role was to scout and pass on information. Among those who could replace him and who would have no problem showing up at the palace is his niece Maribel. The Duke decides to talk to her. Sitting opposite her uncle with a cup of tea in her hand, Maribel tells him that she doesn't know why he has come, but that it is better to get straight to the point. Lorenz is outraged at the way his niece arrogantly bites the hand that fed her. He explains that he has a favour to ask of her regarding Arenelle. Maribel finds it amusing that her uncle still thinks she's crazy about her sister. She asks him what happened to her cousin. The Duke explains that Arenelle is still at the Ridderil estate, and he needs to make sure she gets home safely. Maribel asks her uncle about the Tory, that didn't everyone go home after the hunt was over. Lorenz rises abruptly from his chair and bangs his hands on the table, shouting that he would not lie about his own daughter. Maribel rises from her seat and knocks over her cup, telling her uncle not to raise his voice at her. The maids stand outside the room and overhear the conversation. Maribel asks her uncle why Arenelle is still there. Lorenz replies in a low voice that something has happened with the Rodanes. The lady asks if he means to say that the Rodanes are holding the Edinburgh's daughter, and asks him why they would do that. The Duke replies that they have a deal with them. The Rodanes are distant relatives. They helped each other out of friendship, and they worked together on this case. But the end didn't work out, and they took Arenelle away. Maribel replies to her uncle that she does not know what business he is talking about, but that she will convey his request to His Majesty and suggests that their conversation should end there. As he leaves, Lorenz tells his niece that he hopes she will help him and closes the door behind him. Left alone, Maribel reflects on the fact that all the families involved in the crossbow conspiracy have been uncovered and are all close to the Edinburghs. They've been following them too closely, and because of that, they've missed the actions of the kinfolk. Now they're holding Arenelle, so why did the Rodanes abandon the Edinburghs? Maribel went straight to the Emperor's office. She reports to His Majesty what her uncle had told her, and as she realised the Rodanes had refused to cooperate, it seemed the Edinburghs were useless to them now. Keir suggests that maybe they just had a falling out, but there could be many reasons for that. Aiceled says that if you look at the result, they really just used the Edinburghs and decided to get rid of them afterwards. He asked the lady if the reason for her visit was that she found the information interesting. Maribel confirms this and says that she is very curious about the ambiguous behaviour of Lorenz Edinburgh, but that they cannot be punished for the crossbow business alone. Keir tells her that it's only possible if the sins of the other families are pinned on them, but in any case the Edinburghs are under pressure because he's her uncle. Whatever they do, they can't get away with it. Esseled says he would have long ago ordered the execution today or tomorrow, but they will act in secret to avoid Ariel Edinburgh's attention. Lord Curl suggests gathering allies. Marybelle asks His Majesty if he wants to accidentally execute Aranel to get information out of her. The Emperor confirms her speculation and explains his decision by saying that her sister will tell everything about the lake and the crossbows under pressure, even if they have to resort to torture. Keir thinks it is not entirely rational to break the law to obtain testimony, since Aranel is just a pawn and may not know anything. Marybelle asks the Prime Minister why her sister should be tortured. Keir explains that the reason is that Aranel has wronged her, and it would be natural to take revenge on her. A while later, they do take Aranel Edenbeth from Rodane Manor and put her in a cell. Jaelin shows Marybelle where they are keeping her sister, and warns the lady that the sight of her may disgust her. But since she has seen a lot in the war, she doesn't care, but she may not be used to it. Marybelle asks Lord Mudd not to delay and to open the door. Once inside, she sees Aranel with her eyes bound and chained to a wooden chair. Jaelin tells the lady that she will wait for her outside and that she can call her if anything happens. Marybelle smells a strong odour of blood in the cell. Aranel starts screaming and asks who is here. She is furious and calls everyone crazy bastards. Hearing Marybelle's voice, she suggests that her sister has probably come to watch her being tortured and laugh at her tortured appearance. Moving closer to her sister, Marybelle tells her that she has been thinking about the best way to get revenge on her for a long time. Aranel asks her sister if she is now satisfied that her revenge has come to fruition. She tells her that she is not satisfied because revenge must be exquisite. It must be thought out to the smallest detail. It must cause as much pain as she has caused her. She suddenly wonders why she betrayed her. Marybelle gradually unties her sister's hands and eyes and asks her to tell her everything. Aranel explains that her sister is disgusted when she looks at her, when she calls her by name, when she talks to her. When you hate someone, you don't need another reason. Marybelle asks why they couldn't just distance themselves in such a case. Aranel answers her sister that she wants to destroy her. She is sickened by the thought that she is part of the Edinburgh family and walks around with her head held high, and if we could negotiate with their cook, everything would be perfect. She resents the fact that His Majesty follows her around and she can't get away with it. Marybelle asks Aranel not to cry because she has spent her whole life trying to get rid of her. Aranel calls her crazy, and if she had drowned in the lake, she would have had an easier life. Marybelle holds a bottle of poison in her hand and calls her sister stupid since she thinks that her suit is to suffer longer and that she wrongly attributes too much mercy to her. Aranel demands that she get out of here, as she is not going to die here. Marybelle tells her cousin that she doesn't seem to realise she was destined to die as soon as she got here. Aranel admits that she behaved horribly, but still thinks that it is not enough to kill her, and she knows well that killing is not in her nature. The lady replies to her that she will definitely be sorry, however better the torment of conscience, than if she will be torn with hatred for her. She gives her sister a choice: drink the poison now, or die of torture. Aranel takes the poison from her sister's hand. Marybelle leaves the cell. She walks around the cell, thinking that she can't believe her cousin thinks she's going to die so easily, and then smashes the bottle on the floor. She decides that she just needs to deliver a note to her father, and agrees to be tortured in the hope that she can negotiate with the one who will torture her. Isolde enters the cell and tells Aranel that she's not looking too bad, and he heard that Marybelle offered her a choice: die now or be tortured. He explains that Lady has such a soft heart and that she's grown very attached to her, so she's worried. Marybelle falls to her knees and begs His Majesty to hear her slander. Isolde interrupts Aranel, saying that he understands how frightened she is, and that at the moment it seems to her that everything that is supposed to belong to her has been taken away. The girl replies to His Majesty that he is right, as everyone is looking at her sister. She hates it and is scared. She doesn't understand if she is really destined to die like this. Isolde tells Aranel that he didn't know they had such a bad relationship, since she is ready to push her sister into the lake. This fact alone is enough to execute her. The emperor explains that Bel has a very kind soul, and if he were in her place, he would hurry up and deprive her of one part of her body for each deed. Aranel glances at the emperor's ring and thinks about why it is glowing and why she is sleepy. There is something wrong. Eseled tells her that when she wakes up, she will beg for death. Aranel has a dream. Javier comes to her on the balcony and asks her why she killed Maribel. The girl is surprised that he liked her sister too. Lord Rodaine demands an immediate answer, for they promised Duke Edinburgh to protect her. Aranel explains that they had no choice, so she overheard their plan. Javier replies that if that was the only thing they could do, they could poach her. Aranel tells him that makes no sense, since it's obviously quicker to get rid of a man than to lure him to their side. Lord Rodaine assures the lady that Maribel would do whatever she told her to do. Aranel rises abruptly from the table and explains to him that if the rebellion is successful, the first thing to be executed is the Emperor and Empress, so her sister would not have believed her. Javier clutches his head and reproaches the lady for not knowing anything. Maribel loved her very much, and if she had known, she would not have done so, and wiping away his tears says he would have given anything to get even a small part of the love she gave her. He's disappointed in Aranel. She took all of her sister's attention and did such an absurd thing. The Lord is sure that one day she will regret it. Aranel is lying on her bed, reading a letter of condolence from the Marquis Rodin. She thinks that of course he left her and ran after his sister and forgot about her, but he left her a ring with a red ruby. It's too big, so she decides to wear it on a chain. Shortly before, Javier warns Maribel that she will only get hurt around her sister. Aranel tries to understand if this is a dream or Javier's memories. The lady answers the Marquis knows it is just that now her sister is angry with her because she wanted to marry His Majesty, but she became Empress. Ariel thinks she sees her sister's strange side in the dream, but remembers that she was just angry when she saw her, and it was all because of her too personal behaviours. Maribel tells Javier that she hasn't been able to do it yet, and thinks that Aranel will stop being mad at her someday, and things will get better. But for now she'll be careful. Lodaine asks the lady what she will do until her sister stops being angry. Maribel doesn't know the answer to that question yet, but there's a hunting convention coming up, and she asks the Lord to visit her. Ariel is trying to understand why His Majesty is showing her this. She doesn't want to be sorry. She doesn't want to know, so she just asks him not to show it to her. Maribel walks with the Emperor around the grounds. Eseled asks her if she has to go, because even thinking about being separated from her already makes him long for her, and assumes that she will not miss her at all. Aranel is still trying to figure out whose memory it is, since this time His Majesty is with his sister. The Emperor tells Maribel that even though it's not the right time, he is very happy, and every time she goes away he misses her terribly. Aranel wonders if it's possible that these are His Majesty's memories. The lady promises her husband that she will return quickly this time, and that Aranel wanted to meet her. Eseled asks her why she likes her so much that she runs to her at the first call. Even parents don't run after their children like that. Maribel tells the Emperor that she doesn't need a reason to love her little sister. She's just happy every time she sees Aranel. Eseled replies that he understands the feeling of doing anything for someone. Aranel says through her sleep that she doesn't want to know anymore and begs her to stop it, as her sister is just a woman she hates and doesn't want to regret what she has done. She has never felt so much guilt and doesn't know what to do about it. Her sister didn't know how much His Majesty loved her, and she didn't know how much RNA loved her. Aranel didn't want to know that. She wakes up with tears in her eyes. The Emperor tells her everything she saw didn't really happen. It wasn't real, but it's all true for him and Maribel. Aranel tells His Majesty that she can't understand her sister and thinks she behaved abominably towards her, and she didn't even hate her. Eseled explains to her that that's the problem. If Maribel had hated her, they would have been together a lot longer. He picks up his sword and asks Aranel if she still wants to live. The girl replies that she does not, and begs him to kill her. Eseled swings and chops her up. She noticed the bottle of poison that she had broken, and only now realized that her sister had wanted her to die peacefully, and had been kind to her to the last. The Emperor comes out of the cell and informs them that Lady Edinburgh is dead and will need to be cleaned up. Theobald asks if she resisted. Isolde replies that she did not resist, and says that her double should be sent to prison, as it would be problematic if her death were known. At a late hour, Isolde comes to Maribel's room. She asks His Majesty what has happened. He tells the lady that Arenelle Edenier is dead, and that Lorenz Edenburg is about to be executed, and that Larineth Urca has withdrawn her candidacy for Empress. The Emperor gets down on one knee and asks Maribel if she will marry him, as he is much more comfortable being with her than socializing with other girls. The lady tells His Majesty that if he had a ring and flowers with him, his proposal would have been more impressive. Isolde apologizes for not thinking of it. Maribel asks for permission to cry a little. He replies to the lady that he has told her many times that there is nothing in this palace that is forbidden to her. Maribel throws herself into the arms of the Isolde man with tears in her eyes. The Emperor notices that in both her past and present lives she cries, so how many lives must he live before she stops doing so? And in her previous life, Maribel was short-tempered, cold, and seemingly indifferent. She expected nothing and was not disappointed in anything. She was indifferent to the Emperor. After becoming Empress, Maribel was criticized by the nobility, but nothing was demanded of her. It was a peaceful wedding night. That day, Arenelle came into Maribel's room and asked her sister how she was doing. Maribel said she was doing the same and asked her sister what was new. Arenelle asked her to rate the new bracelet she wanted so badly. Maribel replied to her sister that it was far more beautiful than any piece of jewellery. Arenelle Edenburg was the only one who managed to evoke any emotion on her face. However, it was a one-sided love between the older sister and the younger sister. Isolde doesn't remember how long he has wanted to be the object of Maribel's affection. The lady told him that she had been too cold to him and suggested that he spend more time together. She suddenly became friendlier, and he felt a hidden meaning in it, but he could not refuse her because he wanted to embrace her so much. The Emperor loved Maribel and paid for it with his life. Isolde wakes up in pitch darkness and wonders where he is, since the last thing he remembers is being in the palace. A small cloud flies up to him and resents the fact that a descendant of Regan has arrived again. It asks him to stop dying so frivolously. He already thinks they're disturbing him on purpose. The cloud explains to him that if the first Emperor of Regina had not made the first treaty with him, he would already be in paradise instead of here. The Emperor notices that the place is very deserted. Cloud offers to make him a chair. Isolde refuses the chair as he wants to see one person. Cloud tells him that they always cry when they get here, but it is understandable. As the chair takes the shape of a chair, it asks Isolde if his memories have changed a bit, and explains that memories are closely tied to emotions, so that when they disappear, there is sadness. Isolde says that he was killed, so he should be angry, but feels only a kind of emptiness inside, and asks if this is always the case. Cloud replies that of course he only remembers the moment of death itself, but does not remember under what circumstances he died, but with his power, he can rewind his time. Isolde concludes that he is not the first person to be here and asks what the people before him chose. Cloud replies that everyone chose death because they were too tired and didn't want to go back. The Emperor agrees that this would be the best solution, as he does not even feel anger. Eternal rest sounds so tempting. Eternal. It was unbearably hard, but he could understand why they saw death as rest. Cloud reminds him that every single one of them chose death and asks the essayist if he wants to rest too. He replies that if he can go back, he will. Cloud tries to persuade him to choose death, as such calmness is very rare and suggests a little rest. Isolde agrees that it is indeed rare and life is very exhausting. Cloud asks him if the reason for his return is revenge. The Emperor denies this and says that the reason for his return is that he has something to remember and asks if he will remember everything when he comes back to life. Cloud tells him that he will not and that he will forget this place, but that something closely related to the reason for his death will change. He points to a large door through which he can exit, and then tells him that he hopes that he will live a new life as he wishes. After hearing this story, Maribel finds this surprising and asks the Emperor if he should have forgotten all about it. Isolde clarifies that he soon died again from overwork. The spirit was hurt that the man he had just brought back to life had died again. Pointing to the ring on his finger, Eseled says that it can show past life memories to other people too, but only 3 times. He used it to show them to Marybelle, and she repented before she died, no fear on her face. Marybelle begins to cry because she found out how her sister left this world. Eseled says he doesn't know what to do when she cries. The lady apologizes for shedding tears again after his marriage proposal. The Emperor explains that he had to do it because he thought she would just disappear if Arenelle died. Marybelle agrees to marry His Majesty, but still wonders if he loves her. Assel brings Keir the documents the Marquis of Rodaine gave him. Cyrus realizes that it all adds up to the Eden Bears bribing people to install crossbows. But why such a powerful family? Assel replies that it's really inconvenient since it only took them a couple days to change their minds. The Prime Minister tells his friend that this is not the problem. It feels as if the Rodaines intend to trample the Eden Bears. Lord Argyle assures his friend that if nothing like this had happened, it would have been easy to stop the riot, and so asks him to think positively. Keir tells him he's right, but he feels like they're playing games with them. He prints out a letter on the table, in which the author of the letter anonymously defends the Eden Bears. At that moment, a servant bursts into the room and reports to Lord Keir and Lord Assel that the door to the prison cell has been opened and there has been an escape. Jaelin and Theobald walk down the corridor past the prison cells. Lord Mudd asks Theo if Duke Edinburgh knows about his daughter's death. Lord Peregrine replies that the Duke does not know about it, since Arenelle was executed without due process, and if he finds out about it, they will not be in trouble. Now Jaelin understands why His Majesty is looking for a double. Lord Mudd hears some noises coming from around the corner and realises they must have uninvited guests. Jaelin tells Theo that they need to cordon off the area and beef up the guards, and while she and the guards search the place, she asks him to go to His Majesty. Tebald tells Jaelin that she should go to His Majesty, as he is better at commanding, and the Emperor is more favourable to her. The Lord calls Theo clever, and that she would expect nothing less from him. Lord Peregrine slowly walks up the stairs and stops when he hears a sound. A man with a huge sledgehammer approaches him from behind and hits him on the head. Theobald falls to the floor, unconscious. Jaelin bursts into His Majesty's room and reports that the prison door is open, presumably an escape. The Emperor asks indignantly what the guards were doing at the time. Marybelle asks what their plan is. Lord Mudd says that Theo should cordon off the area and search the inside, and if they have not already escaped from the palace grounds, they can catch them in time. Escaping criminals at a time like this could be a distraction to do something else. She's asking where the others are. The Emperor replies that he will let Keir and Assel stay in the Exentium while he goes to deal with it, and asks Jaelin to stay in this room to protect Marybelle. Eseled doesn't want to put her in danger again, since even if the chance of her death is slim to none, Marybelle promises His Majesty that she will be safe for his sake. Marybelle asks her if she is all right. Marybelle replies that something is wrong. Theo should have given her some sign by now, and she has a bad feeling. Jaelin replies that something is wrong. Theo should have given her some sign by now, and she has a bad feeling about it. They descend into the dungeon and find Lord Peregrine passed out and covered in blood. Jaelin runs up to him in horror and asks him to wake up. Marybelle doesn't understand why the prison is so quiet and where all the guards have gone. The lady asks Lord Mudd to calm down as Theobald is alive and must be taken to Lord Assel. Jaeli takes Theobald's body in her arms and leads him out of the dungeon. Marybelle is glad that Lord Mudd is distracted, but it's bad enough that she's alone. But at least they don't have to argue. She first tries to find the guards, since they didn't meet them on the way here, and assumes they're probably farther away. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince is talking to Lord Rodion. Javier asks Badwin if he wants to tell him that he has chosen the wrong method. The prince replies that this is not the case, as it is quicker to rebel with an army than to pull off cunning manoeuvres little by little. Javier explains that this is not the way to do it, as the palace officials are still unshakable, and to overthrow the Emperor, they must make it impossible for him to use his guards. Baldwin agrees with the Marquis and asks if the Emperor's subordinate has been poached. Lord Rodaine says that the hunting convention did not succeed, but he will join them soon. The prince asks where he gets his confidence from. Javier explains that man is driven by desire. Jaelin walks down the corridor shouting to Lord Rebane and Lord Argyle that there is trouble in the prison. Keir looks at the table and sees a letter. He asks Asil to send the men to His Majesty while he goes and checks the prison. Lord Argyle orders us to begin. Keir asks him who he is talking to. At that moment, a man with a dagger in his hand walks towards him and gouges out the Prime Minister's eye. Asil explains that he knows that in order for magic to be used in his family, both eyes must be unharmed. He asks Cyrus not to hold a grudge against him, because it is better than death, and says that he had a lot of fun with them, but that he is still a bad man because he never answered their questions about his intention to betray His Majesty. Cyrus calls Asil a sick bastard, and now he knows that Jalin was right. When they chased the Emperor that time, he gave them wrong information, and their army suffered casualties. Lord Argyle gestures for the man with the dagger to come out and tells Keir that he is right. But he was chasing a career, and unlike the others, he is a commoner. The likes of him were nowhere near His Majesty, so he considers it a stroke of luck. Asil was always trying to please His Majesty and be helpful, even saving his worst enemy Baldwin. But His Majesty did not punish him for his false information, nor did he punish Jalin for missing an enemy in pursuit. It was then that he realized that the Emperor was lenient with his men. Then, as atonement, he swore to serve His Majesty faithfully. Isolde enters the room and asks Asil what the hell is going on here, why Keir is lying in blood on the floor. As she descends into the dungeon, Maribel stops in front of one of the doors with a lot of blood in front of it. She ponders the fact that Ariel was obviously not here. Then what is this place? The door creaks open. Inside she sees bloody Leia, Lord Argyle's assistant. She calls Maribel a beautiful sister and asks how she got here. Isolde asks Asil if he has given Keir medical attention. Lord Argyle replies that he stopped the bleeding. The Emperor takes Lord Keir in his arms and says he will take him to the doctor, and asks Asil not to stay here too long and to go to safety. Lord Argyle asks His Majesty if he really won't even ask about what happened. Isolde says it's not that important when a man is dying in his arms. He also tells him that there is an escape from the prison, and Maribel and Jalin are in the Palace Calendar. They are safer together. The Emperor brings Cyrus to the doctor and asks him if the wound can be cured. The doctor examines the patient and says that the wound is too deep and it seems to have been done on purpose. The doctor assures the Emperor that there is hope. Though the damage is severe, he is recovering very quickly. The Emperor asks that every effort be made, because if the Keir loses an eye, he will be furious. He recalls that Asil was surprised that His Majesty would not even ask about what had happened. The Emperor ponders what Asil knows about Cyrus's peculiarity, the Siofan family's ability to use magic in exchange for a shortened lifespan. If even one eye is affected, the ability cannot be used. Outside the window, he notices an explosion in the palace. Isolde, thinking that there might be Maribel, picks out the doctor's office. Leah asks Maribel to be careful. Even though this is her place of work, it's not safe for her sister to be here. This girl doesn't just look familiar to her, she is Lord Argyle's assistant. In the human case, it seems very suspicious to her, and she must return to the palace. Maribel runs up the stairs and tells Leia that she promised His Majesty to stay safe. Leah tells the lady not to go in there as it is dangerous. Maribel asks to be let go as she can just walk out the other door. The girl insists that it is dangerous to go that way and she knows the secret passage. Maribel asks why it's dangerous to go that way, to which she gets the answer that there will be an explosion. After the explosion, the walls of the dungeon collapsed. Trying to escape from the debris, Maribel twists her ankle, but she gets up from the floor and grabs Argyle's assistant, asking if she planted the bomb. If so, she demands an explanation as to why she did it. Leia tells the lady that her master likes her, but first she must protect her. Maribel asks her if Lord Argyle knows about it. Leia replies that Asil knew everything. At this, she realizes that Javier is right, and the palace servants cannot be trusted. One he warned not about Lord Argyle, Leia has another master. The girl takes the lady outside and tells her she's glad her sister is okay, and she really doesn't like it when her master swears. The bomber appears to have escaped. He's had such a hard time running that he won't want to go back to that prison again. A worried Isolde runs up to Maribel a short time later. He had heard the explosion and was afraid for her. Maribel tells him that although it is not the Calende's fault, she has kept her word and is safe. The Emperor kisses her on the lips after telling her that he cannot defeat her. In the morning, Maribel, dressed in a floral dress, comes to Lord Keir's room asking how he is feeling. He allows the lady to pass and replies that by her prayers he is doing well. Maribel asks the Prime Minister if he has heard the news that Lord Urgal is now very far away. Cyrus replies that he has heard the news and says that if this fool is serious, it will be hard to find him. Maribel reports to him that His Majesty is greatly concerned as Lord Urgal has disappeared, and Lord Cyrus lies here. Lord Mudd and Lord Peregrine cannot be entrusted with the paperwork. They seem doomed. The lady notices that Cyrus is not responding to the jokes. She asks him if he wants revenge. She secretly tells that she originally got close to His Majesty to take revenge on her cousin and relatives, and recently His Majesty personally sent her to the next world. Now her body is hidden somewhere. Revenge becomes the meaning of life, and rather than draw a meaningless existence, it seems better to devote oneself to it. Keir thanks the lady for telling him this, and now he must tell her his secret. Cyrus tells us that he is the last descendant of the Siofan clan, who can use magic in exchange for years of life. He was left alone because the previous emperor exterminated all his ancestors. At first, Keir even wanted to take revenge, but then His Majesty appeared, and everyone dedicated their lives to him. Asil is a smart kid, which means he's been thinking about betrayal for a long time, perhaps from the moment His Majesty ascended the throne. Maribel thinks this is cruel, and asks Keir why he thinks so. The Prime Minister replies that there are some things to check first, and asks her to get Jaelin. The lady says that will be difficult to accomplish because Lord Mal has been suspended. Lord Peregrine sees Jaelin off and asks her if she is all right. Lord Mudd replies that he understands his concern, but that she left her post and left the man she was supposed to be guarding unprotected, a serious offence. It is only because of His Majesty's mercy that she was only suspended and not executed. She asks Theo not to cry, for he would be ashamed for the servants to see his sulks. Lord Peregrine says he does not weep at all, and asks her to be careful, as she has not been to Peregrine Manor for a long time. Jaelin mentally apologises to Theo as she has lied. Last night, the Emperor informs Lord Maud that she has been removed from the case. Jaelin replies to His Majesty that he is being generous, since he is suspending her rather than executing her. Eseled says that when she leaves the palace, no one will be watching her. Of course they may attack her, but if she dies, that is her problem. Jaelin reminds His Majesty that he is talking to a less intelligent man. Eslald notices that the Lord's pot is small and the truth is not brewing, and explains that this suspension is only for show. She will have to check something out. The Emperor asks Jaelin to spread the news that she is suspended, and naturally she will receive various job offers, but only one person is important, namely the Marquis of Rodaine. Eseled gives the order to leave tomorrow, and Tel will take over her job duties, so there is no need to worry about that. Lord Maud remembers that Lord Peregrine is always fussing, to which the Emperor replies that Theo is just worried about her. Leaving Jaelin thinks that she should try to complete the task and return at least for Theo's sake, and she wonders what is on the mind of the Marquis of Rodaine. That is what she will find out. The Prime Minister and Lady Edinburgh are going through documents. Keir apologises to the lady for this, as they are in a severe labour shortage, so there was nothing left to do but ask for her help. Maribel replies to him that it's no big deal, and it's even better to have something to focus on. The lady is thinking about the fact that the palace is in disorder again, waiting for the moment when peace will come, and perhaps only after Baldwin Theophilus dies. Cyrus asks the lady what she is thinking about so firmly that she doesn't even put a seal on it, and if she is suddenly tired, he lets her go. Furniture replies that there are too many papers to handle alone, and his health has not yet recovered. Keir, that if she collapses from fatigue, he will only suffer a painful death at the hands of His Majesty. In that case, Maribel goes away thinking she misses His Majesty. The Emperor has received a letter from Lord Mudd that a man without a left index finger, black hair and red eyes, has been seen at Rodaine Manor, suspected to be Baldwin Theophilus in disguise. Eseled is pleased that Jaelin is doing well. All that remains is to learn of Asil's movements. He suspects he is likely to have allied himself with the Marquis of Rodaine. Eseled missed Maribel. Arenil Edinburgh is dead. The Duke and his consort are about to be executed, and Maribel's revenge will soon be over. The Emperor wonders if she will stay with him afterward. At that moment, Maribel enters the study and asks if His Majesty is here. When she sees Eseled, she says she knows he can't come in so late, but she hopes he's not too busy. The Emperor rises from the table and heads towards Maribel. The Emperor gets up from the table and walks towards Maribel. The lady about takes him to the wall, with the words that it looks like he really is the god's favourite, because he gives him gifts so often. Continuing to kiss Lady, he carries her over and lays her on the table. Maribel asks to wait with this and still does not pull away. Eseled reminds her that this is already wrong once, so she should not worry. Maribel remembers the Emperor not to joke like that, because this will end up being their first time. Kissing the lady's neck, he tells her that in that case, she will go. I'll get used to it again. The next morning, lying in bed, Maribel thinks about the fact that her lower back hurts after yesterday. And this night she was convinced that not for nothing Esclid is considered the strongest knight. His stamina is terrifying, and his body is what he needs. The Emperor wakes up and sits Maribel down, and tells the lady that if she got up, she should have woken him up too. Laying her head on Eseled's chest, she notices that he has such a low voice, probably because it is morning. The Emperor replies that everyone has such a voice in the morning, and asks the lady why she is laughing. Maribel replies that the laughter is from happiness. She reflects on the fact that even though she's tired and her lower back hurts, there's still something nice about it. She must really like this person. Of course, it's not a good time to build a love nest, but if it's just today, it's okay. Maribel is going to sort things out as soon as possible, and then they can get married and sleep in bed as much as they want. But she remembers that at that time, they will be busy, but not as much as they are now. In the morning, Maribel thought the day would go great, but there's obviously something going on. She sees Lord Peregrine with a bottle of wine and crying about something. The lady tells Theobald that he seems to have had enough to drink. He explains his sadness by the fact that they don't understand Jay at all, everyone around them pretending that Jaylene has been gone since the beginning. But not so long ago they were colleagues and had fun together. He doesn't understand how they can just chase Lord Mudd away and pretend it never happened. Theobald worries about Jaylin every day, but the others don't seem to care about her. Maribel remembers the day Lord Mal first arrived, and Theo blurted out that he liked her. She tries to figure out how she can win back that strong, simple-minded and sweet knight. The lady tells Lord Peregrine that Jaylin is not really retired. This morning, the Emperor warned Belle that Theo would not be himself at first, but that it would take some time for him to settle in, so it was best not to say anything. Maribel asks if it is necessary to make Theo worry. Eseled explains that if Lord Peregrine finds out where Jaylin is, he'll rush there and write letters every day. The lady promises to keep the secret. Maribel wonders if anyone knows how problematic these brilliant people really are. Lord Keir, a whiner who thinks he's better than everyone else. Rude and impulsive drunk who can't be controlled. Lord Mudd. Lord Peregrine seems to be the most adequate of them all, but when Lord Mudd isn't around, he goes nuts. Then there's Lord Assel, who makes the biggest mess and successfully escapes. Theobald tells the lady that he recently asked for Keir, but he seems to have forgotten all about Jaylin too. What else would you expect from a man who almost lost an eye? Theo understands, but he's lonely, so he wonders if she misses Jaylin too. Maribel asks Peregrine's Lorrows how much he's had to drink. Theobald replies that not much, 2 bottles, but Jaylin doesn't even look at the bottles. She could drink a barrel. That much would make her stomach burst. But Lord Mudd has a big stomach, and she eats very well. Maribel offers to show Lord Peregrine the room where Lord Mal lived when she was guarding her. Theo jumps up from the couch and replies that of course he wants to see it. Leading him to Jaylin's room, she asks Theobald if he has been here before. The Lord replies that this is the first time he has been here, as this is a woman's room. Maribel notices that Theo is wiping away his tears, and tells him that if anyone sees him crying, they will think that Lord Mal is dead. Lady puts him on Jaylin's bed with the words that their love is so pure. She suggests that Theo sleep here. Lord Peregrine asks the lady if he will have the same dreams as Jaylin. Maribel confirms this, and Theo is excited to see Jay. Theobald fell asleep so quickly, probably because he was so drunk. Maribel thinks it would be good to tell him the truth, but they can't let him go off and run to the Ridderil, and Lord Mudd had better come back as soon as possible. The next day, Jaylin bursts into the conference room, saying she has completed the mission and reports back. She asks Theo why he's been so quiet. Isn't he glad to see her? Jaylin resents Lord Peregrine for not saying a word and asks the lady if something happened while she was away. Marybelle replies that it was nothing like that, except that Lord Peregrine is the only one that she went to investigate secretly. Theo doesn't understand why everyone has such a reaction, and if they really knew all about it. Marybelle tells him that Jaylin asked him not to tell. Theobald resents that they kept it from him. Jaylin explains that if he had known she was going undercover, he would have asked to go in her place. Isolde adds that Theo would have sent her a carrier pigeon every day. Jaylin reminds him that when she was in the war, he used to send it to her all the time, and those pigeons almost ate all their provisions. Theobald justifies it by saying that he couldn't help but worry. Jaylin says that she enjoys his concern, but that he knows not what to do. Observing this dialogue, Marybelle notices that they are not surprised at Lord Peregrine's unusual condition and concludes that this is not the first time. The lady claps her hands to get their attention and tells them that they seem to have had a lot to discuss during their separation, and she suggests they go out for a while to discuss things in private. Jaylin asks the lady if they can do that, because she hasn't reported everything. Marybelle tells her that she can report back when she returns, and turns to His Majesty to ask if he agrees. Isolde puts the teacup on the table and says he's not sure which one of them is the Emperor, but allows Theo and Jaylin to talk it over and come back afterward. Lord Mal thanks His Majesty for his generosity and picks Theo up in his arms and says he'll be back when he's done soothing the crybaby. Marybelle reflects that she never thought Lord Peregrine was actually so shy and innocent. After the door slams shut, Isolde comes up to her from behind and hugs her, saying she has nothing to be jealous of, and if she wants such a hug, she knows where to find it. Marybelle tells His Majesty that he spoils her too much. Isolde tells the lady to relax a little, as he thinks she's trying hard enough, and they could have woken up later today. Keir has been sitting on the couch the whole time. When he realises that he is obviously unnecessary, he tells His Majesty that he would rather go and do his work. He asks them to ignore him, as he has not seen or heard anything. Marybelle apologises to Lord Keir, and thinks that since Isolde has brought her back to the past, she might be immune to such situations. Meanwhile, Lord Mudd and Lord Peregrine are chatting in the gazebo. Jaylin asks Theo if he has finally cried. She thought he was going to cry, so she doesn't know how to react to his tears, and thinks about the fact that she's back and he's crying, but she feels guilty. Theo looks really sweet to her, and if you think about it, the last time she saw him cry was when he was a baby. Little Jaylin sits behind a tree crying because her father beat her because she was born a girl. Wiping away the marks, she thinks that it is not her fault that she is a girl. Theobald finds her and, seeing the handprints on her neck, realises that she has been beaten at home again. He sits down on his knees, hugs Jay tightly, and cries. Her daughter asks her friend why he is crying, since she is the one who almost died. That was the last time Jaylin saw Theo cry. She asks Lord Peregrine to tell her why he cried as soon as he saw her. Theobald explains that the reason is because she's not around. Lord Mudd tells Theo that she is now right in front of him. He clarifies that she wasn't with him the whole time, but he doesn't know why he's so anxious when he doesn't see her. It's okay when she's here or he knows where she is, he's calm. But this time he didn't know anything. Jaylin asks him about how he endured back then, when she was searching the woods, or was in the war, whether he was just as worried. Theo explains that he's not so scared when he knows she'll be back. Jaylin asks him about why he was so worried this time. Theo explains that the reason is that they haven't been able to communicate. Lord Mudd asks Theo how old he thinks she is, and reminds her that she is no longer the defenceless child who can't survive among predators, and they are in their 30s. Even if they find themselves separated in the forest and surrounded by thugs, they can definitely stand up for themselves, and the father who tried to silence her is already dead. They are not children anymore. Before the current emperor's reign, she herself almost died once because of people after His Majesty's life. His Majesty could have punished them as the children of the troublemakers, but in the end, he absolved them of responsibility for the incident in gratitude for her covering His Majesty's body with an arrow. Jaylin fell from her horse and began to bleed. Theo, sitting by her body, begged her to last a little longer. Who would have thought that he still feels guilty about that incident? She gets up from her seat, walks over to Theo and hugs him, almost to stop him from crying and worrying. Or she starts to think that he has separation anxiety and has scared her. Besides, if anyone saw him crying, his popularity would be over. Because of his worries, she couldn't even do the assignment properly, and next time she promises that she will report everything to him at once. Theobald leans his head against Jalen's body and tells her that it's not because he blames himself for what happened. It's not even that he hasn't been able to contact her, though he feels an obligation to protect her after the incident. Jalen asks Theo to raise his head since she can't make out what he's saying. He ignores the request and confesses to her that he really likes her and that having her around is enough. A while later, Jalen continues her report to the Emperor and says that as they predicted, Asil Rodain had a connection with the Marquis. She had to really rack her brain. Asil is a very clever fellow, and he left no clues. Aisalode asks for details about all the difficulties and how she found the information. Jalen questioned the gardener and learned that Baldwin was indeed on their estate, but that Asil had not been seen by the gardener. She bribed the pharmacist who delivered medicine to the manor, and he said they were looking for a drug that is not even used in medicine. She thought this was suspicious and asked him to give her some of the medicine. Jalen gives the bottle to His Majesty and asks him if he has ever seen such a medicine. Aisalode replies that she has never seen it before, but assumes that it is what Asil uses. Jalen explains that it is used all the time in the torture chamber. It's a truth. To be more precise, it weakens the spirit and body. When people drink it, they fall into a deep depression. There are serious consequences to its use. 9 out of 10 people who take it commit suicide. But you never know, because they don't use it in a torture chamber all the time. Many say it's better to die of torture. Aisalode explains that just killing yourself and actually dying are different things. Jalen answers him that either way, the most important thing is that she has learned of Asil's whereabouts. Late at night, Aisalode ponders why the Marquis of Rodain needs the truth serum, and whether he wants to feed it to Asil and learn about the palace secrets. He rejects the idea, as Asil will recognize the serum immediately, and it is not effective enough. There are 2 possibilities. Either Javier wants to get someone drunk with the serum, or Asil is up to something. The second option is more likely, but he seems to be missing something. Asil was not as unquestioningly loyal to him as the rest of his subordinates. He chose his own master and obeyed according to the reward he received. Lord Argyle had once told His Majesty that he could not be satisfied with obeying him forever. Accolade asked him if he meant that he had to stand above him to do so. Asil replied that if there was a roof on top, the tree would one day stop growing, but he didn't want to surpass His Majesty. He just wanted to be free of that roof, so he wondered if it would work. So Aisalode let Asil go, hoping that he would find the limit of his abilities as he wanted. But he realizes abruptly that the tree is not moving. To be free of the roof is not to escape its shadow. The roof can be pierced through. The Emperor's been overthrown once. There's no reason why it can't be done twice. Maribel comes in to see the Emperor and asks His Majesty why he is so sad, because he is so sad because they found out Asil's location. She suggests that he should go to bed if he is tired and help him finish his business. Accolade explains that he is not tired, but thinking about the information Jalen has given him. He says that the truth serum, which Asil often used for work, has been delivered in large quantities to the Rodain estate. The serum has a very serious side effect, making people so deeply depressed that they commit suicide. But Aisalode can't figure out what use he can find for it at the Rodain estate. He's obviously missing something. He doesn't know who the Marquis of Rodain would want to extract a confession from if he needs to find out. There are more effective means. But why this one? Maribel suggests that maybe they aren't going to use it to torture him. What if they need to force someone to commit suicide? Aisalode remembers that Javier Rodain committed suicide in a previous life. At Rodain's manor, Javier strolls through the garden and ponders the fact that His Majesty has taken Aranel and probably already killed her. This is a revenge he could not have taken in the past. Then everything must be going according to plan. So why is he so uneasy? Leia brings Javier the truth serum and tells him that it is a potent serum. Lord Rodain tells her that he knows about it and that it causes people to become so deeply depressed that they want to pass away. Leia asks the gentleman how he knows about it, and if she has told him before. Javier explains that the request to find the serum came from him, and of course he knew something about it. He asks the lady if Lord Argyle knows about the readiness. The girl replies that Assel does not know about it, and she has also gotten rid of all the medicinal herbs. She assures the Lord that she can be relied upon. Javier replies that he believes her, and assuming Lord Argyle is upset, he asks her to calm him down. He looks after Leia as she leaves, and thinks that she really has no memory of her past life, so she knows nothing. But neither does the truth serum about Maribel's unjust death. 10 years ago, the butler informs Javier that his mother has invited him upstairs to celebrate his birthday. He is surprised that his mother remembers his birthday, and assumes that the butler must have tipped her off, because there is no way she could have remembered. One of the merchants comes into his room and wishes him a happy birthday, and tells him to greet him with the best goods of the empire. Javier notices a ring with a blue stone, and asks the merchant about it. The man notes that the gentleman has good taste, and explains that it is a spiritual ring, made of a diamond called the Stone of the Soul. Javier believes that a diamond is a diamond, but he wonders where the name comes from. The merchant tells him that the diamond is mined in a mine known to be the dwelling place of spirits. Javi realizes that all this talk of spirits is just a sales tool, but the ring is really beautiful. Lord Rodaine agrees to buy this ring, and asks the butler to bring the day. The merchant asks the assistant to bring the money chest. The girl carries a huge chest blocking her view and drops it near Mr. Rodaine. The merchant is angry with her and demands an immediate apology to the Lord. Leia falls to her knees and apologizes for committing a mortal sin and asks to be spared. The merchant apologizes for the little girl's ill-mannered behavior. Javier tells the merchant to shut up and asks how much the girl is worth. He asks him to sell her to him. The man tells him that if he adds another 100 million gold, he will sell it to him, as it is a very valuable child. Javi answers him that he will buy the ring and the girl. The girls look up at Lord Rodaina and say that she has always believed that one day there will be a kind man who will buy her back. But she never thought that she would have to serve such a handsome lord, and hopes that he will not beat her. Javier tells her it's obvious. Leia calls the gentleman her saviour, and that she cannot pay him back for a lifetime. At night that day, Lord Rodaine looks at the new ring and thinks that for some reason he can't take his eyes off it. He decides that he should try to sleep. Placing the ring next to him on his pillow, Javier falls asleep. After he falls asleep, he starts to glow. Lord Rodaine has a strange dream. He doesn't realise where he is. When he sees Arinelle, he finds it strange that she looks older than he does now, and the man standing next to her is him. Javier sees the same episode that Emperor Ariel showed him, the part where he asks his cousin why she killed Maribel. He jumps up sharply, terrified that Maribel is dead, tears streaming down his cheeks. Javier realizes that this is not just a dream or a scene from the future. It all happened for real. From that moment on, he gradually began to remember moments from his past life. His mother, Inais Rodaine, introduced him to Baldwin and told him to help him regain the throne. Lord Rodaine agreed without a second thought. While he was busy doing so, he was struck by the news of the Maribel's wedding. If Baldwin were to regain his place as emperor one day, he would naturally want to get rid of the current emperor and empress Maribel first. One day, Javier came to the crown prince and begged him to spare at least the empress. Having received Baldwin's promise, he began to plan a rebellion in earnest and wanted to take the Maribel from this tyrant as soon as possible. The first step was to make an agreement with the Edinburghs and win over the emperor's right-hand man, Assel Argyle, to their side. Then the emperor would be trapped, and Baldwin would become the new ruler, and Maribel would be saved. Javier thought that everything was going to work out just fine, but it turned out not to be so. Inais informs her son that Maribel is dead. She found out about their plan, and the emperor was fond of her. With her dead, chaos will reign in the palace, and it's the perfect time for a coup. In addition, the Edinburghs did the dirty work themselves, so they got rid of 2 birds with 1 stone at the cost of the girl. At that moment, Javier realized his naivety. He knew the true nature of the people involved in the coup, but even so, he believed that Baldwin would keep his promise. His naivete had been a mistake, and her death was his punishment. The first time she met Maribel after a long time, she told him she remembered her friend Vi, but didn't know she was a boy. She asked what she should call him now. Javier told her that she could call him anything she wanted. Any education would do. Lord Rodaine's purpose had slipped right out from under his nose. He only wanted to make Maribel happy, and all he ever saw was her. With her death, the only purpose in his life was gone. Asil brings Lord Rodaine at his request, a poison that causes the most agonizing death. Its use induces a deep depression. This remedy is used as a truth serum, but is also known to have another side effect, suicide. After Asil leaves the Marquis's chambers. After that, Javi dreamed about Maribel every night. She called him friend Vi, holding his hand. This girl, Maribel, looked lovingly at Arenelle, who would kill her in the future. Finally, he had no choice but to admit the obvious. Love, Maribel, his only love, his family, his closest friend, his happiness that he could not protect. Desperate, he prescribes the poison brought by Lord Argyle. But afterward Lord Rodaine got another chance, for now Maribel is still alive. Even though she dislikes him, and even if she opposes him, he will destroy all those who have caused her suffering. Holding a bottle of poison, Javier enters his mother's room. Inés has taken opium again today. Though the Marquis thinks it's his fault, he didn't think she would become so addicted. He approaches his mother saying he warned her not to take opium with alcohol. Javier asks her to drink the supposed cure that he has gone to great lengths to obtain, opens Inés's mouth and pours the poison into her mouth. Looking out the window, Javi asks her mother why she didn't love him. If she hadn't helped Baldwin, none of this would have happened. If she had loved him, instead of giving all her attention to her nephew, none of this would have happened. Lord Rodaine doesn't understand her tears, since Gerard is him in this situation. The Marquis craters his sword on the table and is about to leave since she doesn't answer him. Inés tells her son that she has always dreamed of a palace, that she wanted to avenge the humiliation that came from everywhere she went. She dreamed of a life of luxury. She never spoke of it, for when you have the Emperor at your back, you can do anything. She does not live in the palace, however, for it is of little use, but if Baldwin becomes Emperor, she can live there, and the prince never forgets to give thanks for what he has received. Unlike Aisaled, he has grown up well-mannered and prudent. Her brother asked her to take care of Baldwin, but she saw him as a tool, like a monster, and recognizes her guilt before her family. As he leaves the room, Javier reflects on the fact that although his mother gave birth to him, he is not part of her family. After all, there is only one person he can call family. Lord Rodaine sends a letter to the Emperor informing him of his mother's death. She committed suicide by slitting her own throat. Esseld wondered where the Marquis had gotten the truth serum, but now something else was curious. Why he would give the truth serum to the Marquis in such a situation is very suspicious, because is there a better time than now to go against him? Maribel suggests that perhaps the Marquis of Rodaine has not been so honest with her mother and Baldwin. Marquis Rodaine has been acting suspiciously for a long time. At the hunting convention, he told her not to trust the palace staff. She didn't know what he was talking about at the time, but later realised that he was referring to Lord Argyle, who had defected to his side. Aisaled asks her why the Marquis told her this. Maribel explains that the Marquis of Rodaine is her cousin. When they were children, he was the closest person to her after Arenelle. Only when they were children they were close, but when they met as adults, she didn't recognise him. So it seems suspicious that he was so friendly with her, the sad smile on Javier's face, the faint joy of recognising him, his worries. Maribel suggests that His Majesty invite the Marquis of Rodaine here after the funeral on the pretext that they wish to honour her memory together. Aisaled suggests that Javier is unlikely to leave Baldwin alone, as this is a good chance to plan the rebellion carefully. Maribel replies that she knows this, but sooner or later it will have to be done, so it is better to take this chance and set a trap. The day comes for the funeral of the Marquise of Rodaine. Aisaled reflects on the fact that although some things have changed, for the most part everything has gone on as it was in his past life. Using the funeral of a member of the imperial family as a cover, a coup d'état has begun. In a previous life it was Maribel, and in this one, Inés. Javier thanks His Majesty for coming without a guard. Eseled replies that there is no other way, since weapons are not allowed here. Except that Javier doesn't look sad. He doesn't see anything suspicious. He thought he would prepare a surprise for his arrival. The Emperor claps the Marquis on the shoulder and advises him to take care of his health as he looks tired. Javier thanks His Majesty for his concern. The Emperor thinks that if he is up to something, he needs only to wave his hand for his men to act. But nothing will really happen. He won't be able to figure out what's on the Marquis's mind. Eseled asks if he and Maribel are really cousins, and if they are close. Javier answers the Emperor that they are indeed cousins, but not particularly close, and have only seen each other a couple of times when they were children. They have different families after all, and then he went to another country with his mother. He's worried about Maribel because she's too kind. Essequibo agrees, and tells him that when the lady learned of the Marquise's death, she told him to invite him to the palace to talk to him. Javier thinks it is very nice of her to invite him. He asks for a date and will come at once. The next day, Assel walks into Lord Rodaine's office. Javier tells Lord Urgyle that the cellar has been his for a long time and asks why he was delayed. Assel replies that he should have said the call was urgent. Lord Rodaine tells him that His Majesty was at his mother's funeral and said he would arrange a meeting to honour her memory and that he should come. He asks Assel to come with him. Lord Ignat replies to Maricuz that if he wants to go there, he should go alone and asks him not to come with him. Javier clarifies that the invitation did not come from His Majesty, but from Maribel, and the Emperor simply passed on her words. He suggests that it is definitely a trap, and he must act first, or he will be killed. Assel asks the Marquis if he is not suggesting that he might be inadvertently committing another betrayal, for he has already gone too far because of his threats to expose his deeds. Javi confirms this and says that it was only charm that saved him then in the forest of Mirion. He reminds Lord Urgyle that he misinformed Jalen Mudd to let Baldwin Theophilus go, and prepays that if his colleagues found out about it, they would be delighted. But he only cares about himself in life, so is it so hard to betray them a second time? Javier also says he knows that he has a soft spot for the Emperor's wife, and asks him not to even try to justify himself because he knows that look well. The passionate desire to possess the unattainable, his expression became the same every time he saw Maribel. So how could he not know? And as it happens, they will have to push the rebellion to an earlier date and surprise them with a surprise attack, kill the Emperor and rescue Maribel. Javier immediately warns that he is not going to kill the lady and wants her to continue to live a peaceful and prosperous life after the coup. It's just that she won't be able to attend social events, and glad her whole family is dead. She needs someone by her side instead of them. Assel asks if she's hinting at him. Javier replies that if he wants to, he's not hinting, but he hopes it won't be to his advantage for me to beg him. Taking silence for an answer, Lord Rodaine says he will inform him that Assel go with him to the capital. The only question is how exactly he will help him. Javier needs him to prepare one potion. Leia has been helping him well all this time. As Assel's assistant, she has learned a lot about various potions. But her potions can be neutralized with an antidote, and their effects are not long-lasting, and he is not suited for it. Lord Igrel replies to the Marquis that he will go with him to the capital. Ni will not prepare a potion for him. Javier reminds him that he is already a traitor in their eyes. They don't care if he betrayed them. They're looking at the result. His inaction when the Prime Minister's eye was wounded, and his escape at the most crucial moment. Assel, angry, grabs Marquis by the shirt and rebukes him for forcing him to do it. Javi pulls Lord Urgyle's hair and says he understands his displeasure at the vulgarity of leaving the palace, but his presence is necessary to execute his plan and pushes him. Assel reiterates that he has no intention of making the potion. Lord Rodaine says that Leia has already made the truth serum, and he decided to test its effects on someone, and that person died. Assel asks the Marquis how he knows about the serum. Javier warns him that if he does not cooperate with him, he will give it to Leia, and she agrees to it unconditionally, so that an innocent girl will die because of him. Lord Urgyle calls him mad, for Leia has done him no harm. The Marquis repeats his conditions that if he makes the potion, Leia will live. Assel realizes that if Javier killed his own mother, Leia may suffer the same fate. Marquis explains that he needs the truth serum, and tells him that no matter how much time passes, the effects of the truth serum cannot be undone by any contraindication. By continuing to live, one will still make deaths the same way. Asel agrees to make the serum, but asks to be told who he will use it on. Javier explains that even if he tells him everything, he won't understand, and that he is going to use it on several people. A week later, the Marquis Rodain arrives at the palace. The Emperor thanks Javier for his visit. The Marquis replies that it is he who should be thanked, since they invited him and were worried about his condition. He also greets Lady Edinburgh, mentioning that they have not seen each other for a long time. Maribel replies that not much time has passed since the last meeting. Their conversation is interrupted by a disgruntled Eseled, and suggesting that perhaps the Marquis is tired from the road, asks him to go inside and rest. Javier agrees to take his advice, saying that he is indeed tired. Looking after the Marquis, the Emperor realizes that he has come with an evil plan. At night, Maribel decides to walk to the Imperial Library, which is not only for the members of the Imperial family, but with the Emperor's signet, namely the ring, even a stranger can enter. A few days ago, Eseled gave the ring to Maribel, with the request that she carry it with her until this is over. The lady asks why this is necessary. Eseled explains that to become emperor, you need the imperial seal and this ring. There was trouble at his coronation because Baldwin ran off with it. He couldn't kill him, but he found the ring. Jaelin brought it with her ring finger. Eseled shows the ring on his finger and says it's a fake, and the diamond has been replaced with a sapphire. Baldwin will want it first, and if things get out of hand, he doesn't want Baldwin to be able to take his place as emperor. Eseled wants to see the look on his brother's face when he tries to do so with only a fake. If things don't go according to plan, they won't kill her as long as she knows the location of the ring, and they can negotiate with the prince. But if Baldwin does try to kill her, it would be best to stick with the Marquis of Rodain as he is friendly to her. Maribel hugs Eseled. He tells her that he's scared that he can't protect him, and when he thinks about what she's going through without her, it's hard. Maribel reassures the Emperor, saying that everything is fine. But when she kissed him, she was ready to go through all the difficulties side by side. She snuggles up to him and laments that such a fearless man who holds a high position and has killed many people is suffering from love. She loves him so much she's willing to go through it all again. Maribel enters a library that has existed since the founding of the Empire, but there is nothing of interest to her. There are books in ancient languages that she can't read, but she assumes that Lord Keir would probably like them. She is about to leave when suddenly she sees Baldwin Theophilus. Noticing the girl, the prince asks her who she is, for no one but the imperial family can come here. But she is not of imperial blood, and yet she is here, suggesting that perhaps she has the imperial ring. When he comes closer to her, he says that it seems that his brother is very fond of her, since he entrusted her with such an important thing. The prince reassures the lady, saying he's not going to not kill her so she can relax. Maribel asks him why she won't kill her. Baldwin explains that if he so much as laid a finger on her, her cousin would be furious, and he doesn't want to upset Javier, as he is his friend and assistant, so he must keep his promise. Maribel clarifies if he really does not scorn her, even though she can tell of his presence in the palace. It seems to the prince that the lady is asking for his death. She suggests that his brother probably already knows he is here, but cannot find him and kill him before he does something serious. Maribel again tells the prince that she can tell the emperor about him. Baldwin explains to the lady that he just came to get a book and will stay here while he reads it. Maribel warns the prince that if she lingers, her nanny will go looking for her. Baldwin, with a sinister smile on his face, says that if she does, not Nanny will die. A lady asks the prince what book he is reading. Baldwin replies that the book he is interested in is about the Edenbearers' connection to the spirit of time, which only interacts with their descendants. The Emperor's sigil is made of Edinburgh stone and can be used to make contact with the spirit. Now Maribel understood why she had travelled back in time, and as a descendant of the Edinburghs, she had been close to His Majesty in a past life, and that must have influenced the ring. In that case, Javi, as a descendant of the Edinburghs, had gone back in time. It would explain his strange behaviour. She wonders what's on his mind. At that moment, Baldwin grabs the lady by the hair and presses her against the closet, saying that she had carelessly explained everything to him very clearly, and asks her if it is possible to be so careless. Maribel is horrified. She asks the prince what he is doing. Baldwin explains that he promised not to kill her, but did not say he would leave her alone. He asks her to give him the ring, and only then will he let her go. Maribel asks the prince what will happen if she does not give up the ring. Baldwin, with madness in his eyes, says he could break her fingers one by one. Maribel reflects that although Baldwin and Esseled are scary to the point of creepiness, they are very different. He certainly won't kill her at Javi's request, but he can do the rest. She explains to the prince that while Esseled is on the throne, he won't get off that easy if he hurts her. If he entrusted the ring to a girl who is not even the empress, he will not sit idly by, and if he understands, he asks her to let him go and leave her ridiculous threats since she is hiding in someone else's house. Enraged, the prince slaps the girl in the face, cutting her lip. Maribel reproaches him for being so foolish as to give the place of emperor to his brother, and his aunt barely managed to save him. She calls him a fingerless bastard and asks him if he has done anything himself in his life. Baldwin kicks Maribel and calls her a bloody wench and asks how she dares to argue with the emperor. Lady Fury reproaches him that he is no emperor and that he belongs with the scum. The prince raises his hand to strike her, but at that moment, Javier comes around the corner and asks what's going on. Baldwin explains that this is a punishment because the girl dared to insult him. The Marquis explains that the lady is the most powerful person in the palace after the emperor. Seeing the Marquis Rodaine, Maribel thinks there is some other way to get here. The prince asks Javier how he dared to raise his voice at him, and if he too is mocking him. The Marquis tells him that he did not, but that his actions could jeopardize their plan. Maribel rises from the floor, and as she passes by, she strokes the prince's cheek, leaving a red mark. She promises him that he will die soon. Baldwin is further enraged by these actions and words. He calls the lady mad and tells her that no man has ever died a natural death and that this palace will be her grave. Maribel turns to the prince and tells him that when he dies, he will be responsible for all the blows and will be the dinner of crows. The prince asks Javi to let him go since he won't kill this fight, because she has the ring with her. The Marquis tells him that he will not tolerate any more violence. Baldwin explains that he wouldn't have touched her if she hadn't been rude to him, and she didn't have the ring, and she should be punished for that. Javi puts the prince to sleep. Maribel tries to understand what his plan is, and if he has also gone back in time, why he wants to save her. She tells the Marquis that he warned her to beware of Arenelle, but he could not save her because he wants to save himself and not her. But she does not need it. He walks over to his cousin. After she passes out, the Marquis picks her up in his arms and tells her that in his second life he finally realized what he needed. Not salvation, but desperation. He really can't save her. Javier reaches the palace of the Calende where His Majesty is at the moment. A guard asks the Marquis what he is doing here. Lord Rodaine explains that his cousin fell asleep and he brought her here and is just handing her over to the servants inside, so he asks to be let in. The guard explains that His Majesty is inside now and he can't go in. Javier answers him that he came here as a relative of both of them, so he will let himself forget about politeness, and once again asks to be let in. The door rattles open. The Marquis steps inside. He apologizes to His Majesty for bothering him so late and explains that he cannot bow to him now because Lady Edinburgh is asleep in his arms. Esseled asks him what he is doing here. Javi explains that Maribel fainted, so he brought her in. With a grind in his teeth, the Emperor demands to know if he will do this to her. The Marquis asks the Emperor to think for himself, since he brought her thinking that in a moment of weakness she would want to be near His Majesty. Esseled asks for the bell and asks him how he knew he was in the palace of the Calendar. Javier explains that when the master of the Exentium is absent, its walls do not glow at night, and if he were not here he would go elsewhere to look for him. The Emperor asks for an explanation of what happened. The Marquis tells him that he was passing by the library and saw someone fall, decided to check it out. It was Maribel, and it seems she was suddenly attacked. Esseleda wonders why Javier is not worried about his beloved cousin, if he has nothing to do with it, and asks him not to tell him that he has misunderstood him, as he knows how he has been helping her all this time. He does not believe the Marquis's excuses, and knows that he has changed his mind, and believes that if he had not discovered the bell by accident, he would have taken her to him. But if he had come to him, it means that the man connected to him disobeyed and used force, because it is impossible that he knew nothing about the incident. Javier explains to His Majesty that shortly before passing out, Maribel told him that she didn't need any help, so he was completely powerless, and if Maribel asks who brought her here, he asks her to say it was him. Eceled tells the Marquis that an acquaintance of his recently died, and sometime later his relative committed suicide. He asks him what he thinks the cause was. Javier assumes it was a matter of love. Eceled says he wants to turn the palace upside down right now, but his aunt died recently, so he will forget about the incident and asks the Marquis to leave. Walking down the corridor of the palace, Javier thinks about the fact that he is living a second time and has been rejected a second time. With a loving heart, he only wanted to love Maribel and make her happy. But she doesn't need him like she always has. A few days pass, and Maribel finally wakes up. Eceled asks the lady how she is feeling and says that she has been unconscious for 2 days. Maribel notes that more time has passed than she thought and asks about the banquet. Eceled replies that the banquet will be tomorrow, but that she will not attend. Although they have used the best medicine, it does not solve everything, and so she needs to rest and sleep, at least until she can speak normally. Then he will answer all her questions. The Emperor asks Kira how much medicine is left. The Prime Minister replies that what they gave her recently was the last. There is still plenty of time before the banquet, but we are still wondering where Jaelin and Theobald are. Keir replies that everything is ready. They have gone ahead and will be waiting at the site. Eceled calls up Peppo and asks her if she knows the road he told her about. And if anything happens, he asks her to run away with Maribel that way. Lord Keir and the Emperor are heading to the throne room where the banquet will be held. All the guests are already gathered around the table. As they look around the hall, Eceled thinks that all the people here are against him and are cooperating with Javius. He has turned his back on him too, so he can't rely on anyone here. If Baldwin shows up now, they will welcome him with open arms. The Emperor asks the guests if they have begun their meal. One of the men at the table replies to His Majesty that they could not begin without him. Eceled says that he has felt the depth of their loyalty and is pleased that they all thought of him, and suggests that they begin their memorial banquet to honour his late aunt. He tells everyone with a smile on his face that he hopes they don't have any fun tonight. Eceled senses that a rebellion is about to break out. Having come to a stable condition, the lady before the banquet begins tells His Majesty that it is always hard to watch people desperately afraid of all life, and even if he wins in this struggle, he may still be seriously hurt, and his strength will not play a role. The lady worries about what plan the opposition might have prepared. The Emperor tells her that it is obvious to him that they will attack unexpectedly, but he will still make them nervous. Cyrus has already explored all possible scenarios, so he asks not to worry. Maribel asks His Majesty to remember that whatever the situation, his safety comes first. Eceled kisses the lady on the top of her head and tells her that he is happy to know that she cares so much about him, and asks her if she remembers that he promised to return safe and sound. Maribel promises to be careful too. The Emperor sat at the table going over his plan. He will be handed a glass of wine that has been shipped in advance. As a servant hands him the glass, he will accidentally spill the wine on his ring. Only it will be blackened by the poison, and the hiding knights will surround the guests. Finally, the wine is served, and it spills out of the ring onto the floor. Jaelin and Cyrus panic. Things are not going according to plan. The Emperor ponders whether it is possible that the prince has already interfered with their plan. Javier rises from his seat and says that he finds it unfortunate that this has happened at such an important event. It would be unkind to accept a new glass, so he offers to give the Emperor his own. Cyrus tells the Marquis that offering the Emperor his own glass is very rude. Javier tells him that it is not rude since such a surprise has prevented them from honouring his mother. The Prime Minister wants to contradict him, but the Emperor asks Cyrus to stop. Eceled notes that the Marquis's loyalty is very deep, and if he is going to accept his failure, there is no reason to deny him. Javier says that Lord Cyrus is also right, and thanks His Majesty for forgiving his rudeness. In that case, the Emperor proposes a drink. Javier watches His Majesty carefully as he finishes the wine from his glass. At that moment, Crown Prince Baldwin bursts into the hall with his knights behind him and says that he too has come to honour his late aunt. But all he sees is a lot of filthy pigs that should be slaughtered and the emperor killed. This is where it's all going to be decided. Jalin orders the guards to engage and defend His Majesty. Baldwin Theophilus is approached by Theobald and told that he is his opponent. Meanwhile, His Majesty faints, and Lord Peregrine realises that the wine has indeed been poisoned. The prince tells Lord Peregrine that even if he tries to stop him, Theobald will still die, so their battle is pointless. Theobald draws his sword, shouting that His Majesty will not die from some poison. Baldwin explains that the emperor has lost consciousness and will die soon, so it makes no sense for him to risk his life fighting him. Lord Peregrine asks Baldwin not to run away like a true coward. Jalin says that His Majesty is alive, and she will carry him to safety. Baldwin fends off Theobald's attacks, saying that the emperor's death will not change even if they fight so desperately. The exit from the banquet hall is blocked, and Jalin realises they can't get out of here that way. Cyrus, meanwhile, arrests the Marquis of Rodaine. The Prime Minister at this point reflects on the fact that Marcus tried to poison His Majesty with a deadly poison, and should probably have tried to escape, but instead surrendered so calmly. There is more chaos in the hall. Baldwin Theophilus is missing. Lord Ergyle arrives at the blood banquet. Assel apologises. He does not know where His Majesty the Emperor is, but the one who challenged him is already dead, and shows everyone the severed head of Crown Prince Baldwin. After it is over, Theobald offers to take His Majesty to his chambers himself, and Jalin agrees. Lord Mudd mentally begs His Majesty to wake up for the lady's sake, for now his old enemy is gone. A few days later, Maribel has a dream. She sits drinking tea with the Emperor, and notes that his tea manners have improved. Esseled says he doesn't think the tea is good for him. The lady asks His Majesty to ask him a question, and after permission asks if he has ever been in love. The Emperor thinks this is the worst question to ask an unrequitedly in love man. Esseled asks the lady if he has offended her in any way. Maribel replies that he has not, and tells him that if he has a beloved, she can become his woman or lover. The Emperor asks if she really doesn't know, and that's why she asks such questions, although he still thinks she does. Maribel asks His Majesty if she has something for him. The Emperor confirms this and says that he is offended by her lack of knowledge. He does love one man, but he's not very close to him, and think of that answer as sounding like he does have another woman. The lady smilingly answers him that she didn't know that. Esseled again asks her if she really doesn't know or is just pretending, but then asks her to forget the question. She asks His Majesty what it is like to love. She really doesn't know and has never been in love. The Emperor says with a chuckle that he is the only one who really knows what it is, and explains to the lady that love is when you love someone, even if they betray you and you are ready to trust them again. It was a dream from a past life again. Maribel rises abruptly from the bed and thinks about how much time has passed. She needs to see His Majesty urgently, but why she feels so weak is unknown to her. Her nanny Papo enters the room after hearing a rustle. Nanny is glad that Maribel is finally awake, and tells the lady that she should not move yet and should rest more. Maribel tells Nanny that she needs to see His Majesty and find out what date it is today. Lady is asleep again. Jalin asks Papo not to let her out if she wakes up again. A woman asks the knight about what happened in the castle. So many people died the day before yesterday, but His Majesty is still nowhere to be seen. Jalin tells Papo to watch her words when she is in the castle, and His Majesty is very busy. Lord Mudd approaches the Emperor's room and asks Lord Keir how His Majesty is feeling. The Prime Minister replies that everything is as before, advising him to prepare himself before entering. Jalin asks not to worry about her, as His Majesty will not be able to defeat her in her condition. Lord Mudd enters the Emperor's chambers and asks him how he is feeling. Esseled rises abruptly in bed and plops the knight down. He tells her that he should have let him die, since he didn't even ask to be saved. They should have just left him lying there as it was over. Jalin doesn't know what he's talking about, because she remembers that he tried to survive, and asks him to remember the time they spent together. Esseled explains that he has already died once, and doesn't care how many more times he has to die. Jalin points a sword at His Majesty. Esseled asks the knight what she is doing, and asks her to back off. Lord Mudd apologises for crossing the line and puts him to sleep. There are rumours that His Majesty has gone mad. His talk of death in the past, you might say, speaks to that too, but one would have to be mad to say such a thing. A few days later, Cyrus comes to Marybelle's chambers. He apologizes in advance for telling her this right after she woke up, but His Majesty has gone mad. The lady asks the Prime Minister what he means by that. Cyrus starts to speak, but Marybelle stops him and asks him to wait as she has just gotten up and doesn't quite understand him. Lord Keir reports that Baldwin Theophilus is dead, and they were able to put down the rebellion, but His Majesty has gone mad. From what she has been told, Marybelle realizes that she missed a lot while she was asleep, and asks if this is all the information. The Prime Minister says they've killed everyone connected with the rebellion except the Marquis of Rodaine. The Dukes of Edinburgh and all the other nobles who supported the Crown Prince have also been killed, including Lord Argyle. He took the poison and killed himself. Despite what was happening this time, His Majesty wasn't as worried about her safety. Before, Keir didn't understand why. It's all about the Marquis of Rodaine. He asked the lady if she knows about the truth pills that Assel produced. Marybelle clarifies that His Majesty has taken this poison. Cyrus explains that the Marquis added such a pill to His Majesty's wine. It's hard to recover from such a thing, and he thought that when the Emperor wakes up he will feel better, but His Majesty wants to die. He also says strange things that he's died before. Marybelle gets out of bed and asks Lord Cyrus to take her to His Majesty now. In the hallway, Lord Mudd runs to the lady and asks her how she is feeling now. Marybelle replies that she is fine and sees that Jaelin is not feeling bad either. Lord Mudd prefaces that Lord Keir must have said something foolish to her, though she has only recently awakened, and embracing the Prime Minister asks him to magnanimously forgive her. Keir replies that there was nothing left for him to do, for no one but the lady can come near His Majesty now. Jaelin asks him what they will do if His Majesty does something to Lady. She hasn't even recovered. Keir can't believe that the Emperor would hit Marybelle, but asks him to tell Lady to be careful just in case and leaves, saying that his job ends here. Lord Mudd asks the lady how much she knows. Marybelle replies that she was told that His Majesty took the truth pills. Jaelin says that Assel was going to make an antidote before he died, but the poison is too strong and the antidote doesn't work. Now they have given His Majesty strong sleeping pills to calm him down, but over time they have become less effective. She asks the lady to take this needle stuck in a cloth with her. If the situation is critical, it must be used. Marybelle enters His Majesty's room and ponders the fact that everyone thinks the Emperor has gone mad, but it's just the effect of the pill. She is sure that Esed is not going to attack those who have just entered the room and thinks that she should just be careful not to provoke him. Lady meets Eseled, and the first thing she sees are the strangulation marks on his neck. The Emperor pulls Lady to him and begs her to kill him, as he is sure she wants him dead. He doesn't mind dying, but he only wants it if she kills him. Marybelle embraces Eseled and apologizes for betraying him in his past life, and calls herself a villain, mean and horrible for making him feel such pain. But he still does not love her, and perhaps she wants to save him because of her selfishness. But what can you do because the villain needs her tyrant? So she takes the needle and puts the Emperor to sleep. On the way out, Jaelin asks the lady if she's all right. Marybelle replies that she is fine, and says that she knows that the Marquis of Rodaine is now in custody. She asks to be taken to him. On the way, Marybelle asks Lord Mudd why Lord Ergius died, since he brought Baldwin's head, and therefore should have had his punishment commuted. Jaelin explains that Assel got Javier's permission to create the truth pill, but he didn't know that His Majesty would take the pill, or he wouldn't have created them. He doesn't know if it's the truth or not, but either way it's too late. He shouldn't have decided to betray him in the first place. Theo is in charge of the investigation and told them that Assel was constantly taking pills. Even though Knight Peregrine went to the castle of Rodaine, it did not help to save Knight Argyle from death. They decide to bring the rest of Assel's research, and maybe it will somehow help save His Majesty. They reach Javier Rodaine's room. They all believed it was safe. Marybelle thanks Lord Mudd. Marybelle enters the room. Javier, sitting on the sofa, says he thought she would come to him sooner or later. She asks her cousin what medicine His Majesty had taken. Marybelle replies that it was the truth pills, since Baldwin is dead. Now he has them. He agreed to give up Baldwin's head to get the cure from him. Argyle had no intention of becoming a traitor in the first place. It was necessary to press his weaknesses and apparently if she doesn't know about it, Argyle is more reliable than he thought. Maribel thinks she really didn't know he didn't mean to betray, probably like the rest of the castle staff. The lady says she feels as if he wanted Baldwin dead from the start, but wasn't the plan for him to take over. Javius replies that it was his mother's wish, but she is already dead. Maribel asks what the plan was then. Javier explains that his goal is one of revenge against people from the past. He asks the lady about what's going on with the Argyle now. Maribel staggers in with a counter-question about whether he told anyone else. The Marquis replies that no one asked him about it, and besides, he thought that Argyle had already told everything. The lady asks not to tell anyone in that case, as Asil has already killed himself and His Majesty has gone mad. Maribel thinks that she too is at her wit's end, and suggests that perhaps for this reason she's not surprised by the deaths of her uncle and Lord Argyle. The Marquis asks the lady if she is not interested in why he gave His Majesty the truth pill. She replies that she is not interested. She needs to get him back, and for that she needs to find the antidote. Javi explains that it's unfortunately too late, and that it's not a joke. He makes her happiest, even though he doesn't like His Majesty as her partner, but still wants what she wants. Maribel says she believes him, and will go to her own place in that case. Javier advises her to do what the Emperor wants, as it is the only way to put him out of his misery. The reason His Majesty was given the truth pill was a second impulse. Javier wanted to drink the wine himself, his revenge ending in his death. But when the wineglass was shattered, he realized his plan was broken. Marquis Truth thought he could kill him, and actually wanted to. Javier was jealous, and hated that Maribel had fallen for him, but he really didn't think the Emperor would take his glass. Then the Lord realized he wasn't the only one going crazy. Maribel comes into Eseled's room while he is asleep. Sitting on the bed, she strokes his cheek and tells him that he has destroyed all the seeds of rebellion, but has never been able to be happy. They fought so hard, but to see Eseld in this state speaks more to their defeat than victory. Maribel was afraid he would find out about her betrayer from her past life, but it turns out he already knew everything, even loved her again, in which case she doesn't understand why he would give up his life so easily. Her intense love overshadowed betrayal for him. Maribel used to only know how to love herself, dreaming of killing Arenelle, but Eseled was willing to give up everything because of her love for her. She is ashamed and very sorry. Argyle is dead, Rodaine says, to do as the Emperor wants. She feels like everyone is playing games with her. Maribel wanted to love him like it was over. She can't understand his love, because if you love, you should be together. Not understanding, she will follow his love, if the Emperor so wants to love, but not to be together. Taking out a blade, the lady pierces her lover's heart. Eseled once again wakes up in the darkness and realizes that he seems to have died again. The spirit asks the Emperors what he will choose this time, to die or to be resurrected. He brings Ekeleda a dessert in the form of cookies and lets him think about what he will do next, because this is his life. The spirit has saved him twice already. You can't keep dying and being resurrected. Besides, his soul is very damaged right now. The spirit asks Acelides what happened before his death, as he sees that something has shaken his psyche. The Emperor says that he drank wine with poison and does not remember what happened next, but he does not think that his psyche was affected by it. The spirit explains that people can die because of different things, but in any case, he can't bring him back. The Emperor reminds the spirit that he let him think about what he wants, and asks if he has any other choice but death. Cloud says that the first option is to stay with him here, and the second option is to leave him something as collateral and go back to the outside world, as his worn-out soul can live a little longer. He explains that of course it is not allowed, but the Emperor is his contact, and since he has made a contract with him, he should get at least such privileges. Eseled reflects on the fact that a word is a bit of a word to a spirit, and a word to an ordinary person are different things. The spirit reminds the Emperor that last time he told him that he has a person he misses, and of course he remembers this, because he is his contact, and so can send him to the outside world for a bit. The spirit complains that nothing interesting happens in this place, so he would be glad if the Emperor would go to the outside world, at least for a while, to tell him many new stories. If he lives even a little longer, he asks to come back to talk to him. Before the banquet, Eseled called Lord Cyrus to her and told him that if he were to die, Baldwin would have no reason to kill them all. And even if the prince becomes emperor, all power will be with Cyrus, so he asked him to kill all of the prince's minions and make him a puppet emperor. Cyrus explained to the emperor that the palace would lose its value without him, and Theo would probably commit suicide if he died. The emperor reminded the prime minister that Lord Peregrine had promised to protect him with his life, so he asked Cyrus to stop the night in this case and not to dwell on his death. Lord Cyrus told the emperor that he was not happy at the moment because of his words, as they had devised a plan with the assumption that everyone would survive. Esceled replied that of course they should all survive, and that it was just an assumption. Cyrus told the emperor that he didn't even want to hear about it, because if the emperor died, they would all cut their throats together. Esceled asks the spirit what point in time he would be in if he were to return to the outside world now. He tells the emperor that he is now standing over the time of his death. He shows him the moment his girlfriend cut him with a knife, and he died, explaining that this world is connected to his consciousness and the physical body does not play a role here. The emperor asks the spirit how far he can see into time. Cloud replies that there is nothing he cannot see. The emperor then asks if he knows that the Mer was going to kill him. The spirit replies that he can't talk to him about what he doesn't know. Esceled is upset by this answer because he thinks he and the spirit are friends and have even had tea together. The emperor promises him that if he helps him, he will learn everything that is interesting and then tell him and talk about the outside world until he gets bored. The spirit is pleased by this and decides that first of all, he should return the emperor's memory. Esceled remembers and sees the episode of his beloved plunging a dagger into his heart. Finished which he does not remember, and asks the spirit if he can bring him back. The spirit replies that he can bring him back a little bit, and asks him to remember to tell him everything in great detail when he comes back to him, to find out as much information as possible so he won't be bored. The emperor returns to the moment when Maribel decides to kill him. The lady kisses the emperor's hands, and thinks that someone must end this suffering. But it is not Cyrus, who begged to save his majesty, not Jalin, who guarded his majesty all night, and not Theobald, who defended his majesty at the cost of his life. Only she can end this. Pointing the blade at the emperor's body, she says she too will try to know the love that exists, even when they are not together. Esceled intercepts her arm before she can plunge the knife in and apologizes to the lady. Maribel cries as she tugs on the emperor's shoulder. Esceled asks the lady why she does not answer, if she will not even accept his apology. Maribel replies that this is not the case at all, and she's worried about him. The emperor kisses the lady and tells her that he couldn't watch the man he loved kill him. Maribel explains that if they met again, she would apologize to him as she thinks she was too selfish. She thought that suddenly Esceled was dying because of her, and was very scared and doesn't want to live in a world without him, so she asks him to live for her. Esceled replies to the lady that he is already hers, even before the moment when he could not refuse any request. As he embraces Maribel, he thinks that when a spirit falls asleep, it sleeps for 100 years, which is not a short time. The next day, Lord Cyrus and Lord Mudd are informed that His Majesty has regained consciousness. When they arrive in the Emperor's room, Jalin jumps on Esceled, unable to believe that he is really awake. Kira is ashamed of Lord Mudd and asks her to behave herself in front of His Majesty. The Prime Minister tells His Majesty that he realises that he has recently recovered, but they have a lot of business piling up, and so he is curious to know when he plans to return to work. Esceled asks Cyrus if the wedding ceremony is part of their business and suggests they begin preparations now. Keir is sorting out the documents that have accumulated over time, and noting that they have a lot of work to do, says that it seems that he is the only one left in this palace with a working head, and thinks that he deserves credit for all the work he has done alone. He wants to get things done quickly and have the wedding, but he's worried that it won't work out. Maribel notices that Esceled is nervous and asks him what has happened, and if he is thinking of executing Javier Rodain. The Empress says that if she doesn't want the Marquis of Rodain to be executed, she can think of something. Cyrus enters the conversation and tells His Majesty that it is against the law. Maribel agrees with the Prime Minister and says traitors will always be executed, for if a few are spared, the empire will soon fall apart. The lady explains that all her relatives have tried to divide them, so it is better without them. Meanwhile, Theobald Peregrine reports on his return. Everyone praises him for a job well done. A few weeks later, the day of the royal wedding arrives. Everyone is bustling about, preparing for the festivities. Peppo is styling Lady Marybelle's hair and decides to choose a pink floral twist, harmonizing with the cuffs. Nanny admires the finished wedding image. She begins to cry that Lady is getting married and is very touched by it. Marybelle tells Peppo that she is very happy to have her with her and thanks Nanny for looking after her all the time. The nanny replies to the lady that as long as her health permits, she will always serve her faithfully. A servant enters the room and bows to announce that the ceremony will soon begin. All the guests have already gathered in the huge celebration hall. Esselid is standing at the altar waiting for his bride in a white and gold suit with epaulettes. Jaelin wonders when their mistress will show up. Keir asks her not to fuss, as nervousness is contagious. Theobald asks his friend not to swear at his wife Jaelin. Keir remembers that they are a couple of parrots. Finally, the Empress is announced. Marybelle slowly walks down the aisle in a long dress with a bouquet of roses in her hands. Whispers echo through the hall as everyone discusses how beautiful their Empress is. Jaelin says through her tears that their mistress is always beautiful, but today the beauty has increased. Keir reminds Lord Mudd that she didn't even cry at her own wedding, but at someone else's she sobs so hard. He asks her to take an example from him and hold back her tears. When she reaches Ekeland, Marybelle asks him if the wait was worth it. The Emperor replies that he is willing to put up with all the events that have come before. The priest begins the ceremony and asks them to swear that they will remain faithful to each other to the end of their lives and to the day. And after the ceremony is over, he allows them to exchange rings. In front of the witnesses, the priest announces that the marriage union has been successfully concluded.